Hello everyone, I am Avatar 360. Welcome to the annual WIDS Romania conference. Today's event is dedicated to artificial intelligence, a big dilemma for human beings, from development, ethics, and safety perspectives. Let's think together and find answers and solutions through interesting debate, panels, and well-known worldwide experts, including national officials from public, academia, and industry sectors. A huge gratefulness to our partners and sponsors for supporting us in organizing WIDS Romania 4th edition's events. Don't hesitate to promote your company as one focused on data science, artificial intelligence, and newly developed innovation with my help through Think Tank 360. See you soon. Hello everyone, I am Avatar 360. Welcome to the annual WIDS Romania conference. Today's event is dedicated to artificial intelligence, a big dilemma for human beings, from development, ethics, and safety perspectives. Let's think together and find answers and solutions through interesting debate, panels, and well-known worldwide experts, including national officials from public, academia, and industry sectors.
Who of us thought that after the first big computers, heavy mobile phones, the appearance of the largest such system program and social networks, people would go further in deeply AI development? None of us could have imagined that this technological progress would go so far. What do we have now? AI is accelerating the technological progress. AI is developing so fast and cannot be stopped or put on a pause. We also see that AI poses a big challenge for humanity in terms of ethics and safety perspectives. Could a legal framework put the end to the uncontrolled development of AI? This is today's big dilemma, to which we need to find a clear and feasible approach. I'm convinced that today's debates will bring us a lot of interesting and useful information to think about and realize that the topic of AI concerns each of us, and it depends on us whether humanity will have a bright future with AI or not. I would like to express appreciation to our international and national guests and speakers for accepting the invitation in order to share their views and thoughts on the mentioned above. The special edition was made possible with our strategic partner and co-organizer, Wolters Kluwer Romania, our mine partner, OMV Petrom, our platinum partners, BCR and Hypercycle, our silver partner, ThoughtWorks, other sponsors, Adobe, MAN, Unica, Ava Research, and Tudor Communication. A special appreciation to our institutional partners, Ministry of Labor and Social Solidarity, US Embassy and Israel Embassy to Romania, ADR and ICI Bucharest, including media partners, for supporting us in implementation promotion on the national level, the WIDS worldwide initiatives. Now, I want to give the floor to the host of this event, Mariana Ungureanu, President of Think Tank 360 and WIDS Ambassador to Romania. Mariana, I invite you. The floor is yours.
Good morning, everybody. Dear guests, officials from public, private, and academic sectors, Your Excellency Ambassador, dear Minister, dear sponsors, partners, friends, dear audience, face-to-face here and behind the screen. I would like to reiterate my gratitude for you being here with us today at 4th edition Women in Data Science Conference, Romania. This 4th edition has been focused on a deep dive on intelligent use of data by academic, private, and public sector, but underlining the importance of the principles: equity, transparency, equality. These two challenging topics of this edition related to AI and equity in healthcare have shown us all the fact that data science plays a crucial role in our society, and research and education has an important role in developing them. This year, WIDS Datathon Challenge #1 gave us the opportunity to be number 6 in the world through OMV Petrom. It's an amazing achievement for Romania. Cristina Daniela Nicolaescu broke all the stereotypes. She literally proved that you can do upskill, reskill at any age, regardless if you have a current career, you want to do something else in life. Cristina, it's an honor, so thank you so much for making us proud. Online Job Tech Fair was a project pilot with Wolters Kluwer Romania. What we wanted to do is to bring together companies that are innovative and technological and want to bring opportunity on the career perspective. At this part of the project, OMV Petrom took part, ThoughtWorks, and Hypercycle. In the eve of the WIDS conference, we had a very unique roundtable with high officials from private and government sector, with Daniel Ho, who is the main AI policy advisor for the Biden administration. It was very interesting because we have discussed how AI will transform the future of industries and which are the opportunities and constraints in applying a legal framework on AI development. This roundtable strengthens the relationship between Romania and US because we will work closely through the Think Tank 360 to see what are the best practices regarding the upcoming EU AI Act. So, to sum up, we have had quite a busy year doing different types of workshops dedicated for private companies to learn and to see how it's easier for them to adopt EU AI Act. We had roundtables, we had different events dedicated, and now we conclude with Women in Data Science Conference, 4th edition. I really hope, and I'm looking forward to work with our continuous partners and sponsors to invest in everything that means data science, AI, and AI ethics. We have to remember that ethics of AI is a priority. So let's start our journey by going deep dive into data science and AI. I would like to give the floor now to Alina Popa, CFO, member of Executive Board, OMV Petrom Romania, the representative of WIDS 4th edition main partner.
I hope. Good morning from my side. Thank you, Mariana. It's such a great pleasure to be here, and warm welcome to all of you here in the room, but also to those of you watching us online. It's really, really great to be able to participate to this event and represent OMV Petrom, and big thank you to the organizers for bringing us together and making this event possible. Dear audience, every statistic and predictions we see around artificial intelligence show a huge potential and opportunity. It is a digital revolution that will impact companies, economies fundamentally. It is a digital revolution that will impact humanity to a big extent. I strongly believe that companies that will invest in artificial intelligence and data science will be those that will be successful in the future. Speed is essential today. People don't have the patience to wait anymore. Everybody wants everything fast. Customers, authorities, regulators, capital markets, investors, they all want accurate information instantly. And in the same time, volume of information and complexity is growing exponentially. We need data science to be able to respond to these challenges. The solution and the key to this challenge and opportunity are the people. Investing in people, investing in developing skills, in learning, this is the solution to this challenge, and this is the answer to this opportunity. I want to remind you of a quote which was said many years ago. It's from Albert Einstein. He said like this: "I'm afraid of the day when technology will be more important than human interaction." It is up to us to put people first. It is our responsibility to act with integrity, with ethics, with respect in everything we do around these topics. We in OMV Petrom, we really believe in learning, in developing the skills of the future. We determine what are the skills of the future, and we concluded data science is one of the skills of the future. We created the Data Citizen program 2 years ago, and I'm so proud. I do not have words to express how proud I am of the results that Mariana mentioned. We have 5 of the top 10 places at national level. We have number 1 and number 2, and Christina, she is our inspiration. She is the proof that this is possible. Yeah. She started learning data science at 55 years old. She's 57 today, number 6 globally, which is absolutely amazing and an inspiration for all of you here in the room, for all of you watching us online. We all can do it. And thank you, Christina, for being such an inspiration for everybody. I hope you will enjoy today's conference. I hope you will be inspired to learn and develop in data science for a better tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alina. I like the digital revolution, and I'm thinking that maybe there is a way we can have a digital law and a digital welcoming one singularity at global level from AI regulation. I think that maybe countries can find a way to work together on this part. Now, I would like to welcome our special guest, Margot Gerritsen, Professor, Stanford University, Executive Director of Women in Data Science Worldwide.
Hello, everyone. Greetings from Women in Data Science Worldwide, and greetings from Stanford. I'm Margot Gerritsen, Professor Emerita at Stanford and founder, and until recently also Executive Director of WIDS. It's such a pleasure to welcome you to WIDS Romania, and I'm really sorry that I couldn't make it in person this year because of long COVID. I know that a good friend and fellow WIDSer from the Bay Area in California, Sher Lador, is with you today, and I'm just so happy about that. Thank you to Mariana and the team for inviting me to participate at least a little through this video. WIDS has been an amazing 9-year ride. When we founded WIDS and put on our first conference in November 2015, we could never have guessed it would grow into this wonderful community of women worldwide, such as yourself, and the non-profit it is now, with all our year-round programming. All of you WIDSers have inspired us every day along the way. Now, WIDS Romania started very soon after we founded WIDS at Stanford. Mariana and our colleagues have been incredible ambassadors, and we've much enjoyed your conferences and all other activities you've organized over the years. Thank you all for your wonderful contributions to the community, for elevating and supporting each other, and for creating a great network in Romania and beyond. It's wonderful to hear also about your ongoing participation in the WIDS Datathon. Romanian teams have done exceptionally well, achieving top 3 prizes several years in a row. Congratulations, we're impressed. We are as committed to our mission as ever, to elevate and empower women in data science and related areas, including AI, to support them, celebrate them, and help them thrive. With you and all the WITSers around the world, we can make a difference, and we must. Thank you for all that you do, and have a fantastic conference. I really hope I can join you next year. Bye for now.
Dear Margot, we really hope that one day, soon, next year, you'll honor us here on the stage, and we'll see you in a life. Now, let's continue. I am honored to invite our keynote speaker, Shirmi Lador, an amazing lady from Israel. Her passions for mathematics, machine learning, data science has turned her into a professional and strong AI group manager at Intuit, a global leader in the industry of financial management software. She is also the co-host of a podcast, Unsupervised, focused on data science. Last but not least, Shir is the WIDS Tel Aviv ambassador. Shir, I invite you on the stage. The floor is yours. Thank you.
One. Working. Okay. Thank you so much, Tatiana and Mariana, for the privilege to be here with you all today. This is such a wonderful event, and I'm especially excited because, as mentioned, I've also started a WIDS in Tel Aviv, so I really have a special place in my heart for all WIDS worldwide. Next, please. I'm here to talk to you today a little bit about how we at Intuit are transforming customer experiences with AI. I think, this conference is all about opportunities and challenges with AI, and I still feel like this is one of the main opportunities all companies feel these days, how to truly unlock AI for the benefit of customers. So to kind of give you a little bit my own perspective to the problem and what brought me here today, I wanted to tell you a little bit about myself. First of all, I'm a person who like working at companies that are truly believe in the mission, and I feel that have positive impact over the world. So that's why before I worked at Intuit, I worked in 2 Israeli startups. One named Takadu that is using AI and machine learning to save water for the world. This is the cause. The second one is Blue Vine that helps small businesses prosper. And then I got the opportunity to move into Intuit, which is it's not a startup, it's a big company. It has over 18,000 employees worldwide, headquartered in the US. And that's where I got to increase my impact on a really big set of customers, because at Intuit we have over 100 million customers for our financial software. So that was a great opportunity for me to increase the positive impact even further and help millions of customers prosper, which is our mission. In parallel to my work in those companies, I was also always very curious to understand more about what's going on in the data science industry and research, and how can we all do better and grow together as a community, as a professional community. That's why I started the PyData Tel Aviv meetups. It's the Tel Aviv branch of this worldwide meetup organization. And then I also started the Unsupervised podcast about data science in Israel. And when I joined Intuit, I got the opportunity to start Women in Data Science in Tel Aviv, which is the sister event to this wonderful event here in Romania. 1.5 years ago, I moved to the US to take on a bigger role. I now lead a group of 27 AI experts and ML engineers that we work on document understanding using AI, and we fine-tune LLMs and generative AI for multiple purposes for the benefit of our customers. And yeah, so I left my 3 beautiful kids at home with my husband and came here to Romania to speak with you all. So let's talk more. Next slide, please. So this is Intuit's mission. What we're doing at Intuit, we are powering prosperity around the world. And I want to hear from the audience if anyone has any idea for how many years we're doing that. How old is Intuit? And I'll give you a hint, which is a little bit of a tricky hint. It's even older than me. Anyone has a guess how many years Intuit has been around? No, it's a tricky question. Yeah. 50? Another? A little bit lower? 40? Okay, that's good. Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. Next. Okay, that's it. Okay, so that's pretty accurate. Intuit has been around since 1983, so 41 years we've been around. And I think that's what's so amazing about this company. It's how it's able to self-disrupt and reimagine how we're doing things over and over again, from the era of DOS to Windows to web to mobile and cloud, and now in the era of artificial intelligence, where in 2019 our CEO refreshed our strategy to be an AI expert, to be an AI-driven expert platform that help our customers prosper. So how do we do that? Next slide, please. Who do we serve? We serve consumers, small businesses, self-employed. We have 4 main products. TurboTax that help consumers file their taxes. To those of you who are not aware, in the US, everyone needs to file their taxes every year, which is a really tedious task. So TurboTax, which is the main provider in this market, is our product. Help those people with AI, with data, to do it in the simplest way possible without even using an accountant. We have Credit Karma that helps consumers find the financial product that would help them prosper. We have QuickBooks that helps small businesses manage their day-to-day business by helping them with their payroll, payments, accounting, bookkeeping, all of these tasks. And we have MailChimp that help those small businesses grow by providing them amazing marketing tools. Next slide, please. So across all of our brands, what we do, we leverage AI to simplify those workflows and also provide deep insights to help them grow even further. Next slide. So we have had tremendous success with AI since we started investing in it, I think long before even 2017 when I joined, we started that. Today we have every year over 800 million AI-driven customer interactions per year. Next. So we are still within our transformation journey. Right now, we are transforming from a tax and accounting platform where consumers and small businesses do the work to a global financial technology platform where we do the hard work for our customers. Basically the done-for-you approach instead of do it yourself. So this is the transformation we're trying to create with AI, and we are making a lot of progress. To get there, we really need to unlock the full potential of AI, and our early investment in that space is what's making it possible. But I want to talk to you today about what are the 3 principles I see as the most important to really make it work, and then you can go and think about how to apply it with your own companies, with your own research, with your own product. Next slide, please. So let me start with a personal story about how not to unlock AI to its fullest potential. Yes, this is a story of what not to do, but listen carefully because it will help understand the rest. Next slide, please. So this is a story about my early days as a data scientist, even before Intuit. An engineering team came to me and said, oh, we have data, we have great data, please build us an AI solution. Next slide. And they had multiple servers that each of them had multiple logs, and those logs could be seen as some time series that one can track. And the goal they gave me was, please build us an anomaly detection framework, anomaly detection system that traces anomalies for all of these services, so we can know if something is wrong, if there is a problem. And it was a very, very challenging problem because each of those servers had their own behavior, their own periods, their own, maybe there were different events that could cause them to suddenly rise or suddenly drop because of testing, because of suddenly increase in the traffic. So multiple factors you need to put into place, but that was the goal. Next slide. So we built a wonderful anomaly detection system. It provided prediction for hundreds of time series with all of these varying behaviors. It detected anomalies on a daily basis. It was constantly retraining and updating the features and models every day for each time series. Next slide, please. So I'm not going to go over all this, but this is, a slide I once used to present this system and how complex it is. It keeps on training, keeps on predicting. You have a component for learning the different variables. You have a component to understand what is an anomaly. Really amazing, wonderful system. Next slide. So what became of this service? Well, in the end, with all of this hard work and months of work, the alerts, we found out that they weren't actionable enough. And honestly, the end user didn't really know what to do with them. So after we really tried to figure out how to use it well, how to improve it, how we can actually provide benefit with it, the service was, after like a few years, was eventually deprecated. So what was the problem here, basically? I thought about it a lot, and I think that what was the main problem is that when we started the work, we weren't really clear on what customer problem we are solving in the end, and what would be the good ideal state. What would be the metric by which we will measure our success? What business metric we will move with this system? We weren't clear on all those things. We just, we got a goal, we try to solve for it, which is great, but in the end, what is the benefit we are providing? Next slide, please. So this brings me to the first principle on how to unlock the full potential of AI, which is customer obsession. This probably sounds like super, trivial or simpler to you all, but this is so important. This is one of the core values at Intuit and also in a lot of other great companies. And what does it mean for us? Next slide. So it means that every product we develop, that every feature we work on, that every model we work on or AI service starts with a very deep understanding of the customer problem and ideal state. We meet with the customer, we do what we call follow me homes, where we meet with the customer, we understand how do they do what they do today, what are their challenges, what are their pains, and then based on our understanding of the customers, we try to draft down this kind of template of customer problem, which also, it may seem trivial, but every word here is important, so let's read it together. Customer is trying to do this, but isn't able to because of this problem. Intuit or Intuit AI will help deliver this benefit by how improvement by doing something. This is the system we're developing, and improving a certain metric from value X to value Y, which will be delivered by this date in support of this business goal. So again, this sounds so trivial, but it's sometimes so hard to figure out what is the exact problem we solve. And I can tell you, we always start with some problem and then we iterate, and it usually doesn't stay the same because you learn so much from the road. So next slide, please. That's why we rapidly experiment. We start with a customer problem. We find out what do we think is the ideal solution. We start with some initial solution, we experiment with customers, we get feedback, and we iterate over it to really nail down the right thing that would bring the right benefit to the customer, and we will see another example for that later. Next slide, please. So the next part of the next principles of how to really unlock AI for the fullest potential is AI and data platform mindset. And what does that mean? So you're all data people, you're all AI people, so you do understand that to solve a problem with AI or with data science, the first thing you need is a good data. Good, clean data, relevant data with the right signal, with the right information to really solve the problem. So that's the first thing a company needs to invest in. Then we need to invest in a platform that would enable us to train and deploy models at scale. And the next thing is to have a feedback loop for these systems, because you don't only want to ship models into production. You want to be able to track the performance. You want to be able to learn from the performance and retrain those models and make them better. Next slide. This is an example of a platform we recently built at Intuit. It's called GenOS. The GenOS is an operating system that empowers our technologies across all of the company, not just the AI expert, to design, build, and deploy breakthrough AI experiences on our platform. And it has multiple layers. It has the GenOS, it has GenStudio, which is an internal experimentation system when all of the developers and also non-developer, non-tech people can experiment with AI and understand how to leverage it well. It had a Gen runtime system, a Gen UX, a way to integrate with generative AI, and of course our large language models, the one that we train internally at Intuit and also third parties we leverage in our products. Next slide. And the third, and I think most important part, I think Alina mentioned it really well in her opening, that in the end, the most important part to really deliver a successful product is the human elements, which is the people. How do we operate as a team to really deliver? And what we found out is that the best way to operate is a mission-based team. An AI expert cannot deliver a product on its own. They need to work end-to-end on the problem with all of the other team members that contribute. So we have the product manager, we have the designer, data analyst, engineer, AI expert, all working together as a mission-based team from inception to production, end-to-end, to deliver those great AI-driven features. Next slide. So let me give you one example to kind of conclude and show you how this is coming together. This is small business AI example of a cash flow forecasting. Basically a prediction of the cash flow for the small business. Next slide. So how we started. Initially, the AI team developed a model to predict the overall cash flow of a small business, which is great, sounds good, right? It was very accurate. We saw by the data that it looks really accurate. We integrated it into QuickBooks, which is our small business product. But then we saw that customer did not really like or understand that single figure of overall cash flow that they were seeing. And they didn't know how to use it, basically. So then, next slide, please. So then we went to the problem with a different approach. We formed a mission-based team, data scientists, analysts, engineers, designers, PM, all working on the problem end-to-end. That team performed more customer interviews to understand, to learn what the customers really want, really need from cash flow predictions. And the AI experts were a part of those from those customer interviews. And then they learned that what the customer really wants are more fine-grained forecasting, to split it by income, by expense type, and also the ability to tweak the forecast with additional detail. So then they worked with the designers, with the PM to build a new UI that provide them that's more granular understanding of cash flow. And this time, the customer loved that new UI and actually used it, and it helped them prosper. Next slide. So to summarize, to really unlock the power of AI to transform customer experiences, we need three things. One is customer obsession, really truly understand the customer problem, the ideal state, how are you really delivering benefit for the customer. Two, we need a good data and AI platform mindset so we can really solve this problem at scale. And three, we need mission-based team working together end-to-end on the problem to figure out how to help our customers with AI. Thank you, everyone.
Dear Chair, thank you very much for your presentation. Without any doubt, you have proved once more again that data science is very important in the development of the new technologies in our modern world. So I propose to go in a journey through our 4 panels prepared for this day. Now we are moving to our first panel dedicated to AI evolution and the public administration. I propose to explore this topic from different perspectives through one of the questions. Can the use of AI be considered a strategic tool for improving public administration? I'm delighted to present the moderator of this panel, Lucia Sanake, the head of community engagement at the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. Due to her interest, curiosity, and enthusiasm for the role that technology plays in the development of society, she opens the doors to the world of technology policy. Lucia is also the co-founder of Women in Tech Policy, a global network dedicated to women around the world involved in tech. Lucia, I invite you on the stage. This panel could not be possible to carry out without the presence of the official guests. I have the honor to invite on the stage Minister of Labor and Social Solidarity of Romania, Simona Bucura-Oprescu. And here she is accompanied by Ștefania Andreescu. I would like to present the Head of Projects and Programs Department of the Authority for Digitalization of Romania, Alina Părâială. And the last but not least, Policy, Strategy and Cooperation Expert in Cybersecurity within the National Directorate of Cybersecurity, Alexandra Dinu. Dear ladies, the floor is yours.
Let's test. Can you hear me? Yes. Good morning. Bună dimineața. Just to let you know, those joining us online and in the room who are English speakers, we are actually conducting this interview in this panel conversation in Romanian. But rest assured, not much of talking about this subject is 100% Romanian, so there will be a lot of familiar terms and words. So just want to welcome my panel. And also to throw a little bit just in English until we turn to the conversation. Just want to take the pulse in the room on everything that has to do with AI. And just to get some hands up for those of you and how many of you hear or talk about artificial intelligence on a daily basis. Okay, good few. And how many of you actively use artificial intelligence tool from Google Translate through ChatGPT and all? Yes, even more hands, weirdly enough, but anyway, we'll take that. Doamnelor, sunt încântată să vă am alături pentru o discuție importantă când vine vorba de implementarea și integrarea inteligenței artificiale în sectorul public. Doresc și pentru dumneavoastră să vă iau un pic pulsul. Când vine vorba de inteligență artificială, ne aflăm aici. Sunteți lidere în domeniile de strategie a inteligenței artificiale, implementarea în piața de muncă, servicii sociale, etică, strategia României de inteligență artificială. Cum vă simțiți într-un cuvânt vis-a-vis de această tehnologie care este cea mai importantă a generației noastre astăzi, într-un cuvânt? Și încep cu Alexandra, așa, într-un cuvânt și apoi...
Dacă ar fi să sumarizez totul într-un cuvânt, cred că aș spune entuziasm.
Entuziasm, bun. Doamna Priena.
E destul de dificil să sumarizez într-un cuvânt, pentru că îmi vin mai multe de la cu încredere confidentă, dar în același timp curioasă și why not, și de ce nu, foarte, foarte dornică să ajut și să contribui la acest efort de implementare a tehnologiilor într-o manieră sigură și etică a inteligenței artificiale.
Mulțumesc. Doamna ministru, un cuvânt.
Necesară, dar cu măsură. Una dintre doamnele care au vorbit mai devreme și mi-a plăcut foarte mult ceea ce a spus, a spus că trăim într-o continuă alergare și că tot ceea ce facem fast și trebuie să fim on time. All the time we have to be on time. Și cumva m-am regăsit în asta și cred că noi, doamnele, simțim cu atât mai mult pe propria piele nevoia de a fi on time și cu toate cum trebuie, fiindcă întotdeauna trebuie să găsim echilibru și între challenge-ul profesional și, sigur, toate plăcerile vieții și mai ales viața de familie. Și atunci, sigur, inteligența artificială o văd ca pe un instrument care ne algoritmează viața, care ne dă niște tool-uri astfel încât lucrurile să meargă mai rapid. Dar, în același timp, și mi-a plăcut și a spus-o și cred asta, inteligența artificială nu poate substitui și nu trebuie să substituie apropierea, căldura, legătura, umanitatea din noi. Nu poate să substituie omul în totalitatea sa și cu toate valențele sale. Și atunci cred că este important să păstrăm noi înșine între nevoia socială, dar și nevoia de a avea servicii publice de o mai bună calitate, care să fie oferite mai facil fiecăruia dintre noi, exact atunci când avem nevoie și cu o acuratețe ridicată, de sigur, nevoia de a nu completa prin inteligență artificială acolo unde nu e cazul. Adică văd biblioteci virtuale în cloud, văd mari baze de date, văd o viteză mai mare a folosirii tuturor acestor aplicații, dar îmi face plăcere încă să citesc o carte tipărită și să simt mirosul tiparului, îmi face încă plăcere și cred că îmi va face întotdeauna să merg la bibliotecă și așa cumva între aceste valențe, dar în echilibru, văd și viitorul, inclusiv în ceea ce îi privește pe copiii noștri. Aici este o valență de care eu sunt ușor speriată, fiindcă eu am senzația că domniile lor absorb cu mult mai multă ușurință decât noi și le face o mult mai mare plăcere decât nouă să petreacă mult timp în zona asta de folosire a mijloacelor digitale și mi-aș dori ca asta să nu îi priveze de plăcerile pe care noi le-am avut pentru cunoaștere transmisă de la om, transmisă prin carte, prin învățătură, prin bibliotecă. Cred că explicația mea a fost cam lungă, dar consider că e utilă inteligența artificială, dar nu trebuie să substituie totuși partea de umanitate de noi și de apropiere dintre noi. Vă mulțumesc. Cred că Ștefania va fi...
Da, nu știu ce să zic. Plecând de la cuvintele colegelor mele de panel, într-adevăr este un foarte mare entuziasm, este un potențial enorm, dar din păcate trebuie să fiu puțin așa, să reduc un pic efervescența, pentru că jobul meu care este? Avem o viziune, avem o politică care trebuie transpuse în acțiuni concrete, măsura 1, măsura 2. Și cred că nu trebuie să desconsiderăm provocarea cu care noi ne confruntăm pentru a reuși să adaptăm procesele tradiționale birocratice la instrumentele pe care le avem la îndemână. Am fost săptămâna trecută la o conferință organizată la Bruxelles privind utilizarea instrumentelor digitale pentru creșterea incluziunii sociale. Era un panel intitulat Using AI Instruments for Combating the Non-Use of Social Rights. Este într-adevăr o abordare extrem de inovativă, avangardistă, dar ca să ajungem acolo trebuie să ne gândim cum putem să adaptăm procesele primare birocratice la aceste instrumente pe care le avem la dispoziție.
Vă mulțumesc tuturor și, doamna ministru, chiar o să vă adresez așa întrebarea de început. Cred că dumneavoastră ați plasat foarte bine discuția și punctul dumneavoastră de vedere din punct de vedere al balanței până la urmă, când vine vorba de ceva care vine atât de repede și inovativ, dar bineînțeles cu grija relevantă. Spuneți-ne, din perspectiva instituției și poziției dumneavoastră, cum se pregătește România și prin Guvernul României pentru tot ce înseamnă AI Futures, cum vorbea și Shear, viitorul pieței de muncă, serviciilor sociale, ce este pe agenda dumneavoastră astăzi?
În primul rând vreau să vin cu o explicație care să anticipeze cumva atât discuția cât și prezența, respectiv lipsa mea la un moment dat. Să știți că astăzi o să avem la ora 12 ședință de guvern și este motivul pentru care în această dimineață ad hoc v-am rugat să acceptați să vin și cu doamna Ștefania Andreescu, care este colega noastră, director de PNRR și fonduri europene în Ministerul Muncii și Solidarității Sociale. Am considerat că prezența noastră împreună are și valoare cumva de a arăta că este foarte important în orice tip de reformă, inclusiv cea care ține de partea de abordare pe inteligența artificială. Este important să fie făcută împreună, adică expertul cu demnitarul, expertul, specialistul cu decidentul, astfel încât să punem cunoașterea împreună cu decizia și cu puterea politică, astfel încât lucrurile să meargă în direcția bună. Pe de altă parte, vreau să vă spun că, în opinia mea, n-aș vrea să supăr pe nimeni prin asta, dar în orice tip de proces, inclusiv în cele care țin de inteligența artificială, cred că cel mai important aspect este competența oamenilor care fac design-ul, gândirea, arhitectura, modul cum știm sau nu știm să cerem în funcție de țintele pe care le avem. Și vă spun, pentru noi a fost greu și este greu, fiindcă avem de implementat într-un timp foarte scurt reforme structurale importante pentru societatea românească, dar eu cred că faptul că am reușit într-un timp extrem de scurt, pe subiecte importante, să finalizăm, s-a datorat faptului că am lucrat cu oameni cheie foarte bine pregătiți, unul dintre aceștia fiind Ștefania, care au reușit să impună atât profesional cât și prin dialog în relația cu Comisia Europeană. Și acest lucru l-a făcut o femeie, nu data scientist, ca majoritatea celor care sunteți astăzi aici, dar cumva m-am bucurat de faptul că, inclusiv ieri când Comisia a avut CIC PNRR la guvern, au subliniat faptul că Ministerul Muncii și-a făcut treaba frumos. Revenind în prezent și la reformele pe care le avem, pe partea de asistență socială, fiindcă despre asta m-ați întrebat, o să vă spun că, 1. Suntem în plin proces de reforma asistenței sociale. Dacă mă întrebați situația pe care toți am trăit-o și cred că cu toții ne-am simțit oripilați de asta și n-am considerat că în 2023 în România putem să avem astfel de situații ca cele pe care le-am trăit legate de azilele groazei. Reacția noastră nu trebuie să fie o reacție de moment în care trecem ușor peste o situație care ne arată că în ceea ce îi privește pe cei vulnerabili, grija noastră și protecția față de dânsii nu este cea care trebuie și să uităm subiectul, să trecem la altceva. Fiecare dintre noi suntem oameni și putem fi, la un moment dat, într-o situație de vulnerabilitate, chiar dacă nu ni se întâmplă nouă azi sau cineva drag nouă. Ăsta este motivul pentru care trebuie să fim siguri, să încercăm să fim cât de siguri putem, că statul român este un stat inclusiv care protejează cu adevărat persoanele vulnerabile și care vine cu reforme care vor asigura un proces continuu, nu discontinu al acestor reforme. Și indiferent cine va fi ministru, indiferent care va fi structura guvernului, trebuie să constatăm că serviciile publice în asistență socială vor funcționa corect. Și atunci, primul lucru pe care l-am făcut a fost modificarea legislației. Sunt 4 legi pe care împreună cu specialiștii din domeniu, împreună cu ONG-urile și împreună cu cei din sistemul de asistență socială, le-am pus pe masă, le-am pus în analiză și am început să lucrăm pe ele. Le-am finalizat pe 7 septembrie, au fost în guvern. Acum sunt foarte aproape de finalizarea procesului legislativ. Deja raportul final este depus la plenul Camerei Deputaților, care este decizională. Prin urmare, în martie vom avea aprobat și pachetul de reforma al asistenței sociale, dar esențial este că și acesta se va baza și pe utilizarea digitalizării în serviciile publice, fiindcă avem câteva componente operaționale. În primul rând, prima constatare ca ministru a fost că asistența socială în România este fragmentată. Partea operațională a asistenței sociale se află la autoritățile locale, prin Direcțiile Generale de Asistență Socială și Protecția Copilului, prin SPAS-uri și DAS-uri, de serviciile și direcțiile de asistență socială. Partea de reglementare se află la Ministerul Muncii. Partea de plată a beneficiilor și prestațiilor de asistență socială se face prin ANEPIS, Agenția Națională de Plăți și Inspecție Socială, și partea de control se face prin Inspecția Socială, care este tot la ANEPIS. Partea de reglementare, respectiv de acreditare și licențiere, se face de Ministerul Muncii. În tot acest sistem, pe de o parte, sistemul este fragmentat, nu avem un sistem integrat de asistență socială, nu avem date care să ne conducă la niște decizii bune și nu avem coordonare între aceste sisteme. Și atunci, prima concluzie pe care am tras-o și pe care îmi doresc să o ducem mai departe, ca parte a reformei, dincolo de cum se vor schimba guvernele, cred că instituțional avem nevoie de o altă arhitectură, în care să avem un sistem integrat de management al asistenței sociale, care să reunească atât Agenția Națională de Plăți și Inspecție Socială, cât și ANPDPD, cei care răspund de partea de dizabilitate, cât și ANPDCA, cei care fac reglementare și control pe partea de copil. Apoi, foarte important este să avem date și să le avem în orice moment. Sub acest aspect, noul pachet legislativ vine cu 2 componente. Vom avea un registru național al beneficiarilor de asistență socială și de servicii sociale, astfel încât în orice moment să avem toate datele despre o persoană vulnerabilă, să știm trasabilitatea, de unde a plecat, care este aparținătorul, unde a ajuns, în ce condiții a fost îngrijit, astfel încât să poți în orice moment să cunoști statusul unei persoane vulnerabile. Și nu în ultimul rând, un registru național al furnizorilor de servicii sociale, care să permită o componentă importantă de review-uri, de feedback, astfel încât să știi de la început care este calitatea serviciilor sociale pe care le avem la un furnizor de servicii sociale, indiferent dacă este public sau privat, astfel încât atunci când tu ești un aparținător și vrei să-ți duci o persoană dragă într-un centru de servicii sociale, tu să știi unde există un grad ridicat de încredere și unde nu este un serviciu social care să aibă un nivel ridicat de încredere. Toate acestea nu vor putea fi făcute decât și cu ajutorul și folosind partea de digitalizare, algoritmare, inteligență artificială întrucundva. Și ultimul aspect pe care vreau să-l spun, lucrăm în acest moment la un proiect important, cu o valoare de utilitate enormă pentru România, se numește SNIAS, este Sistemul Național Integrat de Asistență Socială. Acest Sistem Național Integrat de Asistență Socială va reuni absolut tot ceea ce ține de partea de beneficii și prestații sociale, fiindcă de când ne naștem până murim, avem prin Agenția Națională, noi nu suntem conștienți, fiindcă vedem fiecare dintre noi, majoritatea suntem mame și vedem că primim alocația de stat pentru copil, probabil că am dat cardul la AJP-ul județean și primim bani în cont, dar nu suntem conștienți de faptul că sunt procese care vin din spate, care se fac mai mult sau mai puțin profesionist pentru ca noi să primim acești bani. Ei bine, obiectivul pe care noi, Ministerul Muncii, îl avem este ca atât cetățeanul cât și colegii noștri din ANPI să aibă o singură platformă națională unde să aplice în sistem informatic pentru a-și obține acele drepturi și beneficii pe care le au și, în același timp, toate aceste plăți să fie făcute tot integrat, astfel încât totul să fie mult mai ușor. Colegii noștri să nu mai lucreze cu o multitudine de colecții de date, respectiv de aplicații operaționale, pentru a-și desfășura activitatea. Și aceasta de foarte multe ori cu multe sincope, fiindcă acestea a arătat foarte bine mai devreme diversele etape de dezvoltare tehnologică pe care noi le-am avut și pe partea de programare și pe partea operațională și, din păcate, aceste programe sunt din ani diferiți, iar din cauza aceasta au sincope, de multe ori bazele de date nu sunt interoperabile, de foarte multe ori structura acestora, ori de hardware, ori de software, nu este upgradată, dar nici nu mai permite upgradarea acesteia și atunci ne dorim să venim cu un moment T0, care spunem noi că va fi gata la sfârșitul lui 2025, începutul lui 2026, încât să utilizăm inteligența artificială pentru ușurarea vieții fiecăruia dintre noi, în sensul de servicii publice la care ajungem mai ușor și mai rapid. Aici să știți că rezistența este foarte mare. Eu simt că în fiecare zi trebuie să facem push instituțional cumva pentru a nu fi pe deadline, pentru a ne atinge targeturile. Părerea mea este că mai avem încă foarte mult de lucrat aici și să știți că noi în public, înțeleg că majoritatea dintre dumneavoastră sunteți din privat, avem încă o mare problemă, faptul că suntem neatractivi pentru cei mai buni dintre dumneavoastră din punct de vedere al pachetului salarial. Aici va trebui să vedem cum să facem ca cei mai buni dintre dumneavoastră, în funcție de opțiunile domniilor lor, să vină să lucreze și la stat, pentru a da și statului român o șansă de a crește nivelul de competență, fiindcă nu reușim să ne mișcăm suficient de bine, după părerea mea, și suntem obligați în fiecare zi să facem push din cauza faptului că nu avem nici suficienți de buni colegi, în special pe partea aceasta de IT. Poate am fost mai sinceră decât era cazul la întâlnirea de astăzi, dar consider că ne îmbogățim unii pe ceilalți prin acest gen de evenimente și tot ce s-a spus înainte de a ajunge noi aici și a ne exprima la rândul nostru, să știți că inclusiv pe mine m-a îmbogățit, adică am avut de învățat de la... și m-am uitat cu admirație la doamnele dinaintea noastră și am zis, Doamne, dar uite câte lucruri au transmis. Și consider că dacă ne organizăm mai bine și suntem hotărâți și mai e ceva, dacă înțelegem cât de importantă e asistența socială, nici eu nu înțelegeam și poate că nici acum nu înțeleg suficient, dar cumva dacă societatea noastră reușește să fie o societate inclusivă, cred că fiecare dintre noi ne vom simți mai bine în societatea asta. Așa trebuie să arate o societate în care e speranță, în care avem grijă unii de alții, în care înțelegem că niciunul nu putem singuri și că inclusiv de asistență socială avem nevoie. Și aici de multe ori colegii noștri de la finanțe ne spun că noi, cei de la Ministerul Muncii, cheltuim prea mult, fiindcă noi avem prea multe costuri pe partea de asistență socială. Dar să știți că și aici tabloul nu este cum pare. Eu, pe implementarea venitului minim de incluziune, am mers în comunități și mi-am dat seama că sunt români care sunt captivi în sărăcie, încă, și că noi ca asta nu facem suficient pentru a-i scoate de acolo și că am venit de data aceasta cu două condiționalități. Nu mai poți să primești venit minim de incluziune dacă nu ți-ai trimis copilul la școală și dacă nu are 100% prezență copilul tău și dacă nu faci dovada că ți-ai căutat un loc de muncă prin Agenția Națională pentru Ocuparea Forței de Muncă. Adică nu rămâi acolo. Pe de altă parte, m-au speriat două situații. Avem români care după 1990 nu au lucrat nici o zi cu contract de muncă și care sunt încă captivi în sărăcie în localitățile lor, sau situații de mamă. Am întâlnit o mamă cu 4 copii care n-a lucrat nici o zi fiindcă n-a avut cine să-i crească copiii, nu avea, a rămas pentru copii, este foarte tânără acum, are în jur de 40 de ani, dar mi-a spus că n-are decât 8 clase și că nu poate să o primească nimeni. Am discutat cu colegii de la minister, astfel încât o femeie tânără, în putere și cu o instruire minimă poate să fie un foarte bun îngrijitor la domiciliu. Și atunci și acea femeie va simți că are un sens și că are un loc de muncă și că are o ocupație și din asistență socială va intra în piața muncii și își va câștiga cinstit un ban, după care va deveni pensionar fiindcă a contribuit și nu va mai fi asistent social pentru statul român. Dar toate aceste lucruri, pentru a trage niște concluzii generale, nu e suficient să meargă un ministru sau orice alt decident într-o comunitate, ci trebuie să vedem date pe ansamblu, iar acestea nu pot fi colectate și interpretate corect decât cu un sistem integrat care să folosească inteligența artificială. Îmi cer scuze pentru prea lung argument.
Deloc, și mulțumim cu toții pentru deschidere. E important să auzim din culise și fără deschiderea aceasta n-am putea face deciziile și avea toate perspectivele, pentru că, așa cum spuneți și dumneavoastră, sunt atât de multe de făcut și e nevoie de atât de multe perspective. Doamna Părială, mă deschide doamna ministru pe tema de integrare, de competențe, de cât de pregătiți suntem, ce urmează. Propun să facem un zoom out, un pas înapoi. Avem o strategie. ADR-ul are o responsabilitate imensă în sensul de implementarea, rollout-ul și așa mai departe. Ce ne puteți spune despre ce suntem pregătiți să facem acum și ce obstacole, piedici, provocări avem, de cine aveți nevoie să make it happen?
Da, într-adevăr. Da, înainte să deschid discuția despre strategia națională în domeniul inteligenței artificiale, aș vrea să complementez mesajul doamnei ministru, dar totuși să rămânem în teritoriul tehnologiei și referitor la piața muncii și având în vedere că audiența este preponderent feminină, citisem zilele trecute niște statistici care arătau că mai puțin de 30% dintre femei la nivel global lucrează sau își desfășoară activitatea în domeniul tehnologiei. Și dintre acestea, doar 11% ocupă un loc de conducere, au o funcție de conducere în domeniul tehnologiei. Apropo de piața forței de muncă și echitate de gen, cred că mai avem, apropo de statisticile pe care tocmai vi le-am prezentat, cred că mai avem mult de lucru și în acest domeniu pentru a atinge acest obiectiv de echitate de gen și pentru a asigura plată egală pentru muncă egală dezvoltată de femei versus bărbați. Dar revenind la subiectul pe care dumneavoastră l-ați pus în discuție, într-adevăr, Autoritatea pentru Digitalizarea României, în parteneriat cu Universitatea Tehnică din Cluj-Napoca și cu contribuția unor experți din domeniul inteligenței artificiale, din mediile, Academia Research and Development și, bineînțeles, mediul privat, au dezvoltat un cadru strategic național pentru implementarea inteligenței artificiale la nivel național. Cum spuneam, acest cadru strategic s-a transformat cu ajutorul Ministerului de Resort într-o strategie națională în domeniul inteligenței artificiale, care a trecut prin procesul de consultare publică și acum este în procesul de avizare interministerială și sperăm că în 2 luni de zile cel mult vom avea o strategie națională în domeniul inteligenței artificiale. De ce avem nevoie de o strategie în domeniul inteligenței artificiale? O să spuneți că administrația publică este obișnuită într-adevăr să producă hârtii multe, dar nu este și acesta cazul în domeniul inteligenței artificiale. Avem nevoie de o strategie în domeniul inteligenței artificiale pentru că, la fel ca toate celelalte state dezvoltate, și când spun celelalte state dezvoltate, fac referire în primul rând la statele europene. Aproape toate statele europene, cu excepția a 3 sau 4, și din păcate și noi facem parte din această excepție, au câte o strategie națională, fie că sunt la prima sau la a doua sau la a treia iterație, ne mai vorbim de celelalte geografii dezvoltate, cum e SUA, Canada, care au o strategie, China, bineînțeles, în domeniul inteligenței artificiale de foarte multă vreme. Deci, cum celelalte state au văzut în această tehnologie, într-o singură tehnologie, i-a văzut potențialul economic. Este tehnologia cu potențialul economic cel mai mare, cu impactul asupra valorii adăugate globale cel mai mare. Se preconizează că investițiile în domeniul inteligenței artificiale până în 2025 la nivel global vor depăși 200 de miliarde de dolari. Deci gândiți-vă care este impactul tehnologiei, cum celelalte state și-au făcut o viziune comună, unitară la nivel de țară pentru a profita, pentru a reuși să beneficieze de toate avantajele și aturile acestei tehnologii, așa trebuie să facem și noi. Practic să reușim să cumulăm toate aceste eforturi de dezvoltare și de utilizare a tehnologiei AI și în România. Într-adevăr, România, din păcate, până acum se face foarte mari eforturi pentru a se ridica la standardele europene și la tendințele europene. Și aici sectorul privat, în schimb, și mediul academic, practic, sunt în fața, în avangarda al acțiunilor în domeniul inteligenței artificiale. Din păcate, în domeniul sectorului public nu găsim această efervescență încă, dar dezvoltând această strategie în domeniul inteligenței artificiale, având o viziune unitară, națională, cum putem ranforsa eforturile pentru a beneficia de inteligența artificială și cum putem ca toate aplicațiile, toate soluțiile din domeniul inteligenței artificiale să fie utilizate într-un mod etic, responsabil, bineînțeles, pentru a putea coopta toate beneficiile economice ale inteligenței artificiale, asta ne-a condus să dezvoltăm această strategie în domeniul inteligenței artificiale. O strategie în domeniul inteligenței artificiale ne va ajuta să comunicăm mai bine cu populația, să le explicăm, pentru că este această teamă de inteligență artificială, că ne va înlocui, că ne va lua locurile de muncă, dar este sunt o grămadă de fake news-uri care ne abundă zilnic despre inteligența artificială. Deci, această strategie ne ajută să avem o comunicare eficientă, unitară
cu cetățenii, să le explicăm care sunt beneficiile, care sunt riscurile. O strategie națională ne ajută să ne plasăm mai bine ca țară pe harta țărilor care investesc în domeniul inteligenței artificiale. O strategie națională ne ajută să stabilim arhitectura guvernanței instituționale care urmează să gestioneze inteligența artificială. De asta este foarte important să avem această strategie națională pe care, cum spuneam, sperăm să o avem adoptată în următoarele 2 luni. Și evident, această strategie națională pune tema și încearcă să liniștească îngrijorările privind lipsa locurilor de muncă. Citeam zilele trecute un raport al World Economic Forum care spunea că până în 2025 locurile de muncă privind analyst data, machine learning, specialist, cyber security specialist vor crește, deci necesarul de aceste locuri de muncă va crește cu 30%. Deci să nu ne îngrijorăm că ne înlocuiește inteligența artificială sau că ne vom pierde locurile de muncă, ci trebuie să ne facem upskilling, reskilling și să ne adaptăm tehnologie, să îmbrățișăm această tehnologie, să-i vedem toate valențele pozitive, bineînțeles, utilizând într-un mod etic și responsabil, dar să reușim să scoatem ce e mai bun din această tehnologie. Mulțumesc!
Mulțumesc și eu. Și vă întreb aici, până ne îndreptăm și pe tema securității cibernetice, aveți un exemplu în care ADR-ul a implementat sau a lucrat cu sectorul privat pentru serviciile publice? Există un proiect, există o idee și ce vă trebuie, ce aveți nevoie din sectorul privat să
în
faceți?
Domeniul inteligenței artificiale?
Da.
Da, din păcate, cum spuneam și cum spunea și doamna ministru, sectorul public este puțin mai reticent în adoptarea inteligenței artificiale, dar pentru că are și anumite provocări. În primul rând știm foarte bine că sectorul public, exact cum a amintit doamna ministru, se confruntă cu o lipsă de talente specializate în domeniul inteligenței artificiale. Sectorul public face puține investiții în domeniul research and development în AI. Sectorul public, într-adevăr, este reticent și nu este încă pregătit să adopte use case-uri în AI, astfel încât să poată să capteze toate beneficiile acestei tehnologii. Dar sectorul public este dator să considere și să adreseze această schimbare de paradigmă a universului privacy-ului, a security risk, a aspectelor de etică, astfel încât această tehnologie să fie utilizată într-un mod responsabil și etic, cum spuneam. Într-adevăr, ADR are 2 exemple de utilizare a inteligenței artificiale. Ne mândrim că avem primul Digital Policy Lab în care avem o platformă de analiză date calitative și cantitative cu ajutorul machine learning care să ne ajute să dezvoltăm politici publice mult mai bune. Știți foarte bine că orice decizie trebuie luată având la dispoziție date calitative și cantitative pentru a putea să iei o decizie în cunoștință de cauze. Asta facem noi la Digital Policy Lab, în urma unor analize, deci este o platformă în care inserăm tot felul de date și reușim să le analizăm atât cantitativ cât și calitativ cu această platformă. Odată, Digital Policy Lab. Și al doilea exemplu de utilizare a inteligenței artificiale în administrație publică, cred că foarte mulți dintre dumneavoastră îl cunosc, este consilierul Ion al primului ministru. Consilierul Ion, care este un robot care se și dezvoltă acum și fiind legat la datele din catalogul serviciilor publice pe care ADR le-a dezvoltat, și Ion poate să-ți spună acum, în momentul în care vrei să știi cum ți se eliberează pașaportul, în ce condiții, care este taxa, poate să-ți dea toate aceste informații referitoare la serviciile publice pe care statul le oferă. Astea ar fi 2 exemple care vin acum în minte referitoare la modul în care administrația publică a știut să utilizeze tehnologia AI în interesul îmbunătățirii calității și vitezei serviciilor publice.
Vă mulțumesc, doamnă. Alexandra, chiar această reticență, mă întreb, ascultând-o pe doamna Pârâială, cât din această reticență se datorează oare și temerilor de cyber breaches, securitate cibernetică, și la nivelul Directoratului Național, care este approach-ul vostru când vine vorba de imaginarea, visarea serviciilor publice administrative care au AI la inimă, așa? La ce vă gândiți și la ce lucrați din punctul ăsta de vedere?
În primul rând, aș vrea să încep totuși și cu un sumar a ceea ce au zis antevorbitoarele mele, pentru că, într-adevăr, există foarte puține femei care sunt în data science, în domenii de tehnologie, dar totodată există și alte studii care spun că 42% dintre oameni își aleg domeniul de activitate în funcție de modelele pe care le văd acolo și de obicei aceste modele se bazează pe modele de gen. Faptul că ne-am adunat aici, faptul că suntem aici, nu înseamnă decât faptul că suntem un exemplu pentru doamnele care vin în urma noastră și care își aleg o carieră în tehnologie și în data science. Iar în ceea ce privește approach-ul pe care îl avem în ceea ce privește AI-ul, am putea spune că noi încă de la începutul anului trecut, de când a apărut prima dată modelele generative de text, am dat un comunicat de presă în care am încercat să avertizăm populația că că fraudele online pot fi mult mai specializate. În general, înainte de AI, era foarte simplu să-ți dai seama dacă un e-mail este un scam sau dacă există un anumit atac, pentru că atacatorii nu erau întotdeauna români, făceau foarte multe greșeli gramaticale, ceea ce nu se mai întâmplă de foarte multe ori cu atacurile care există în ziua de azi, pentru că AI-ul ajută foarte mult în crearea de mesaje, ajută mult în răspândirea acestora sau ajută mult în targetare, dar noi la directorat avem mai multe metode prin care încercăm să ținem populația informată și încercăm să ținem cetățenii cât mai informați cu putință, să știe cam la ce atacuri se supun, să afle care sunt metodele prin care ei pot să le prevină. Ca să fac o mică paralelă, în ceea ce privește protecția datelor și AI, este ca și când ai plecat de acasă și ai lăsat ușa casei complet deschisă. Automat te supui unui risc mult mai mare ca un străin să intre la tine în casă. E același lucru și cu datele, doar că trebuie să știm lucrurile la care trebuie să fim atenți, să avem un antivirus instalat, să nu accesăm diverse linkuri. Avem campanii de informare în fiecare joi, în care postăm pe site-ul directoratului care sunt știrile cyber ale săptămânii. Și dacă sunt atacuri sau tentative de phishing sau de malware în mediul online, noi le postăm în timp real. Le postăm pe LinkedIn, pe Facebook, pe Instagram, pe X. Încercăm să fim cât mai prezenți în așa fel încât să informăm oamenii cât mai bine. Totodată lucrăm la un ghid care este despre deepfake și AI, care să poată să ajute populația să identifice mult mai bine astfel de tentative. Suntem în legătură cu multe platforme sociale, în special în zona de AI și deepfake, pentru că au fost foarte multe tentative de deepfake cu persoane publice cărora li s-a folosit identitatea ca să păcălească oameni, ca să convingă cetățeni cinstiți să investească în diverse scheme dubioase. Și atunci asta este o foarte mare problemă pe care noi încercăm să o combatem și să învățăm oamenii cum pot să le detecteze și cum pot să fie atenți la astfel de tentative de atac.
Mulțumesc. Și în cadrul de astăzi, ChatGPT a apărut și a luat totul ca un val la sfârșitul anului 2022 și dintr-o dată sunt 4 competitori și fiecare companie mare de tech lansează o nouă platformă de generative AI. Cum poate securitatea cibernetică să țină pasul și să facă cumva față în această dinamică, în acest ritm? Ce sfaturi există pentru cei care încearcă să implementeze la nivel de servicii publice, deci ceva complex, sisteme, și ce putem învăța și din agilitatea la nivel de consumator?
Există o teorie a evoluției tehnologiei care spune că odată la o anumită perioadă capacitatea tehnologică se dublează. Atunci când a apărut prima dată teoria aceasta, era în 65 și durata era undeva la 2 ani. Acum, după cum ați menționat în exemplul de mai devreme, de la un singur generator de text avem deja 4 mari competitori. Evoluția este fulminantă. Dar să nu uităm că inteligența artificială, în primul rând, este o unealtă. În același mod în care un bucătar poate să facă minuni cu un cuțit, așa și cei care își doresc să implementeze securitate cibernetică într-un mod sigur pot să facă minuni cu ea. Și există foarte multe moduri prin care inteligența artificială poate să ajute la securitate cibernetică. Dacă implementezi un model de AI care să îți detecteze patternuri din trecut și să vadă care au fost cele mai vulnerabile locuri, poate să-ți detecteze unde anume poate să se întâmple un atac, iar tu poți să previi acest lucru. Poți să analizeze anumite tipare ale utilizatorului, astfel încât în momentul în care acele tipare se schimbă, să tragă un semnal de alarmă că există o posibilitate să existe un atac. Pot să analizeze diverse stranduri care pot să detecteze dacă există anumite noi tipuri de virus. Poate să-ți facă analiza unui program, astfel încât să elimine din timp acele zero-day exploits. Și atunci, dacă folosim inteligența artificială într-un corect, de bună credință, așa cum a fost ea intenționată să fie folosită atunci când a fost inventată, avem toate șansele să facem lucruri extraordinar de bune cu ea. Și da, o putem folosi și ca să ne protejăm.
Îmi place nota asta de optimism. Sigur.
Să știți că sunt obligată să plec, fiindcă la 12 avem ședințe de guvern, dar nu vreau să plec nepoliticos înainte de a vă mulțumi pentru împărtășirea tuturor ideilor pe care astăzi le-am pus în comun aici și pentru posibilitatea de a mă exprima eu însă. Și cu privire la piața muncii, un singur aspect aș vrea să subliniez. Consider că pentru a avea de unde să plătim pensii și salarii mai bune, este foarte important, fundamental, să avem o piață a muncii mai puternică. Dar piața muncii din România este o piață a muncii deficitară. Dacă acum 10-15 ani am fi întrebat angajatorii, probabil răspunsul majorității acestora era acela că cea mai mare problemă pe care o au este fiscalitatea. Astăzi, angajatorii spun că cea mai mare problemă pe care o au o reprezintă piața forței de muncă și faptul că aceasta este deficitară și este nevoie de mai multă forță de muncă calificată. Pentru asta, Ministerul Muncii, prin Agenția Națională pentru Ocuparea Forței de Muncă, are deja, de la sfârșitul lui decembrie anul trecut, un mecanism de anticipare a nevoilor pieței muncii, care este tot un instrument care se bazează pe principii de inteligență artificială. Este vorba despre Reconnect, un sistem care aduce la un loc ceea ce a format sistemul de educație din România, ceea ce formează cei din învățământul dual și cu ceea ce cer angajatorii, astfel încât, punând împreună cererea cu oferta, să avem datele necesare pentru a trage concluzii cu privire la piața muncii din România, a anticipa nevoile și a veni cu politici publice corecte. Și nu în ultimul rând, aș vrea să știți că, împreună cu colegii de la Banca Mondială, aici doamna Ștefania Andreescu va putea dezvolta subiectul, fiindcă o să-i predau ștafeta, o să o rog pe doamna director să rămână și în continuare, în funcție de topic, să venim și cu contribuția Ministerului Muncii la discuție. Lucrăm pentru un instrument de skills matching, un instrument care să ne ajute să trecem de la CV-ul unei persoane către potențialul unei persoane și de a duce de asemenea împreună, de a potrivi care este cariera, care este vocația și ce cere piața de așa manieră încât să le compatibilizăm cât mai profesionist. Și pe reskilling și upskilling să știți că lucrăm și vom veni cu proiecte foarte concrete și considerăm noi necesare și angajaților și angajatorilor. Până acum ați auzit de programe de genul ucenicie, primul loc de muncă, dar de fiecare dată plătite de la bugetul de stat. Ambiția noastră este să reușim și cred că am reușit deja, suntem foarte avansați aici, cu fonduri europene, să venim în zona de finanțare pentru asta, dar pe lângă asta vom lansa un program care va finanța upskilling-ul pe partea de competențe verzi, competențe digitale și competențe lingvistice, astfel încât, beneficiind de aceste vouchere, noi, fiecare dintre noi, să putem să ne îmbunătățim competențele, sigur, cu o finanțare care vine din bani europeni. Considerăm că este mult mai bine să ne ridicăm competențele, iar angajatorii să ne plătească mai bine fiindcă suntem mai buni, decât să venim cu politici publice în care facem push pe partea de salarizare, dar în care nu avem o corelare foarte bună între competențe și ceea ce primim sau dăm, sau o corelare între politica publică de salarizare și politica privată de salarizare. Nu trebuie, e foarte bine că am avut 2 milioane de români în salariu minim, anul trecut aveam 1.500.000, de anul ăsta avem 1.200.000, dar și așa mi se pare foarte mult. Deci avem 6.700.000 de contracte de muncă și 5.700.000 de angajați aproximativ. Ca 1.200.000, circa 1.200.000 să fie azi când vorbim în salariu minim, din 5.700.000 mi se pare foarte mult. În același timp, push-ul pe angajator nu trebuie să fie acela pe care oricum codul muncii îl are acum, că nu poți să ții mai mult de 2 ani un angajat pe salariu minim, ci trebuie să fie acela de a-i crește competențele angajatului, astfel încât angajatorul, care este oricum primul interesat să aibă stabilitate la locul de muncă, să fie interesat să-l recompenseze, să-i ofere o remunerație corectă. Eu vă mulțumesc pentru oportunitatea de a vă împărtăși astăzi câteva gânduri. Vă spun că ne străduim și că în Ministerul Muncii, da, suntem mai multe doamne decât domni. Lucrul acesta cred că într-un fel ne dă energie și creativitate. Avem mare nevoie de IT-ști în Ministerul Muncii, dar mare, nu pot să o cuprind în cuvinte, mare nevoie de IT-ști, e o problemă pe care o avem. Am lucrat și cu ONG-uri uneori când ne-am simțit depășiți, nu ne-a fost rușine să spunem asta, au făcut asta pro bono și vreau să le mulțumesc public celor de la Code for Romania care de foarte multe ori ne-au sprijinit, dar nevoile noastre continuă și dacă vreunul dintre dumneavoastră considerați voluntar că vreți să puneți ceva în comun, să știți că suntem deschiși la orice ofertă și din perspectiva asta chiar suntem în mare nevoie. Și mi s-a spus mai devreme că profesia de data scientist nu este în core, să știți că vă stăm noi la dispoziție, fiindcă îmi doresc să reglementăm meseriile prezentului și viitorului și core-ul să fie cu adevărat un organism viu care reflectă necesitățile pe piața forței de muncă pentru care noi vă stăm la dispoziție. Vă mulțumesc din tot sufletul și vă doresc numai bine. Să reușim!
Vă mulțumim. Da, sigur. Da. O să profităm cât putem de toată informația din partea dânsei. Mulțumim, doamna ministru, și succes cu ședința. Doamna Andreescu, chiar pe tema fondurilor europene și în contextul actului AI, tocmai s-a adoptat. Din perspectiva dumneavoastră, lucrând în programe și inițiative, a deblocat ceva sau deblochează ceva pentru cum cere România sau cum face un pitch de sprijin în sensul programelor pe care le-a menționat și doamna, ce legătură există și vă influențează? Și chiar pe tema actului AI o să revin cu aceeași întrebare tuturor. Ce înseamnă de acum înainte fiind adoptat?
Mulțumesc! Ajută enorm de mult, exact din perspectiva barierelor care au fost mai devreme amintite. Rezistența enormă pe care noi o întâmpinăm în structurile birocratice de a veni cu instrumente noi, inovative, pentru a implementa viziunea, decizia politică pe care o avem. Ca să revin la exemplul de reformă al doamnei ministru mai devreme, avem acum reglementat principiul finanțarea urmează beneficiarul, adică avem o sumă de bani, intră în sistem, merge spre un anumit beneficiar, spre deosebire de varianta trecută. Acum vedem și ce se întâmplă cu acești bani și anume cum se traduce în creșterea calității vieții beneficiarilor. Acest lucru evident că ne ajută pe mai departe să facem evidence-based policies, să facem bugete multianuale, ceea ce până acum ceva vreme, chiar un an, doi, era un deziderat așa pe termen foarte lung. Evident că nu vom putea face aceste lucruri pe dosare cu pix și hârtie sau mai inovativ în Excel, cum se întâmplă în mare parte. Este adevăr, acum trebuie să ne ferim să le exprimăm. Evident că avem nevoie de instrumente de inteligență artificială. Acest act ne ajută foarte mult ca noi să avem legitimitatea de a promova mai departe în structurile de implementare acest nou tip, pentru că am avut de foarte multe ori surpriza, uneori chiar foarte mulți din colegii mei să confunde cumva cutuma cu reglementarea locală. Așa s-a făcut până acum, de ce să schimbăm? Chiar dacă nu este. Și atunci, având efectiv acest instrument legal, ne dă nouă mai multe instrumente pentru a face acel push de care vorbea doamna ministru, pentru a merge mai departe cu implementarea acestor noi viziuni.
Mulțumesc mult. Doamna Păriale, ce deschide, ce orizonturi sau ce provocări aduce actul?
Da, în primul rând aș vrea să fac o contextualizare și nu știu câți dintre dumneavoastră știu ce aduce această reglementare. Prima piesă de legislație care reglementează inteligența artificială la nivel global. Deci Uniunea Europeană este prima jurisdicție unde AI este reglementat. Acest act normativ european pus pe masa discuției de Comisia Europeană încă din aprilie 2021, deci au trecut 3 ani până când a fost adoptat, practic aduce o abordare bazată pe risc. Ce spune în câteva cuvinte acest act? Spune așa: în momentul în care o companie lansează pe piață un produs sau o soluție care înglobează inteligența artificială, are obligația întâi să se supună legislației înainte de legislației în cauză, înainte să o lanseze pe piață. Orientarea este bazată pe risc, adică actul normativ împarte în 4 categorii de risc sistemele de inteligență artificială. Cele care sunt cu risc ridicat, cam asta este marea problemă și foarte dezbătută la nivelul Uniunii Europene, trebuie să treacă prin niște certificări făcute de către organismele de certificare la nivel european înainte să fie lansate pe piață. Deci, practic, Comisia Europeană și toate statele membre și-au pus problema ce se întâmplă după ce o astfel de soluție, un astfel de produs este lansat pe piață și este utilizat la nivel pe scară largă de către populație. Și din perspectiva asta derivă diferite obligații, din perspectiva riscului, cum spuneam, risc minim sau fără niciun risc, risc minim, risc mediu și risc ridicat. În funcție de aceste categorii de risc pe care le încubă fiecare soluție dezvoltată, există niște obligații pe care companiile trebuie să și le însușească, inclusiv incubă aici taxe de certificare și înainte să le lanseze pe piață. Deci cam asta spune în mare actul și de asemenea actul propune ca la nivelul fiecărui stat membru să existe o instituție, fie o instituție nou creată, fie empower o instituție existentă, da? Care să supravegheze comportamentul pieței în domeniul inteligenței artificiale și care să superviseze implementarea regulamentului. Cum spuneam, au fost 3 ani de negocieri și au fost numeroase provocări privind reglementarea. În primul rând, principala provocare privind reglementarea a fost dată de viteza dezvoltării soluțiilor de inteligență artificială și, cum bine știți, viteza cu care aceste soluții de inteligență artificială se dezvoltă lasă mult în urmă cadrul de reglementare. Și aici vă dau acel exemplu pe care l-a dat și colega de la Directoratul de Securitate Cibernetică, Generative AI. ChatGPT-ul. ChatGPT-ul a apărut în al 2-lea sau al 3-lea trimestru din 2022, când deja legislația europeană despre care vă vorbeam că tocmai s-a adoptat era în plină dezvoltare, adică era într-un stadiu de elaborare foarte avansat. Și există acum foarte multe critici după ce s-a adoptat că a tratat destul de slăbuță această reglementare privind modelele largi de limbaj, cum sunt ChatGPT. Deci asta este o provocare. O altă provocare a fost adusă de faptul că AI-ul ca tehnologie are foarte multe capabilități cu impact diferit asupra societății și asupra oamenilor. Deci există o multitudine și din aceste multitudini regulamentul ar trebui să se focuseze pe cele care ridică problema eticii, a apărării drepturilor omului, partea de problema securității, problema e-privacy, problema operaționării infrastructurilor critice. Deci a tratat din toate aceste capabilități acele elemente care tratează aspectele pe care tocmai le-am menționat. Bineînțeles, multitudinea de stakeholder implicați în acest debate și în reglementare iar a adus o provocare majoră în reglementare. Da? De asemenea, s-a încercat în același timp să se găsească balanța între o reglementare impusă și un self-regulatory approach, da? Pe care înainte companiile îl aplicau, da? Și când singure își făceau propriile reguli privind platformele online, de exemplu. Dar asta a dus la foarte multă pierdere de privacy, foarte multă dezinformare, distorsionarea pieței și atunci a fost nevoie să găsim acest echilibru între reglementare pentru apărarea drepturilor omului, dar în același timp să nu blocăm investițiile în inteligența artificială, să nu blocăm inovația. Practic asta a încercat să facă regulamentul. Nu știm cât de bine a reușit, vom vedea în momentul implementării. Și nu în ultimul rând, cum spuneam, o nouă provocare a fost de a crea o arhitectură a guvernanței foarte clară, adică să știm exact care sunt instituțiile care o să superviseze implementarea acestui regulament sau implementarea sau supervizarea comportamentului pieții, care sunt instituțiile, care vor fi organismele de certificare. Deci toată această arhitectură guvernamentală care trebuie pusă in place de către autoritățile locale, centrale, de către guvernele statelor membre, ceea ce și noi trebuie să facem într-un timp cât de scurt posibil.
Mulțumesc foarte mult și pentru contextualizare. Cred că a fost foarte important și interesant pentru public. Din perspectiva directoratului și foarte interesant și din punct de vedere al dezinformării și ce aduce actul și cum combatem.
Așa cum a spus și colega mea mai devreme, actul AI se bazează mai mult pe partea de risc. Și se face acest lucru pentru că e cumva vizionar. Nu știi efectiv ce anume poate să mai apară. Evoluția tehnologiei este într-un ritm extraordinar de rapid. Și atunci nu știi ce alte programe pot să apară, ce alte riscuri, care sunt riscurile care acele programe pot să le pună pentru cetățeni. Motivul pentru care s-a mers pe acest approach care merge fix să nu facă aia, să nu facă aia, este tocmai pentru chestia asta de protecție. Și s-au dat niște guideline-uri destul de mari. Și o să vă dau un exemplu ca să înțelegem mai bine de ce anume s-a mers în direcția aceasta. În anul 2016, dacă mi-amintesc bine, Microsoft a lansat un cont de Twitter care îl lăsa să învețe de la utilizatorii Twitter și să învețe de pe Twitter. În 24 de ore au trebuit să-l închidă pentru că acel robot avea diverse înclinații spre rasism, sexism și alte lucruri unde nu vrem să ajungem. Am menționat mai devreme că AI nu este decât un instrument. Trebuie să avem foarte mare grijă ce îl învățăm. Este practic un copil. Noi îi scriem codul de la zero și trebuie să avem grijă să nu interpreteze lucrurile pe care noi le scriem într-un mod prost. Dacă se întâmplă asta, atunci ajungem la riscurile care au fost prevăzute în AI Act. Cele care sunt untolerable risks și high risks. Cele care sunt cele mai grave, ca să le zic așa. Printre riscurile care sunt complet intolerabile sunt acelea de clasificare a cetățenilor bazat pe, nu știu, anumite criterii sau sunt acelea de discriminare. Sunt efectiv lucruri pe care nu ne permitem ca inteligența artificială să o facă. Vrem efectiv să nu fie biased într-o direcție sau în alta. Vrem să ne asigurăm că modelul după care învață, bazele de date după care învață au o anumită sănătate, ca să le spun așa. Nu, dacă mai... Exact. Nu știu dacă mai sunt anumite completări sau întrebări de la colegile mele.
Cred că totul pe actul AI și sunt atâtea de străbătut, cu siguranță în implementarea de acum înainte vor fi discuțiile și reflectarea necesară asupra pașilor. Mulțumesc foarte mult! Pentru că ne apropiem de sfârșit, aș vrea doar să invit acest panel excepțional, în special din perspectiva liderilor și femeilor care stau în spatele unor decizii și principii atât de importante, pentru care de cele mai multe ori nu este timp să ai toate informațiile, să întrebi, să consulți întregul public și așa mai departe. Vreau să vă invit în 30 de secunde fiecare să împărtășiți cu publicul o perspectivă, un sfat din partea femeii lider la cârma acestor decizii importante în legătură cu AI și tehnologia în genere, cu ce vreți să lăsați publicul și poate tinere, doamne, orice vârstă care vor să participe ca cetățeni activi în aceste decizii. Încep cu dumneavoastră, doamne.
Mulțumesc. În evenimente foarte multe de genul acesta vorbim să promovăm Europa inclusivă, sustenabilă, inteligentă. Vorbim foarte mult de Europa sustenabilă, vorbim foarte mult despre Europa inteligentă. Trebuie însă să ne amintim că avem și o Europa inclusivă, care într-adevăr este un scop, dar este și un mijloc pentru a crește foarte, foarte mult. Incluziunea și diversitatea sunt un pool extraordinar de important, dar și overlooked de foarte multe ori pentru inovare. Noi, doamnele, fetele, femeile, de foarte multe ori am beneficiat de acest push din perspectiva diversității și mai ales în anumite domenii cheie care au fost supuse unei segregări mai soft sau mai hard din perspectiva de gen. Și atunci sfatul meu ar fi ca noi la rândul nostru să contribuim mai departe la promovarea acestui exemplu de promovarea incluziunii și a diversității, pentru ca la rândul nostru cele care vin în urma noastră să beneficieze de calea bătătorită de noi. Mulțumesc!
Da, mă gândeam acum cu ce aș închide ca mesaj, nu neapărat din perspectiva Women in Tech, ci din perspectiva unei viziuni optimiste a ceea ce înseamnă inteligența artificială și adoptarea inteligenței artificiale, pentru că, după cum bine știm, fiecare tehnologie are un scop și dintre toate tehnologiile, inteligența artificială pare că ne oferă cea mai spectaculoasă promisiune de transformare și de evoluție a vieții noastre, pentru că este legată de inovație și de creativitate. Ori noi, femeile, eu cred că asta este trăsătura și caracteristica noastră principală, de a inova, de a fi creative. Și totuși adoptarea și efortul unor femei în această muncă de inovație și de creație în domeniul inteligenței artificiale, cred că poate să fie un element care diferențiază foarte mult în această perspectivă și în această lume a tehnologiilor. Și nu în ultimul rând vreau să vă prezint o perspectivă pe care am auzit-o recent și cu care rezonez foarte mult la forumul World Government Forum la Dubai, care a avut loc în februarie și unde au fost cei mai importanți lideri la nivel mondial în domeniul inteligenței artificiale, iar un vicepreședinte al unei companii lider la nivel mondial în domeniul inteligenței artificiale a spus așa: nu vă mai temeți și nu vă mai faceți griji, pentru că munca în domeniul inteligenței artificiale, astfel încât aceasta să ajungă la nivelul inteligenței umane, este foarte, foarte mare și mai avem mult de parcurs, mult timp și un drum foarte lung de parcurs până vom ajunge acolo. Și argumentele lui erau foarte simple. Investițiile actuale în domeniul inteligenței artificiale se fac masiv în generative AI, adică în text, în large language models, da? Deci în partea de text, deci din partea de limbaj și text care aparține inteligenței umane, și în domestic robots, adică în roboți care fac și înlocuiesc activitățile repetitive ale oamenilor. Dar în universul acesta imens al inteligenței umane, vă dați seama că aceste două piese, text, limbaj și acțiuni repetitive, sunt doar două piese foarte mici, deci don't worry, embrace the technology. Evident, utilizați-le cu responsabilitate și într-o manieră etică, dar inteligența artificială nu face decât să complementeze și să ajute inteligența umană, nu să o înlocuiască. Mulțumesc!
Two key takeaways după acest panel. În primul rând, din perspectivă de securitate cibernetică, s-a menționat foarte mult și s-au adresat și acele frici care vorbeau despre faptul că inteligența artificială o să ne ia joburile. Pot să spun din perspectiva securității cibernetice că există mult mai multe joburi care s-au creat acum pe domeniu și, în ultimul rând, eu am început acest panel cu o statistică și am zis că 42% dintre persoane tind să meargă într-un anumit domeniu datorită modelelor pe care le au acolo. Și vreau să ne uităm în jur și să ne mândrim că suntem printre persoanele care pot la un moment dat să devină role model pentru alte femei și datorită nouă putem spune că am creat o cale altor femei care își încep acum cariera.
Așa ne place să încheiem pe o notă optimistă. Mulțumesc panelului și doamnei ministru care a plecat. Mulțumim foarte mult pentru timp, pentru deschidere. Mulțumim și publicului pentru atenție. Sunt foarte multe informații de digerat, dar sunt și foarte multe perspective care merită ascultate. Nu vă fie frică să întrebați, nu vă fie frică să luați legătura. Există mail-uri. Aș vrea să cred că, uite, n-am convenit de la început, dar aș vrea să cred că toată lumea de aici, de pe scenă și în cursul zilei de azi va fi deschisă follow-up-ului. Luați legătura, participați, întrebați unde nu se știe, pentru că la fel de fapt facem și noi și face toată lumea dacă vrem să ieșim învingători și campioni ai tehnologiei. Mulțumim mult și enjoy the rest of the day.
The officials from public administration, thank you very much for coming, for your thoughts, for your insights. So it was an honor, and this debate can be considered a valuable one for all of us. Now, I want to give the floor to Mariana Ungureanu, WIDS Romania Ambassador, in order to lead the WIDS Romania Datathon ceremony.
Thank you, Tatiana. So, Datathon ceremony, looking so much forward to it. This year was very successful for Romania, as I told you when I started the conference, number 6 at global level. So honored and so proud. It was an international competition started by Stanford in 2015. This is the 3rd year that Romania is participating. So, Challenge 1 started on January 9th and finished on March 1st. It focused on a prediction task using record dataset representing patients and their characteristics, their diagnosis, breast cancer, and treatment information, their geodemographic data, as well as toxic air quality that tie health outcomes to environmental conditions. So, for this contest, the task was to assess whether the probability of a patient's diagnosis period up to 90 days could be predicted using these characteristics and information. And we had overall, at global level, 670 teams and 1,542 competitors participating in this competition, Romania being represented by 23 teams from 7 universities and private sector. Romania placed WIDS Datathon leaderboard between number 6 at global level and 643. So, in accordance with the regulation of participation WIDS Romania Datathon 2023, developed by think tank 360, the NGO that brought this contest to Romania, I would like to announce the first 6 winning teams from Romania as follows. So, the winners are OMV Petrom, 1st, 2nd, and 5th place. Ava Research, 3rd place. Bucharest Academy of Economic Studies, 4th place. And Gheorghe Asache Technical University of Iași, 6th place. Sorry. Okay, so prizes are provided by the sponsors Unica, Hervis, NIT Medical City, Andrei Pavel Association, and Adara Spa for teams' contribution in enhancing the image of Romania at global level in the field of data science. Prizes include insurance policies, medical subscriptions, vouchers, and sports equipment. Okay, so now I would like to invite on the stage the first winner for Romania, Team Why Not, represented by Cristina Daniela Nicolaescu, OMV Petrom. Cristina, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Just a second. Can you try if it works?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Mariana. I'm very grateful because you brought this competition in Romania, and you have a great merit for this prize, actually, because you promoted this competition for us. And I would like to thank my company, my team, actually, because I have to say this is not a personal result, it's a team result. So,
one question from my side: what motivated you to participate in this contest?
Passion and challenges. I like challenges.
Passions and challenges.
I'm
awesome.
A very competitive person.
Very competitive. Okay, challenges. Perfect. Thank you very much, Cristina. Thank you. Okay, I invite on the stage the second winner, Team S Revival of the Fittest, OMV Petrom Romania, represented by Simona Elena Grădinaru and Raluca Florentina Stanciu. Congratulations, ladies. One question from my side. how important is the role of data scientist today, and why did you choose to be a data scientist?
I guess I can speak for the both of us that we chose a data science career for its impact that it has on the organizations, on business processes, on literally everything. So not having an impact would be very demotivating for us, and we're glad to be participating in such tremendous initiatives and, of course, results.
Thank you. An honor for us as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The third winner team is our research, composed by Vanessa Mercea, Ioana Lazia, Mihai C. Medrea, Darius Chifor. They are from Cluj. So we have Anca Goron here representing the team. Thank you very much, Anca. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, one question for you, because it's your team, even though you're not part of the team, is the team from your company. What is the goal for the next WIDS Datathon?
Well, the next edition is going to be, for sure, one in which we are going to be number one, hopefully.
Awesome.
So, OMB, watch out. Thank you. No, but we are very honored to participate every year, and each new member of my team is going to pass the test, which is participating in the Datathon. It's a must in my company, and I make sure that everyone has a chance to prove their skills in data science, and for this we want to thank WIDS and the Datathon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I invite on the stage the fourth winner of Romania, ASE and MNT Statistics from Bucharest Academy of Economic Studies, represented by Alexandra Paula Moise, Dana Ștefania Morait, Florentina Alexandra Toader, and Aura Mihaela Trache. Lovely ladies, lovely students, honored to meet you in person. I will have two questions for you, so you decide who will be the voice of the team. First question is, what was the most difficult for you?
I think that the most difficult thing was juggling both master's courses and the job in parallel.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What does data science mean to you, and why do you foresee it as a future potential career? Why do you think it's important? Just a personal answer. In Datathon is the contest that wants to empower junior and senior, or maybe with zero background on data science, to join this effort at global level, where you have tons of possibilities to work with real data, right? Because from data science perspective, missing the real data is an issue. So nevertheless, Stanford works every year and gives this opportunity through this contest to provide the real data, right, on a real use case. So it empowers, basically, somehow, if you didn't know if you want to be a future data scientist, but you somehow think that it will be a potential career for you, you want to be part of it, or you want to learn from it, or you can want to see what you can do with data, right? So my question is, what was in it for you to be part of this contest? Why data science? What does it mean for you?
Well, we are in the data science masters, of course, and that was a challenge for us. Not because we are women, and because we want to do something else, not to just, I don't know, management or something like this. We want to go out to go out of our comfort zone.
Perfect.
Like this.
Perfect. Well, if going out from comfort zone is coming from a student, I think that the future of Romania is very, very brightful. Thank you very much, and congratulations again. Okay, so I invite on the stage the fifth winner. It's Mihaela Nicoleta Dobre, OMV Petrom Romania. I'm waiting for the winner. Okay, so until the winner comes, then I invite on the stage the sixth winner of Romania, Tu Iași Bitium, from Gheorghe Asache Technical University of Iași, represented by Gabriel Moisa, Bianca Haidău, Dan Florin Necula, Lavinia Monica Rotariu. Welcome on stage. Thank you. You've came a long way from Iași. I really appreciate. And I do know that you go back this evening. And I know for you tomorrow morning at 8 in the morning, I know you start the courses. So really appreciate your effort being here. And congratulations again for this amazing result. So I have two questions for you. So my first question would be, what did Datathon mean to you?
For us, it meant a big opportunity that we put into practice what we learn in a short time. And we are very happy that we have this experience now, and we are proud of it.
Awesome. Next question, and I will invite the gentleman. It's a half-half team. What does a data science career mean? Even though you don't know if you'll be a data scientist, but as of this moment, we've talked about data science a lot, AI, implementation, and so on, the background of it. What do you think a data science career or a data science background would mean from a student perspective in the future years?
As a second-year student at Technical University of Iași, it's my first time participating in this competition, and I think in the future I will lead a career in data science because I developed a passion for it, and I think I'll do a great job working as a data engineer.
Oh my God, congratulations. Nevertheless, this contest was amazing because we are talking about real data, right? And you literally, with your prediction model, you could predict in less than 90 days, all the winning teams, they could predict in less than 90 days how it is to be able to see which patients are having cancer. So it's amazing. It's real data, real patients. So congratulations again. Thank you very much for honoring us here on the stage. Thank you. So, to remember the ceremony and event, I would like to invite all the winners outside to make a group picture. Let's give, please, one last applause to all of them. Congratulations, OMV Petrom, for being literally the leader of top 10 Romania and number 6 at global level. Congratulations again. And I am announcing now a coffee break, and I will wait you here at 12:50. Well, okay? Thank you very much.
Îndrăgostește-te, dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică, și și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online. Fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente. Ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te. Dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică. Și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online. Fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente. Ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te. Dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică, și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online. Fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente. Ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te. Dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică, și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online. Fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente. Ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te. Dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și pune-ți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică. Și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online. Fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente. Ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te. Dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică. Și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online. Fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente. Ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Dear live and online audience, thank you for being with us. We continue our live session and we are moving to our second panel dedicated to AI legal framework. AI has passed its first steps when it needed maximum freedom to develop. The period of active, uncontrolled development of AI is coming to an end. Last week, the European Parliament adopted AI Act, the first ever comprehensive legal framework on AI worldwide. Fundamental rights, safety, and ethical principles being the core of this document. Will this act put the end to the uncontrolled development of AI? Let's find together an answer from our national and international experts. I am really glad to present moderator of this panel, Veronica Ștefan, AI expert, Council of Europe. Veronica is a professional with more than 70 years of experience in education, policy, and new technologies. Her recent activity includes contributes to digital policy research on the social impact of artificial intelligence, new technologies, development of digital competencies for educational and youth actors. Since 2017, she has been working as expert for different Council of Europe initiatives related to AI. Veronica, I invite you on the stage. This panel could not be possible to carry out without amazing ladies. I want to invite on the stage the Scientific Director, ICE București, Carmen Elena Cârnu. MBSC Ambassador and Advisor Hypercycle, Maria Marenko. Right. Head of Department Data Protection, OMV Petrom, Olguța Totolici. And Head of Compliance Advanced Analytic Department, BCR, Ana Maria Iacobici. Dear moderator, dear speakers, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tatiana. I hope that technology is working, right? Let us know if there is some problem. Well, I was tempted to say good morning. Once I wake up, it's always morning for me. Nice seeing you. It's a good morning for AI today, definitely, right? Thank you for being with us. And thank you to the previous panel to opening this huge topic that we have ahead of us. As rightfully Tatiana put it, now we discuss a bit about the next steps, what the next steps can be, but also a little bit understanding of where we are at the moment. My role as, let's say, expert in working primarily with public policies, because I have to have a disclaimer. I am not myself a technical expert, but fortunately, in this panel, we will have people that do the hands-on work, the real data scientists. But I have been working with policy, so since this is a little bit my passion, I have been in a position to follow what has been happening around AI. And the first question, when you talk about AI and this panel, why regulation? It is something that has been on the mind of many people, engineers, political decision makers, but also some of the everyday citizens. And especially for the private sector, it has been a challenge. Why do you regulate a technology for which in many regions of the world is still seen as a rush for the gold moment, a moment to innovate, to be competitive, to break the rules, to be new? Why create rules for a field that is still blooming and is still exploring, right? And in the morning panel, we started understanding, yeah, there are some high-risk technologies out there. And yeah, we all know about the generative AI that has been around us. Funny enough, generative AI is new, but not so new. It's just much more powerful. And because it's so much powerful and so much looked for, the word of the year of Cambridge Dictionary last year was, surprise, surprise, not AI, but hallucinate. Why hallucinate? Well, I think, yeah, it kind of mixes reality, but it invents facts that do not exist. And why is it important? Because we are used to technology, right? We are used to use it, and it is so meaningful for productivity, for enhancing our work, for making it easier. How wonderful it is, you know, if you work in marketing, to have such a tool that makes your job easier. How wonderful it is to be in any field and have a tool that helps you with programming to write reports, presentations, you name it. Why is it so bad? Well, because we have become so dependent and so reliant on it that we forgot to check how much is it real. Is it the next search engine? We are tempted to use it as such. But there is like this huge case, I don't know, I'm making a fun fact at the moment, of a big lawyer in the US who decided to use ChatGPT in the early days as his main source of finding examples of precedents to support his case. He never thought, and you would be surprised, like a fourth grader would do that, he never thought of checking if those cases were real. And he ended up in front of the judge with a situation where, well, he was called a liar. He was taken to justice himself for falsifying information, for bringing precedent that didn't exist. So yeah, you say, okay, it's one isolated case. And it is one recent example of how generative AI is, let's say, impacting not so efficiently our life, let alone the synthetic media, the deepfakes and everything that AI, generative AI in particular, is bringing and is shaping our society and democracy. These are new things we are discussing. But even more interesting, AI has been deployed not just for fun, not just in social media, not just for in, I don't know, video streaming channel you're using to recommend you music and movies, but it has been deployed in public institutions as well. And actually, this was what came into the mind of decision makers when they wanted to discuss about rules, principles about how to govern AI. And we have some notorious examples. Maybe some of you are familiar with them. In the Netherlands, it is a huge case where the public government decided to use it for deciding on social welfare. We had the Minister of Employment and Social Affairs in the morning. Imagine how it is a world where you have an AI that decides which parent should receive social support for raising their children. It's easier, right? Why not? We don't have that many civil servants. Their time is limited. Their resources are limited. How great it is to have such a tool. What happened in reality? Well, it just happened that that technology they were using was producing very biased results. What did it mean? That parents, especially those with lower economic means, those with migrant profiles, were targeted. Not one, not two, hundreds of thousands of them, receiving, after years, a bill from the government asking to pay back 100,000 euros. A young mom with 3 children receives this. What does it happen? What did it happen at a large scale in the society? Well, they went bankrupt. Their parents went into foster care. Their children went to foster care. Suicide became a phenomenon among those people. So this is really an example of how AI can impact your life. And you know what was the problem? Not that the AI was used, but that nobody was aware that such a technology was being used. The people who got the effect, who were impacted about the technology, were not even aware that that was happening. They didn't even know they could do something about it. Because how many times do you question or challenge the decision of a public institution? Imagine those technologies today being deployed in policing, in the justice system. And again, these are not theoretical examples. There are so many practical from the US to Europe and around the world. And this was the time when there was a call for regulation. And there have been, to be honest, some initiatives. And I know that today we speak about it because we have the UA Act on the table. We have principles, we have practices and recommendations speaking about this idea of building trust, of having fairness, unbiased technology there. But what happens is that as we speak and as we see all these cases unraveling in front of our eyes, that this technology keeps being explored, developed, which is great, obviously. But without rules, you might harm those that are anyway harmed by society because, and we will speak today about this, and in data science, you know it better than me, data is biased because the society is biased, the society is unfair. Technology was never meant to be perfect, but we did take it for granted. We didn't challenge it. We didn't put the human mind in the context. We didn't allow the individual to be part of the co-decision. We just took it. And now the regulations come and address this. And they do it, obviously they could have also just stopped to say, okay, here is the guidelines. You can do it by yourself. They say, and the UA Act is a prime example of that, of saying what you can do, but especially what you need to do before launching it. So it's not forbidding it, There are technologies that are being prohibited. And do trust me, it was a huge debate for whom this act should be applied. Private sector, public sector, all sectors, well, nowadays is all sectors. But there are exceptions, because AI, it is a powerful tool. So it is an exception for national security, for defense, where in exceptional cases you have to have that technology available to you, to protect you, to safeguard you. But also the way you do it has to be important. But when you are in private sector, as well as public one, you have to mind the way you do it. If you deploy it in education, in recruitment today, how many times have you maybe heard of how it's used to monitor employees, to recruit them as well? Is it okay the way it's done? Is it okay the way the technology is working? But also generative AI is part of this EU Act. It might be interesting to know that actually is really the lowest regulated one. Basically, it means that if you use it, if you are a company that is using one of these products or building on this product, you have to build mostly on transparency rules. So how you do it, how you train that data. Is it copyrighted, right? Because you have heard probably also this narrative. That's why you need, among others, regulations, because technology is also abusing a bit the intellectual property. Now, all these are in the AI Act. And it's an important piece, not just because it's a EU legislation, but because it's a regulation. What does it mean for us, a regulation? So we are set in Romania. It means that more than harmonizing it at the national level, you do not have to wait. The moment the piece of legislation becomes enforced, it applies to everyone. It doesn't matter that the Romanian government didn't take the necessary measures to harmonize the national legislation, you will still be kept accountable. So the EU Act has been approved in the European Parliament, is not fully adopted in the European Union, so it's not adopted fully. It will be probably before June. And it will be enforced, the part of generative AI, in 1 year from now, and in 2 years, the full act. In 2 years from now, all of you and all companies who develop technology, AI-based, who want to use it or further build on it, have a certain rules to comply. In case they don't, they have to pay a fine. And this is usually when it hurts us, because the fines for this act, just as we have learned from the GDPR, are not small. It goes up to 7% of your global annual turnover in case you use one of the prohibited technologies, up to 3.5% in case it's one of the high risk, and very interesting, up to 1.5% of your turnover if you fail to provide the correct information, you misinform the authorities, or it's incorrect information. So the responsibility is probably one of the highest. And with this, because I think it was a bit important for us to be on the same page on why regulation is nowadays. And in this panel, we do not have decision makers. We had them in the early morning. And we heard how many things are happening around it. And we know that national governments will have to comply with European legislation. But we also know that private sectors will have to be at the forefront of everything that happens. So in this spirit, concluding this brief overview of why AI and why AI Act is so important today, I would like to go back to our panel and enter a little bit into this mood of what are we and how are we connected to AI in this AI-enabled world. And because it's technology and the fantasy technological world has been around us and in all the movies you have seen around, the opening question for my panel today is very simple. What are your superpowers in an AI-enabled world? And please do this exercise in the audience as well. In this AI-enabled world, what is your main superpower? Who would like to start? Anna Maria. Yeah.
Yes. So I would say I'm working on a day-to-day basis with people that are fighting financial crime. So I'm kind of like a psychic, because I provide them the tools, and we actually as a team enable using machine learning models. We improve their tools, and they are more efficient, and actually they can do their work better, faster, having full understanding of what we are delivering to them. I mean, understanding what's the final result. So mainly, I feel myself as I said, the psychic of a superhero that is fighting financial crime. This is my job description.
A psychic superhero, good.
Yes.
The team is shaping up. Olguța.
I'm not sure I can be as at least funny in this superpower world. For me, I would say that my superpower would be navigation. And I will explain myself. So what is navigation? Navigation is basically getting safely one ship from one place to another safely in different waterways. And what do you need for this? You need to understand the charts and physics laws. Well, that would be the regulations. And you need to be able to make sense of things with restricted visibility, which we have currently in AI Act. But of course, there is a lot of leadership in navigation, and the ability to spot and to identify the privacy issues and the security issues that still remain valid, I think will help me in this world, a fantasy world. As my background is for the last 4 years in managing the privacy and the data protection issues.
Thank you, Olguța.
Thanks. Thanks, Veronica. Thank you to my colleagues for providing this nicely fresh perspective. I would say that maybe my superpower in this is my root in the scientific research, and the combination of non-technical background and very technical and innovative background in the same time. So I would say that I can bring some lens on how this tool, how this technology can impact on ethical level, on society level, what is around. Thanks.
Thank you. So my superpower, I changed it at the last minute, okay? So my superpower was, I wanted to say that I have multi-powers. I have moved myself in the intersections between technology and humans for more than 15 years. I think I'm the only one on this panel that doesn't have a straight policy hat. To facilitate that, my background is healthcare informatics. So I think one of the superpowers that I have is trying to keep the public safe, do not harm. I try to, with my multinational background, I would also like to say that I would like to bring the cross-border collaboration. So I do see myself as a facilitator on that aspect as well, and a contributor to something that we haven't spoke so much yet, but building the foundations of infrastructure and data structure that could probably help us address one of those challenges that we've seen, particularly in the EU Act. Thank you.
We're juggling with the mics here back and forth. Thank you, Mia, for opening this, because I think this can also already lead us to deeper reflection, because we all have different hats, right? And all of you are experts in your fields, but out there, we speak about the technology. We're here, probably it's more of an expert-based audience, but still we need to speak about this technology to the wider public as well. And the first thing that comes to my mind, are we ready to speak about AI, both about the opportunities and the challenges? Do we feel there is enough awareness about it in the public? And if it is, about which kind of technologies do you have this feeling there is more awareness or understanding, or if not, what are the gaps? Please, Ana Maria.
Start. So, for general public usually is, let's say, acquainted and used to smart home devices, chat GPT, virtual assistants. So mainly they have a misconception what AI means, and I faced it also in my area of work. The final user of my product expects somehow the unexpected, that a machine learning can learn on its own, treating the biases in the data as we spoke earlier, adapting itself without any training, without validation, without any interfere with a human being actually. So he can think on its own and deliver the results, which would be great, like targeting the illicit transactions that we are monitoring, and also being perfect in front of the regulator, like having covering all the aspects of ethical aspects, because we are quite a regulated how to say area. So for me, regulation is like usual stuff. Whatever I deliver, I have to comply with the regulation that are applied in the business sector for which I'm delivering actually the results. So I think it's quite a large misconception of the general public, and also in the business professionals that are using technology but are not necessarily, they do not have a tech literacy, let's say. I think it should be more open, more transparent, and an act like this, it might be useful, because those people that usually read regulations for their day-to-day job, they will read another regulation which will clarify everything in terms of technology and what artificial intelligence means. So that would be my perspective, at least professionally. As for the wider, again, coming back to the wider population, what I'm seeing is actually in the academia. It's good that irrespective of the field, I hear the topic AI. If it's like some fashion university in Italy, I've heard recently, they are doing some design using AI tools or using technology, using machine learning, which is incredible, because this is actually the key. This is how we educate the general public. Otherwise, they are exposed to misinterpretation, to manipulation, and actually to being have a skewed opinion and being deceived in the end. Thank you.
Thanks. From where I see it, I think there are various sectors and therefore should be various approaches. It also depends globally where we look at, because, for example, developed very advanced technological countries, they put more focus, of course, on regulating, on privacy, on ethical issues, where there are some other regions, some other countries that might be more interested in how AI and how these technologies can how they can benefit in advancing, like in economical means. So which is the line where AI and other technologies are helping economies, are boosting economies, and of course digital transformation, and where should we regulate, where should we value and focus on privacy? And I think there's an ongoing debate. I don't know if there is a clear answer to this. Again, it depends on the region we are looking at. It depends on the sector. So an approach related to sectors might be a good approach at this moment.
Thank you. I do agree with you, Carmen. It depends on which regions we look at. I mean, for a person like me who grew up in Sweden and Nordic countries, probably the conversations will sound a little bit like what you just mentioned with ethicality, legality, etc. But also with my Latin American roots and looking at, let's say, how would AI look like in a region such as Latin America? Perhaps the initiative is to plant the seed, which is, this is what the encouragement and empowerment what you could do, and also how could you use AI in a particular form where you can also be a contributor and earn even for it and be part of the co-creation rather than just hearing all these words about the big companies and whatnot. And then, of course, I'm also based in London, which is a very vibrant, I would say, for entrepreneurs. And if I put my own entrepreneurial hat, there is so many things that we want to bring to the world. But and in some aspects, particularly within healthcare, I don't think it's going to take long for us when we will find ourselves in this catch-22 moment.
For me, the perspective that I have, it's more from the business world, and I see that AI makes more and more the topic of discussions at the boardroom level. And I'm somehow glad to see that the issues that were before the generative AI and chat GPT era, they are currently addressed, and I'm referring to bias, to privacy concerns and transparency. And the discussion is moving. If under GDPR we were talking about compliance, I think now the discussion is moving to privacy rights and to human rights. And I think this is the ethical lens is the right lens to look at the AI developments. As concerns the wider society to which you referred, I think we are in an era, going back to the stories and fantasy world, of excitement versus fears. I think many people have disproportionate fears of losing their jobs or having AI gaining conscience and taking over the world. And on the other hand, we do have some definite benefits that we see in automation, in healthcare. But this raises up, for me personally, raises up another question. Even when we are aware that we are subject of some AI going beneath the surface, when we use, for example, our phones, our applications, and we are all subject to targeted ads, do we know well ourselves so that we can face this phenomenon? Are we prepared as individuals to understand what's happening, what's triggering us, and how we can protect ourselves? Because, okay, it's not a significant harm like the AI Act is proposing for its risk definition, but it can be an unexpected, unplanned expense that we make. On a trip that we wouldn't have thought about it without some help from the AI, identifying that maybe we are a little bit depressed or have some issues at our workplace or things like this. So I think that would be also a very interesting question. And I will go back to what Anna said before, that AI literacy is key. And in today's world, we will have to educate ourselves into this and to be able to operate and to have a good quality of life in the future. So we'll have to get involved, all of us.
Maybe building a little bit on this, because also in the morning panel it has been mentioned quite several times, this idea of investing in people. And I think quite often we look first of all at investing in experts, ICT specialists, bringing them on board, having more of them. And here I'm adding a little bit to what you were just adding. What would be a next step even before legislation? So if we want to bridge this gap, either for experts or for everyday citizens, because it's one thing knowing how to operate a computer, it's another thing understanding the implications of AI. So you can also be an engineer working in healthcare but maybe is there something we can do there, or there should be a certain priority, or are there some initiatives that are already tackling, you know, this literacy, but different literacy, more the one connected to ethics and human rights?
Okay. I have so many inputs. That's my main concern when I sit quiet, because there's so much I want to say. But I can give you some examples how we do things, for example, in the United Kingdom. So something that I enjoy myself as a participant is that within the parliament, we have something called, not me that I work for the parliament, but I'm contributing to some of these groups. So the parliament has something called APPG groups, right? So all party parliamentary groups. What does it mean? That there are various smaller groups that brings up topics from you know, from AI to blockchain to mental health to anything else, and then we open up the floor like this, or they open up the floor for the citizen to come and listen. And also inviting the industry, for example, to show what we call evidence meetings, which means real hands-on examples, right? That's just one example of the things that we do in the UK. Other things that we also do is, of course, just going out to schools and just listen to people in the municipalities and whatnot, being a mentorship. I think fundamentally what you want to have is the diversity, not only from a gender perspective, but just have people to feel welcome initially. And I myself, I had such an eclectic career, so I think I would put myself as one of the examples when people have opened up the doors for me, because I didn't start out in healthcare informatics. I have a completely different background initially, and then people have been so kindly of just giving me platforms to participate and exchange ideas and experiences to leading up to where I'm sitting today. So I think if we can do that and continue to do that to the overall public, probably we will you know, become more inclusive, you said.
So democratizing this debate a little bit more.
Okay, so going to what each of us can approach. For example, at institutional level, we together with the highly esteemed organizers of this conference, we have initiated a process to put the professions of data scientist and data analyst into Romanian professional portfolio. There is a work in progress, of course. There are a lot of bureaucratic issues that we are facing, but hopefully by the end of this year, latest, we will have this on place. So there's a way of stimulating and encouraging and creating basically the framework for more people to embrace this career and to have it not only regulated, outside regulated, but also from inside, from creating the path for young generations to understand and to form themselves into clear environment.
Olguțana, for you, I'm also adding a bit of another layer here, and we also got the third mic. Do you also feel like the private sector is ready to adopt and get better prepared to adopt and work with the challenges behind AI, either by doing more training or anything else?
Yes, I would say that at least for us, it's a leadership decision to invest, and you've seen before how many teams we have from Petrom. From OMV Petrom, sorry. in this contest, and the results. And this is the result of a strategy, of a people strategy and leadership strategy, focusing on developing skills for the future. Actually, this is what our program is called. And yeah, there is an important focus, and we even have targets, learning targets, which I think is really important, because this is giving you, it's something else to say, okay, we should learn about this. But it's another thing to have the resources available, to have the defined streams depending on the area you are working on, so that you have the defined digital skills that are relevant for you. And it adds a new layer of responsibility for you to know that you have to reach a target. Because it gives you the impulse. It's not delaying and procrastinating. Okay, I will look into this training maybe tomorrow, and postponing endlessly. So yeah, and I think a good thing that we are doing, maybe we are not, I think it would be too much to say we are prepared for the AI Act. It's definitely too much, but we are asking questions. We are starting to working in multidisciplinary teams, data protection, IT, legal, and we are starting to reflect on this and to prepare on this, and we are already questioning our projects and the tools that we use, whether or not they will still be compliant within 6 months or 1 year time when the relevant AI provisions will enter into force. So it definitely has to be proactive for private organizations. Most probably many other organizations in the IT or AI developers or providers field are more advanced than we are, but we do need a focus on this, and I think this is the very beautiful particularity of AI, that we won't be able to treat it unilaterally. We will need to have a multidisciplinary focus on it, and somehow this is going to foster more human connection than we would expect some kind of technology to do, because usually they separate us.
Talking about BCR in general, BCR is a really good contributor, let's say, to building different academies and having hackathons and having an academy on data science and having a lot of digital labs, and it's a partner in a lot of programs. So it's quite open to new technologies. In particular, in my area, of course, we are benchmarking, usually the business people are benchmarking with the market. They know there are tools on the market, not necessarily on European market, but maybe on US market, that can help them improve. And facing the regulations, which are quite strict in our area, you have to come with innovation or with different solutions, irrespective of if you want or not. For example, on anti-fraud part, there will be a new regulation in 2026, I think, PSD3, which specifies directly that artificial intelligence is allowed in order to help, again, fighting fraud. So I think the context is quite positive. Of course, when I'm talking about innovation, I'm not referring like to all kinds. We have some regulatory standards. We know that we have to not to be a black box, not to deliver tools which are black box. And again, we are coming to the ethics, the explainability. So,
well, you already touched and you already brought the word innovation, and each and every time there is a discussion about regulation, this is the first point that is brought. We still need, first of all, to find the solutions that work, right? AI is allowed, so yes, it's good, right?
Yes.
Do we need more innovation? But also, are potentially these regulations an obstacle in this challenge for innovation?
In my area, not.
Okay. So in financing, no, we are okay.
Yes.
Regulations are welcomed.
Yes, but I'm not sure with regards to the startups. The EU Act, actually, I think it allows a certain freedom for startups, and I think I'm not necessarily too familiar with the act, so I read it, but I'm not like proficient in what it states. But the regulation is usually, you have to, if it's not clear, you have to require to go to the authority that is in charge and claim for more insights on it. And maybe this is the key in the end.
Okay. Yeah, Carmen.
I was just thinking that I'm coming from the innovation part, so I will never say that the innovation should be blocked, and I don't think so. Just that innovation should be quite open, and we should not regulate innovation in itself, but then the adoption of what is innovated. In fact, that's where probably the regulation should enter into force. I mean, it is a bit difficult to say we will regulate the innovation, and how you put, where is the line between what is regulated and what's not. You cannot stop innovation, but at the end of the day, the moment where you need to stop, maybe to have a balance, to balance what is innovative and how you manage to protect people's life, to go beyond the innovation and to tackle ethical aspects. It's exactly in the moment where what is innovated, the new products and new technologies enter into daily lives.
So the question was, should we regulate innovation? Was that the question?
Is it a problem? Is it hindering innovation?
Well, it's definitely a challenge rather than a hinder. I think, I mean, I've been as an entrepreneur myself and been working with a lot of startups in any shapes and form. You cannot regulate innovation, and innovation is needed. And but to not sound very black and white, it depends also in the areas we're looking at. We are dependent of innovation in health. And I can give you an example. For example, where we can see this being a hinder. If you look at personalized medicine and complex cancer treatments, such as cell and gene, there is now a regulation that says you have to keep the data or follow the patient's journey for 30 years. 30 years is a lot, but if you look at how the process and the other regulations look within this particular niche field, we're not prepared for it. We don't have the infrastructure. There's nothing there that can actually facilitate so you can comply with this current regulations. So that's where the catch-22 is. And I think definitely, I don't think rigidity is beneficial in any shape and form, in any aspect of life. So there might be a governance of different things, but definitely I don't think it's too harsh to say you're gonna regulate innovation. We need innovation, and that is why we are here today, isn't it? Because of innovation. So
regulations are on the table, so either way, you know, it is shaping also how you do innovation. It doesn't limit it, but it does create rules on how you can innovate. And the UE Act actually brings, for the first time on a European level, the possibility to create sandboxes where you can create technology and test them in safe environments. So basically, it's not saying innovation cannot happen, but also when you do innovation, the way you deploy it, you do it in a bit of a more controlling way. So I think it's their way of saying innovation is important. Obviously, even the European Union has so many programs to boost AI research, development, and adoption, as well as deployment. But still, this is, I think, the question I see most often among especially the startups and the small enterprises that need the freedom to experiment before having to comply.
Yeah, and it's, if I may, it's also that time sensitivity, going back also to health, because health, it's so complex, and sometimes we don't really have the time to wait. So there is the issue of catering for public health or whatnot, or the humans, the patients, and then we are still sort of like in the waiting thing. So depending on, I think that needs to be defined also. How long are we supposed to wait for it? And it's a big issue for SMEs, because we don't have the resources, the funds are not there, and even if within the EU right now there are so many initiatives of where you can wait for you can apply for grants in science, etc. We find our around how we can navigate around it, and probably that will be a different topic maybe for the next panel to bring in what we have done to actually go around this issue. But I think that fundamentally it's a little bit worrying, but it's not the first time we've gone through this, and regulations that we've seen with time also have their own evolution.
Indeed, and regulations have been for a while. And I actually look at Olguța here because she's also the DPO of OMV Petrom. And actually before the UA Act, I think GDPR was the first main legislation we all faced. I think at some point it became a paranoia. I have to be GDPR compliant. I don't have a DPO if you qualify to have one, right? I have to do something. Everyone is still in crisis, and now I think a bit we normalized it. And I will start with this question. Is there something we have learned from this? Because obviously there are many other regulations around us in the startups, financing, and all the other sectorial parts. In AI and technology, I think GDPR is a bit the first place we have to look. And most likely, it could be that also even the national authorities responsible for data protection would also take on some of these responsibilities to monitor on how this happens.
Thank you for the question. It's a very good question, because actually we have a lot to learn from GDPR from my perspective, and one of the reasons why is because one of the main issues that AI poses and the development of AI is privacy and being respectful to the human rights and privacy rights. So here, I would make a point from the very beginning that GDPR and the AI Act are complementary. So we should not fear, let's say, the AI Act as much as we did with the data protection regulation, because actually to all the AI applications that are going to be deployed, the same GDPR rules will apply. And if you actually look more into the details of the AI Act, we would see that the rights that are provided, as you mentioned, the AI Act is a regulation which is risk-based, and it categorizes the AI applications based on risks. Is not a regulation looking at from the perspective of the human rights. We had last week also the AI Convention of the Council of Europe, who takes more focus into this human rights perspective. And the nice thing, the one that I really appreciate, is the blueprint for a bill of AI rights on which the White House is working. So that's another interesting perspective that we should keep in mind. But coming back to the complementarity of GDPR and AI Act, the rights that are for the individual users, let's say, that are provided by the AI Act are actually derived from the GDPR. Also, the main obligations and addressing the main challenges provided by AI are also derived from the GDPR. And I'm thinking about transparency, about consent, about the privacy by design topic, which will be a little bit different in the AI world, because in GDPR, you do this privacy by design would mean that from the moment you start processing some personal data, you have to think of privacy and to embed it into the process. However, what changes with the AI models is that they develop sometimes they develop by their own learning, and therefore this privacy concern should be, and verifications, let's say, should be regular if the model is still compliant. I think there will be a lot to learn also from the huge framework, and if there are any data protection experts in the room, they know that we all have the imposter syndrome because there is so much information available, so many recommendations from the European authorities, so many points of view, recommendation, best practices from the other European countries and their authorities. That we need to follow, and I think this sets a very good framework and background that we can already use for the interpretation of AI. So it's not, I would not see it as a new regulation, something that we need to address now, but it's something that has already been addressed. If we think about bias, GDPR already has embedded the principle of equal treatment and the prohibition of unfair discrimination. If we think about the obligation of facilitating human intervention into the AI model, which is an obligation for the high-risk provider, for the high-risk models providers, then also we find this in Article 22, where the solely automated profiling is forbidden. So I could go on and on passionately about this for the rest of the day, but I think there might be other insights.
Anything else we have learned from the regulations so far? Or it's all good? Because if I listen to all good sides, it sounds we're all good, we are ready. Let's have the act, we roll, we'll just add a little tweak and we'll be there already. So no major challenges, right?
Maybe I'm over optimistic, I don't know. Sometimes, but yeah, I think it's a skill that you develop after working with the GDPR, because if we would have been pessimistic, then it would have been really difficult. But if we are a little bit more positive, we can find the opportunities, because there was the word challenge for the AI Act, and I think that it's also an opportunity to see what we have learned. And I think the regulation versus innovation, the dispute that we were discussing earlier, we have the opportunity via regulation to set straight the ethical things. So definitely we should all focus on innovation, but let's do it in a way that doesn't harm us. And I think that's the main perspective that we have, at least currently, from the AI regulation.
Coming from the private sector, I think it's quite progressive, right? But I will also look at you, Mia, because you also bring this different regional perspective, right? And Olguța rightfully pointed out that there are many initiatives to regulate AI. So obviously the US is doing, and actually last year I think it was a spam a little bit, so to say, of many initiatives, declarations saying AI principles. So we had the G7 Hiroshima principles, we had the US doing the OECD starting long time ago, and we know UK, we have the Bleachley Declaration coming from the conference in the UK. Do you see, from your role and your different hats, a possibility that this regulation in EU will impact the other regions in good or the bad? Is there a chance, I know, to feed also in this fear of fragmentation?
I love how you throw those juicy questions to me. I love it. I love it. Let me see. I want to take a step back and just follow up on what was said on the other side, because you were mentioning what was it? Privacy by design. So before I go into the sort of like dark place of challenges, I want to contribute a little bit to the light, right? So privacy by design, security by design. I would love to hear a little bit, if somebody knows, otherwise maybe during the break, how we are addressing these things. But if we don't, if there is anybody here that don't know, hypercycle is contributing to those factors. I'm just going to throw it out there a little bit. We're talking about fermentation or decentralization and whatnot. So maybe we can revisit that at some point. My worry was, because I mean, we don't have to go far, but you remember what happened in 2016 when, or 2007, 2016. I mean, when the UK, we were still part of the EU. I mean, that was, and still is, that we feel some aftershakes. So I am healthy concerned about what this will bring for us in the region, but are not necessarily falling into to that act. But there's a good intention. I think that's probably what we can see in other countries. I mean, in Latin America at this point, I was looking at, there was an AI, what was it was called? It was an AI tracker on where these regulations have taken place. So in Latin America, we don't have that much for now, but the intention is to create those strategies. So maybe, yes, you know, we can look at Europe. I think it's a great work. I have to give credit to the people that work with this, because it's complex. And I mean, I cannot even imagine what it is to take such a responsibility. But at least a little bit of a structure, rather than call it regulation. Maybe that's probably what we need. We've seen this outside AI. There was a couple of years ago that I was involved in this conversation when we were talking about blockchain and what was blockchain going to do in different jurisdictions and whatnot. I mean, do you remember that? That was also a headache. But I think, you know, we always start like this in any technology or anything new. It's a little bit, you know, like toddlers. We find our way because we have to. There is not much you know, we can do, and hopefully if we just I don't know if this is the answer to your question, but hopefully, you know, we observe and then see what we might do wrong that others cannot, you know, lessons learned.
You described so nicely the Brussels effect. It's some kind of concept of the regulations developed in the European Union are afterwards taken over and spread in the world. And with the AI Act, actually, we can it's a technicality, but I think it's relevant to the question you asked. It's the fact that it has extraterritoriality. It's a legal term, but what it means is that it will apply to all the AI models which are developed wherever in the world but are deployed in Europe. And the other way around, it will apply to all the AI models which are developed in Europe but will apply anywhere else in the world. So via this mechanism, I think it will definitely give the AI Act a global effect.
Just to throw out something here, because a long time when this debate about AI started, there was a saying. It came from the commissioner, one of the European commissioners at that time, Margaret Vestager, and she said, in China, they have all the data. In US, they have all the money. In Europe, we have purpose. And obviously, this was a bit of a stretch, but this is a bit echoing this idea that Europe wants to be a bit of a leader in setting regulations and having this human-centric perspective. But probably it's not just here, right? It's just here where politicians really want this strong hand where there are better rules or more rules or some rules from which we can learn and observe at the end of the day. And building on this, and since this entire panel is a bit about the next steps, what could be the next steps to get a bit readier, to create this readiness for this kind of regulation at this moment? Because I already took some ideas on the literacy part, on those dialogue examples. Is there something more we can do to build this readiness to all these regulations that are coming one way or another? It can be the European one, it can be other ones, newer ones that we're not even discussing. Yeah.
I do think that's a lot of you know, the responsibility of the public all along, or the companies. But I would like to throw it back as well to the policymakers that I have come across as well in these conversations. Is sometimes there is a lack of understanding what's actually out there. So I hope that maybe, you know, moving along, you were mentioning like, what are we going to do when it's so fragmented? And sometimes maybe it's for now, maybe to be discussed in the next panel, is to understand there are infrastructures or other alternatives there that could facilitate the cooperation and connectivity without having to be codependent. That's the main sense within an infrastructure. So if you have an infrastructure in one country and it goes down, it doesn't take everybody with it. And I think what we've seen here, even if there is a EU act that speaks towards the European countries, there is a discrepancy in this region when it comes to infrastructure. So I think it's hard to just say this is what you need to do. So I think you have to take a step back and see what's there and explore it. And we are here to help you navigate the same way you are there for us to help us navigate through this question.
When we look at how can we prepare, we look more at the regulatory, at the authorities. Also, we expect from the public sector to be proactive and to already implement. But I think the society at large can have an important impact. And I've seen this, it's another lesson learned from the GDPR, that the practices that we have today have been shaped by individuals who have challenged the practices of big tech giants. And we know for GDPR practitioners, names like Schrems, Niob, are something that doesn't need any explanation, but these are organizations and the individuals who challenged the application of the regulation and who contributed to have a better framework. And I think in the AI field, transparency will facilitate a lot this, because when we will be aware that we are interacting with AI, facing AI, having AI results in our which will affect us, then we will be more ready to challenge and to shape ourselves. It's an important and a difficult battle, let's say, for an individual, but it's an important contribution because it really changes things. I mean, Schrems, it's huge what this individual managed to do.
I think it's good to explore a little bit this part, because I know when we speak about regulation, we think about what governments can do, because usually they are the wolf that has to enforce them or has to oversee what the others are doing. We look at the companies who have to be compliant, so we get all this stress and workload behind it, and also the private sector pays the bill at the end of the day. But then we rightfully have legislation and regulations because actually we want to protect the individual. They are the essence of all these regulations. And in this spirit, in general, whatever has been discussed in Europe, but wherever else around the world about AI, ethics was about building trust in the technology. So people who go to the bank and access financing tools, right? They trust that those tools work for them. And actually, I think we have already noticed that using technologies as a whole, let alone if they are AI powered or not, have triggered some reluctancy a little bit. So a little bit looking in that on how we build this trust, or what else could we do for the wider audience to make them friends with technology and maybe even distinguish between the better ones and less optimal ones.
Maybe the public sector, the companies, have the responsibility of informing if they are using, and they, I think, will be obliged actually to state if they are using certain technologies that can somehow, I know, profile or a person, or can work against the rights of that person. So they have to make a statement that they are not entitled to use the information, because we know with GDPR you have to sign an agreement that your data is used in certain activities by the company. You agree? Exactly, the consent. So maybe it's only about time and just to wait, like for everyone to adjust, because as in GDPR, if you consent to it, you will ask yourself at some point, and why, what I'm signing, what is there, what can they do with my data? So people might look into the fact that you are signing that no AI technologies that are harmful will be used for certain purposes. This might help.
Yeah, so the question leads to how we can rebuild the society of trust. But the first question should be, is trust lost, really lost at this moment? And maybe not, but in order to consolidate it, probably if we are looking at the technology, the ideal should be that we develop systems that are not only ethical by design, since we were speaking of systems by design, so it should be ethical by designs, but transparent in the decision-making process, and that would enable users to understand and trust the decisions that these algorithms are doing. But in order to, even if this is done, it's technological part. Maybe not the society as a whole is not doesn't have enough level of understanding and of caring what is in fact how is technology working, but how the technology is affecting us as individuals. So being a bit more open and more transparent on how the systems are working, and this is very much related to also to GDPR that we were also discussing. How my interest is how my data is being protected, and how my data are being used in a more ethical, maybe in an ethical way. But even if it is used, I want to understand, to know and to understand. So openness in how this technology is working should be of high interest and concern.
Just a second, just in case there will be a question from the room. We still have about 5 minutes, so please raise a hand at some point, and we'll be happy also to change some words, not just us speaking to you, at you. We can also have some exchange. Mia.
Thanks. We always talk about this question about building trust, digital trust, blockchain trust. We have them all, I think. But I want to share with you my personal experience. If you throw away this question, probably to a Swedish population on building trust, we probably wouldn't react so much, I think, about it. I know it's, if there are any Swedish people viewing this, you know what I'm talking about. I think there is also, it varies also on the culture. For example, like in Sweden, we're so, everything, you can find everything about me. Somebody wants to do the research, by the way, on me, you can probably find that in Sweden, because everything is there. We have one person number you can find about whatnot. So we kind of like used to it. We're not super, I think there is a natural way of building that trust. Also, I think from leadership in the way how you communicate with your citizens, when it's not based on, the carrot and the stick, if you don't do this. And it's sort of like a cooperative approach and building consensus about it. And making sure it's not only about, the information is there, but how the information is being presented. So you don't forget about the people that normally wouldn't have access to it. We've seen this before, digital health and whatnot, right? In the UK, for example, there is the intention of educating the public. I will say, as a expat living in London, I think that sometimes there is a little bit of a challenge that I'm not really sure where it's going to be. But there is a little bit, I think, that it's not a clear. There's always somebody who's going to be taking have the accountability. I think that we need to the various ways of doing so, not only for the government, but we also have to take our own responsibility. I think as an individuals, you know, building trust is also finding the right information that works for you. I think we develop so many. We have so many resources right now to get that information. I think that's you know, self-empowering. I don't have to wait for somebody to actually tell me what I need to do. I need to perhaps you know, find that motivation, because the information is there. And once you feel empowered, I think also you contribute to that factor on building like in a larger trust. Does it make sense? Or was it too a little bit?
Yes, it does. You know, asking questions doesn't mean that questions are necessarily offering an answer as well. But I think this is a great point that you're making. I'm personally, and I will share a little bit about myself here. I am Romanian, born and raised in Romania, and for the past year I have moved to Estonia, where this principle of trust is working again very differently. And here I think all of us have to think that unfortunately technology has eroded a little bit societies that were already lacking trust. And it's unfortunately contributing to increasing this gap instead of bridging it. While for the other society, it's a bit less of a problem. Yet technology has its eroding factor. But still, I feel this need for all of us to be aware, right? Either you're a data scientist, an expert in whatever field, that regulations are nice and fine. But together with 360, Tatiana, Mariana, and Volterkuver, at some point, we started working with the private sector specifically to get ready for these ideas. And it's not just about implementing the regulation. Ideally, you should be able to shape the regulatory agenda, because it's not just about complying with it and caring, oh, I have some rules and I will pay a penalty if I don't apply the rules, but that you can be active in that. And secondly, it does matter what happens after the regulation is there. We are based in Romania, and I think very often here we like to say, the public institution should do this and that. The thing is, they have the expertise, they don't have the expertise, they have the time, they don't have the resources, or whatever other excuse is there. But it's good for the community to do exactly what you said, that we have to mobilize and voice these needs and how we want it, or what are the challenges we encounter in complying with those things. And this proactive approach, I think, has to be there. It's not just us accepting regulation, it's just us shaping regulation all the way. And I think this is probably the biggest work we still have to do, and we still have to understand, from literacy to other elements. I think I saw a hand. Just a second, someone is bringing a mic. Please briefly introduce yourself as well.
Hi, this is Georgiana, and I have a couple of questions. Not sure if I had the time for both, but let's start with the first. So first of all, please excuse me if I'm off the mark with my question, because I had not had the time to read thoroughly the EU AI Act. But listening to your introductory speech, I came to realize kind of a profound contradiction between the EU Act and the way that data models operate. Most of the data models actually in the private sector operate as in an enclosed environment, because they mostly give competitive advantages. So then how do the EU regulatory board are planning to kind of have the transparency that is needed for such an act? Because it's very hard to kind of have transparency on something that is competitive advantage, because you're trying to keep that undisclosed, right?
So how you protect your product, the intellectual part,
it's
right?
It's not only the intellectual part, but how do you question it? Like, how can people report on it? Because like being in an enclosed environment, you cannot notice it. If with the GDPR you can realize that your address is being used in different materials and you can unsubscribe, how you as a public person can actually report on something being unlawfully used?
Anyone wants to react? Anna?
Maybe I can provide my opinion on this. So usually you can leave a complaint. So in the for the financial institution, you are going to other public institution, maybe also to NBR, and you complain that your data, you are not treated as it should. This happens a lot. I mean, it's a day-to-day basis. The clients are complaining how they are treated, how the information was used. If they were filed for certain reports, or I don't know. Usually you can do that. And the authorities will come and look on your audit reports if you comply with the regulation. For example, in the banks, in financial institutions, we have annual visits from the regulators where everything is taken, like it's audited, and you have to comply with what is written in the regulation. So anyone can do. Just to file a complaint.
I completely understand once you have visibility that you're mistreated by certain policies or by certain acts, but like when sometimes you don't have that visibility and you don't realize it, that's the question where my question was.
You can ask, and if the bank has not, or the institution does not publicly explain how the information was used, and if it's against what was published public when you did when you signed, when you consented to it, and you require for more information and is not provided to you, for sure the action will come afterwards. But it's just a matter of how persons are reacting in the market. Sometimes we have the information there, but people are not used to go and reach out to it.
So this is a good example of what happens when you have a complaint usually. But what will also happen with the Act is that once you understand you have a product or a service that fits in those categories of risk, you have to send certain documentation that explains and provides already information. It's not based on external auditing, so that's important to clarify already. But basically, they do not wait for you to get on the market and get problems, but by default, you are responsible and you will be part, most likely, of a European database. So, but that's really important to understand in which circumstances those rules apply, because they do not apply to all products and services. Olguța, did you want to add something? Because
yes, I think a good perspective is also the transparency obligations. The fact that the model providers and the model deployers will be obliged to make transparent how the algorithm works, how the decision is taken by the algorithm, and even with what kind of data the algorithm was trained. And I'm thinking about the example that you provided at the beginning with the Netherlands. In that specific case, it was a big problem of bias, and most probably the model has not been fed with a sufficiently diverse series of data. And if this would have been transparent, the fact that the decision is taken by an algorithm, and let's not forget, still under the GDPR, we have the right to not be the object of a decision with a significant impact or by an automated tool. So there is, in the AI Act, there are the provisions to ensure that we as individuals would have access to information, and if it's not there, to challenge it.
Thank you. Our time is really running short, and I will still like to give 1 or 10 seconds to each of the panelists, because I think I can invite 360 Voters Club to design our activities on how, to prepare really hands-on for the Act coming up. But closing it maybe in a more positive voice, let's say, tone of this meeting. What would be, for you, a great momentum opportunity that we should really look for in the time that is coming, legislation or not? But AI is here, it's here to stay, regardless how much you regulate it or not. What is the one thing you'd like us to take or something to happen in the future? Who would like to start?
I can also start. I think we need to focus, and we need to take advantage of this disciplinary approach, and how AI can be used in so many sectors, in so many ways, how this can improve the lives. And we also discussed about trust. So to better understand how the AI is improving lives, and not how AI is stealing whatever identities or creating problems. So the message would be that we have a technology that is exceptional. Years ago, it only would have been a fantasy. Now we have it. It's real. It's here. So make use of it in a positive and spirited way.
Thank you, Carmen. Mia.
There are so many examples. I mean, look at the winning groups from the data zone. I mean, they're already showing, you know, how wonderful things you can do with AI. And yes, AI have been here for a very, very long time. It's not until now. I think we're just talking about it because it's kind of like, you know, reached the high street, as I like to say. So, do not fear that. I don't mind if AI takes my job. You know, I'm quite lazy. I would like more AI for me. And it's not taking a job. It's also, you know, growing with it. We made some changes. I mean, if my mom was here in the audience, and I just do it because I know she's watching. If my mom was here in the audience, she would probably say she used to do stenography, like shorthand, and then they came like with the typing machine. And I mean, can you imagine what that was like? You know, now I cannot even be. And so on and so forth. So I don't think we should fear it so much. I mean, we've seen a lot of benefits, and I think it also goes down to the person. I used this example before. If you have a spoon that was actually made for eating, but if I'm a little bit of a cheeky monkey, I take the spoon and I hit you in the head. It's probably not, you know, for its intention. So I think you should look inwards before. And, you know, there are these tools out there. Just go, you know, go and make sure they use it for, you know, for benefits and do good. Just try from that. But that's a different topic, isn't it? You know, we're talking about human behaviors.
The next panels. Thank you, Mia.
Takeaway for me it would be to explore it as much as possible, see what we have available, and try to work with it so that we really understand what AI can do and how we can use it to improve our lives, to help us in business. And I think as a society we have a unique opportunity via the regulations of setting things right and on the right ethical path. And I think it's a moment. For me, AI, it's a moment which will change the history of humanity in a very emerging way. We don't know what will happen, so we really have an opportunity to set the things on the right path now.
We have to be curious. Like, this is the main point of our lives, irrespective of if it's AI or any other topic. I mean, this is how we teach our children in the end. And we have to keep thinking for ourselves. I think the younger generation we have to promote in the younger generation. They do not have to trust whatever they read. They do not have to trust, irrespective of it, if it's AI, if it's media, or I don't know, but they should still keep their curiosity and be open-minded. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you for the patience. My message to you before passing the floor to Tatiana is stay resilient and be patient. This is a challenge for the long road. Georgiana.
Do I have one more question time?
Time has gone, but can we stay for another 2 minutes outside the panel? Are you okay with us?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your time, for honoring us with your presence today, and thank you very much for your approach. So, see you. I would like to mention our sponsor partners who support us in realizing this special event. OMV Petrom, Walter Scuva Romania, BCR, Hypercycle, ThoughtWorks, Adobe, MAN, Unica, Ava Research, Tudor Communication, Ministry of Labor and Social Solidarity, US Embassy, Israel Embassy, ADRE, ICI Bucharest, Hervitz, INAIATI Medical City, Andrei Pavel Association, and Adara Spa. Thank you for them. Now I am announcing the lunch break. We will be back all at 3 p.m. Enjoy your meal.
Îndrăgostește-te, dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică. Și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online. Fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente. Ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te, dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică, și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online. Fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente. Ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te, dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică, și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online. Fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente, ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te, dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică. Și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online. Fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente, ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te. Dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică, și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online. Fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente. Ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te. Dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică, și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online, fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente, ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te, dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și pune-ți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică. Și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online, fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente, ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te. Dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică. Și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online. Fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente. Ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te. Dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică. Și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online, fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente, ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te, dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și pune-ți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică. Și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online, fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente, ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Good afternoon to all who are here and behind the screen. Thank you for returning back. Let's move to our third panel dedicated to AI main trends, research, innovation, and development. A special one of those who are interested in AI technologies. I'm sure you are curious to know more about the modern trends and AI development, what developers are more focused on, and how AI and technological innovation will escalate in the next 5-10 years. All of this and more will be found from our experts from academia and private sectors. I am really excited to present the moderator of this panel, Sevda Mehmet, Joint Master's Program at Stanford University, winner of the most prestigious academic scholarship at Stanford. She is also a medical graduate in Romania. She got NASA Grand Prize for designing a colony for the planet Mars. At present, Sevda works as an investment banking associate in San Francisco, focusing on mergers and acquisition in biopharma. She is currently a healthcare investment banking associate at Lazard. Sevda, I invite you on the stage. This panel could not be possible to organize without the presence of the marvelous ladies. I have the honor to invite on the stage Associate Professor, Polytechnical University of Bucharest, Alexandra Cernean. President, Impact Institute for Digital Economy, Mihaela Ulieru. Director of Engineering, Adobe Romania, Daniela Tarfulea. And founder of our research, Anca Goron. Dear ladies, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Mariana, Tatiana, and the whole organizing team for the invitation and opportunity to moderate this panel. Allow me to start in 2021 in my third year of master's at Stanford. Among various roles, I was conducting research on social innovation and different innovator profiles, as well as being a teaching assistant in a class that was focusing on women in leadership positions. So imagine my joy today to be accompanied by these ladies that are role models and perfectly embody these topics. And one of my aforementioned research takeaways it was that innovation happens and is implemented efficiently through a multi-sectorial approach. So please allow me to guide today's panel from this lens, as you'll learn shortly that our panelists' experiences span multiple areas, from R&D to business to policy. And for the benefit of our audience and online attendees, to allow me to introduce each and one of them very briefly. So I will start with Alexandra, who is an associate professor at the Faculty of Automatic Control and Computer Science, University Polytechnic of Bucharest, an expert evaluator in digital innovation for the European Commission and a co-founder of Reciclax. She holds a PhD in systems engineering, is passionate about AI and blockchain, and aims to bring innovation and digital competitiveness close to the Romanian public and companies. She has participated as an expert in many national and international projects and is the author of various books. She's also a coach and mentor in business incubation and accelerator programs, advisor and co-founder of tech startups, and is working with entrepreneurs to develop and implement innovation strategies. Thank you and welcome, Alexandra.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'm very glad to be here.
I will move forward to Dr. Mihaela Ulieru, who is a technology alchemist as an innovator at the edge of the impossible.
I just wanted to say that I was a student at the same faculty where you are a professor, so I just wanted to underline what a good faculty, and it is the best, and they have the best professors.
That is amazing. And as I mentioned, she's an innovator at the edge of the impossible with a solid background as a rocket scientist, backed by a PhD in robotics and illustrious academic career. To mention from Automatica. She's a founder and president of the Impact Institute for Digital Economy, and Impact stands for Innovation, Management, and Policy Accelerated with Communication Technologies, which is a spin-out from her multiple awarded academic research in e-society, which is aiming at policy reforms for the adoption of the latest digital technologies. I will probably not go through all the awards, but to mention that Dr. Ulieru, highlights of her career include appointment to the Science, Technology and Innovation Council of Canada by the Minister of Industry, and being an expert advisor to the Aspen Institute or World Economic Forum. Thank you, Dr. Ulieru, and welcome. It's a pleasure to have you with us. I will move forward, one second, to Diana, who is a seasoned technology keynote speaker and active supporter for women in technology and girls in STEM. She currently holds the position of Director of Engineering at Adobe Romania, where she also serves as the site lead for diversity, equity, and inclusion. An important amount of her time is dedicated to volunteering, Women in Tech Global Movement being one of the causes she supports through her role as a chapter director for Romania. And along her career, Diana's work has been focused on bringing ideas to life, carving out best strategies for fostering a healthy culture, and empowering them to innovate and create products that bring real value to their customers. The initiative she oversaw span multiple geographies and cultures, private and public sectors, and incorporate multiple technologies. So welcome, Diana. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you, Sevda. Thank you for having me. And hello, everyone. Thank you for attending our panel. Mariana, thank you for bringing women in data science in Romania. And ladies, I am thrilled to share the stage with you.
And last but not least, we'll move to Anca, who holds a PhD in artificial intelligence and over 11 years experience as a researcher in Argentina and Romania. And her work has been published in 2 prestigious AI journals and internationally recognized and awarded. She complemented her academic career with over 18 years activity in business, tech fields like IoT, deep tech, smart city, data security, and many others. She founded 2 startups and put her mark on several innovative products and initiatives, which led her to be included in the top 100 female founders list by Forbes magazine USA. In 2022, together with her team, she was named among the first 40 female data scientists in a competition organized by Stanford, and currently Anca is the founder of an AI research and consultancy company, Ava Research.ai, focused on implementing AI and ML solution concepts. And since 2023, she's a member in the Romanian Scientific Council for AI Ethics. Thank you and welcome, Anca.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So to get us started, in the last couple of years, we have all witnessed on a global scale the implementation of AI solutions across sectors. And this has been powered not only by the development of newer, more complex models, but also by advancements in computing tools, power, latest generation GPUs, or biology, such as understanding of brain architecture, interneuronal connections, and many others. The current state of AI has been made possible by decades of research across fields. And AI is not a new term, but is rather a product of continued R&D. And as you ladies who are here on this panel, you can attest to that, to your contribution for many years in the field. And I would like to get us started by asking from an academic perspective, where do you see us today with AI technological advancements? What is the focus of academic research, and which sectors do you see most and least impacted by AI? So maybe we can start with you, Alexandra, and then Mihaela would like you to weigh in on this question.
Thank you very much for the question. First of all, just to put things into the right context and perspective, AI is not new. AI has been founded as a concept around the 1950s. And the purpose of AI was exactly the same as we have it today. The purpose was to develop machines that can act and resonate as humans. The only problem was that at that time, the other technological developments were not enough. We didn't have the data, we didn't have the computational power as we do today to advance with the concept. So it just took very small baby steps at the time with some very let's say basic expert systems that were developed at the moment. Then we evolved into machine learning as it was in the initial state of the art at that time, around the 1980s. And then we all assisted this very exponential boom in the last, let's say, 10 years when we saw the latest developments happening in AI. all of that due to the other technological developments that happened around us. We managed to collect large amounts of data. We managed to have the algorithms and the power to process that data so that we can identify patterns and extract and develop new knowledge from the existing data. So that was the novelty. Initially, we saw a lot of hype on AI and especially machine learning development focused on different industries. You probably all remember the famous game that managed to beat world champions at chess and Go. Those were two very important milestones in the development of AI as we know it today. And from that point onwards, especially since AlphaGo until today, people have been focusing much more intensively on developing AI because they saw more potential in all the emerging technologies that started to be developed. So what we are basically seeing now is just closer to reality perspective of what existed since the beginning, since the concept was introduced around 70 years ago or even more. Now the main milestone that we have all seen around us in the past 2 years, let's say, is this democratization of AI, because up until generative AI, with ChatGPT, AI was dedicated to specific industries, to specific sectors like healthcare. It was capable of assisting doctors in identifying cancer at a more early stage than the human experts were capable of doing. But the difference was that AI was developed for experts and was used by experts. So then we didn't used to talk so much about all the threats that are driven by AI. Now we all have access to AI. It's been democratized with generative AI. So basically anyone with an internet connection can now become a content creator or even a technology creator. So this is why we are now assisting all these talks about the ethical and responsible development of AI. So basically we are just researching and continuing to develop the concept in hoping that it will be capable of getting even closer to how human experts think and derive conclusions from the knowledge that they have as experts. This will be probably the focus for the next years. One of the main ideas that we are talking about now is the artificial general intelligence, which would have the purpose to basically clone a human being exactly as it is with all the cognitive capabilities that we have as humans. So not only focusing on specific domains and being able to outcome let's say the conclusions or the knowledge that a human expert can derive in a specific field. For example, in healthcare, when we talk about those cancer identification or detection systems that have been proven, some of them that have better accuracy than the doctors. So I'm very sure that research-wise, this will be the focus over the next few years, and we will see for sure significant developments in that area, because now the technology and the data and the power that we have allow us to make quicker steps in that way.
Wonderful. And yeah, so to come back to your question about the latest research and what's hot on the research beds. So we have multimodal artificial intelligence. So the idea is now we're gonna stop looking down, my neck hurts, of course. So we're going to interact seamlessly with AIs, video and language all integrated. And also integrated with biology, because you know biological cognition, now there's a lot of cognitive science research that we are advancing in our universities, at least in the US. Michael Levin, he is doing fascinating work discovering that biological cognition starts in the cell and then it goes through developmental biology to the organism, and it expands further. Of course, we're talking consciousness. And so this is also now used to grow organs. Yes, it's someone mentioned 3D printing. I have been working on the universal fabricator or the matter compiler. Now biological brains are being grown in labs, and intelligence, of course, with them. Another paradigm for artificial intelligence is to move from the generative models and rather evolve the intelligence embodied. And that is humanoid robots, but starting with baby robots. And so, you know, that cognition which 1 or 2 year old has, and then evolve them in that way. We, at least Singularity Net, which I'm advising, is working on such intelligences with hands-on robotics. Brain-computer interfaces, that's also very hot on the research, and my latest PhD student has done his work in this. So there's a lot to be excited about. For me, my biggest passion is, of course, the singularity, when AIs will become smarter than us. Everybody is afraid, but as me, I was saying, I cannot wait. First of all, and for this we are designing games in which we can interact with the artificial intelligences so that they can learn from us how to be better people. But that's a different question. I hope we're going to tackle that, the ethics, yes, because they can learn from us how to behave like good people. This is what I meant. I'm not sure if we actually display that all the time.
I have a,
for sure.
I would like to add a perspective here, because there are amazing things happening in the world. The perspective I would like to add is what's happening in Romania, and on the educational side. And I totally agree. We've been using, maybe without knowing, machine learning for years. I would say more than 20 years. So I remember when I was an undergrad, I was studying in artificial intelligence and neural networks. That was back in the 2000, and it was the most, I would say, the least popular training that I took back then, and that everyone was asking, why are you doing artificial intelligence? It was interesting, but in all honesty, I couldn't see anything being applicable in the coming years. However, in Romania, there is a lot of knowledge, at least on the engineering side, knowledge and things that are produced by Romanian engineers when it comes to machine learning algorithms. And I can give you a concrete example. The teams I'm working with have been working on a recommendation system for more than 15 years. Everyone in the room is using Facebook, is using Netflix, is using Amazon. They all have recommendation systems that are built exactly on machine learning algorithms. Maybe these were not very popular. Generative AI became very popular, I would say, last year, because of its capabilities to generate text, to generate image, to generate videos and sound. Now, in terms of what's next, I do agree multimodality actually will be the next big thing, which basically means generating video, generating sound, and combining all of them together. Also, you are
and this from language. I think that's important. Yes, from text.
And imagine having data from images in the medical system, in healthcare, data gathered from images, data gathered from videos, data gathered from the conversations between the doctors and the patients, and all that put together, and maybe providing a diagnostic or medical recommendations. So definitely there are very cool things to happen, both of at the architectural level, both in the fields, and in terms of where now generative AI is applied, or AI in general applied heavily. I would say tech as well, because us engineers, we are using copilots for writing tests, probably for writing code. Probably many of you heard of Devin, which is the coolest kid on Yeah, and these guys generated a website recently, a very complex one, in 10 minutes. So imagine what does that mean for engineers. Imagine the questions that are raised in corporations about, okay, if there are copilots, what are engineers doing with their times? How can they I apologize for that. How can they spend more time, their time more meaningful, in a more meaningful way? Also in marketing, GenAI is amazing about sentiment analysis. So imagine big corporations who want to run marketing campaigns. They are using heavily generative AI to generate experiments, thousands of experiments that they are launching simultaneously.
Can I add also something?
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Okay, I listen to everyone's opinion. I totally agree, but I think that we have to take a step back a little bit and think a little bit what is AI, but also what it is not AI. And the idea is of generative artificial intelligence it's very popular right now, and everyone is talking about artificial intelligence and generative AI, but the thing is that they don't know the limitation. And to my surprise, in the talks that I have with people, I am surprised how little they kind of understand what it is about, and they should not rely 100% on it. I don't want to be like here the black sheep, and although I'm dressed in black, that doesn't agree. I totally agree, but we have to consider certain implications, especially hallucinations, and I think that the future is going to be RAG, which means retrieval augmented generation, which means trying to, let's say, to fix the problem of hallucination. And I agree with what Alexandra said. We always consider AI, it's about data. Well, it was not, and this is not how it started. It started with the idea of trying to implement a brain similar to the one that humans have. Because why? We all want to be God. We all want to create something, and because we don't know who created us, then we say, okay, we create and we become gods. And I think here everyone should read a little bit like those books, Zarathustra and many other philosophers. I'm not going to enter into discussion here, but they wanted to become gods and say, we can create a brain in 6 months. Give us 6 months, give us a lot of money, and we are going to fly. We are going to rock this stage. We are going to be better than God. And after 6 months, they didn't create anything. And when the investors came, say, okay, we want here to see where our money went. Well, we don't know. Okay, so they said, okay, then give me something. And that is where data comes into it's like it offers the advantage with the statistics, with these statistics on steroids, which is machine learning, that it can actually generate something, and it's good enough for the world. And this is like people want it. They wanted to see some results, and this is like big data at this moment. But they don't know, and I also come here with another suggestion. So mathematics, it's amazing. I mean, it was like my favorite subject in school. But mathematics is the greatest weapons of all. And I encourage you to read Weapons of Math Destruction by Katie O'Reilly, and to see how numbers can dictate your life. How a simple, let's say, check on your data can tell me to know what you will do tomorrow, and even maybe when you will die. So yeah, that's what data can do. And it's not because it guesses, but it ensures that we stay in a certain cluster, in a certain class, and that is something that everyone wants to take advantage of. So to my opinion, I think that in the future, definitely, we are going to see more of AI, whether it is generative AI, whether it comes something else, we are going to see, but we all have to be careful and to understand a little bit what is AI and what it is not. Thank you.
Thank you, Anka. And I think both you and Diana have actually helped transition us to the topic from academia to industry. As you noted, most companies, independent of scale or their status, private, public, have embraced the inclusion of AI in their current operations and offerings. And many have created new roles or hired talent extensively, or even some of the larger entities, they have entire research dedicated units which attract the brightest minds from academia. So maybe just briefly retouching upon what you both mentioned around the industry, Diana, Anka, which do you think are the focal points of research within your companies or the industry in general?
Diana.
Thank you. So Adobe entered this in this game of the generative AI and entered very strongly about last year with its family of generative models, which is called Firefly. How many of you have heard of Adobe Firefly? A few hands raised, thank you. So what is Adobe Firefly? It's our family of models which generates images that are trained on content that Adobe owns, which is mostly made of images in Adobe stock or images that are privately, that we have the right to use. So, and that makes that the outcome of our models is commercially safe. Which is a very important thing, because that from the ethics point of view, for us that means we are acting with responsibility, we are acting with accountability, and we are acting with transparency. And I'm going to spend a few moments on that. By acting with responsibility, means that we are designing our models having in mind the good of the people, having in mind the good of our clients who are artists, for example. We want them to continue to create. We want them to use our tools in a safe and in a commercially safe way. Then, by acting with accountability, we are accountable on what our models produce. Of course, there are situations where the images maybe were not the expected ones, but we took action and we remediated that. We took actions when there were biases that we realized, and immediately by moderation, by human interaction, by proper testing, we remediated that, so that the quality of the outcome is better and better with every release. And by transparency, by acting in a transparent way, we let our users know and we inform them about the way our models are trained, what data it's used. We give the artists the opportunity to opt out, so their work, they can choose if their work will be part of the training data or not, which is extremely important. So for us now, the focus is on to continue innovating in this area of image and videos and the multimodality, because you mentioned that. I think there is a competition between many companies acting in this field. So that's definitely of interest for us. But at the same time, pushing for ethics, it's also a priority. And here one initiative that my colleagues in the US have been driving is content authenticity initiatives, which aims to protect the rights of the designers and creative people. And there is an act that was initiated, and many companies decided to become allies and to support this in order to protect, again, creative people and to make AI a tool that they can use in a safe way and they can use for the good of other people.
Thank you.
So I just want to add, because I work a lot with the industry as a consultant, so I have many companies, and I'm really happy to see their openness towards implementing AI. But if you allow me, I will describe the experience with a joke. I know maybe it's not the best one. Sorry for that, and my sense of humor is not that good, but I like the joke. So basically, a guy goes to the doctor and he tells him that he cannot speak. I will not tell the guy's name for GDPR concerns. He tells me that he cannot sleep, and the doctor is like, oh my God, but have you tried counting sheep, as I told you last time? He said, yeah, I tried, and it doesn't work. Well, have you tried pushing the sheep through the fence. And then he said, no, okay, so sometimes you have to push the sheep through the fence and not allow it to jump over the fence. So the idea is here that companies, usually they try to push AI into their organization because they see, okay, we have to have this. We have to have it immediately, the latest. I don't care for what's being used, but I have to have it. So sometimes they are not aware of the implication. They don't have experts, and they want to use their own traditional IT infrastructure for running different AI solutions. And this is not the case. Everything should be done like logically and should be done with a strategy. And there are many methodologies developed right now for implement the right way and the right processes to implement AI in a company. And as first, I wanted to bring AI to companies in an easy manner. We build a lot of tools for them from, like you said, using generative AI, using computer vision, using machine learning. And at the moment when more and more companies came to us, we saw, okay, but those people that don't have any idea what this implies. So we started educating them, and we created this workshop, and we try to help them understand what it is and implementing a strategy. And although companies, I know they have to have a profit, they have to be, they have to have, like somebody said today in another panel, they want everything to happen right now. But sometimes you have to wait 5 minutes longer and you will get a better result. So again, I come with a problem of not only of ethics, but the dangers that it implies in terms of security, and also for a company. Imagine like 2 years ago, nobody was talking about generative AI. They were using machine learning. And then, and natural language processing the traditional ways that I also learned during my PhD. But the fact is that in 2 years, everything changed. And now, generative AI is the buzzword. What will happen in 2 years? Are you 100% sure that generative AI is going to be like the thing that will shake everything? Well, maybe something will change. So that's why it's better to be prepared. I'm not saying you should implement generative AI, but you should make an entire strategy and change your infrastructure to accommodate what AI is going to be. And it is not going to use any traditional computing, and you will have to implement something like it is called AI Ops, meaning allow AI to replace some of the operation processes that happen in companies with AI-specific technologies, but make sure that you integrate them correctly, because otherwise you will have a lot more headache.
Yes, and I'd like to take on from this Anka, from maybe something will change, because I think much more will change, and it is changing as of now. And so you mentioned, you know, you refer to your clients, yes, and you're doing your best for the clients. So, and we are here at the Future of AI kind of panel. That's how I see it, the only one which is looking in the future as well. And the future belongs to, you know, it's not possible not to belong to the artificial general intelligence, to the super intelligences, and I live in that future with singularity net and so on and so forth. But what I want to say here is that there is a shift, a radical shift that is happening right now under our eyes, and that is not only from generative AI to multimodal and so on, but it is also from regarding with the people as the clients of the big companies to regard with the people as the peers. So Peers Incorporated, there is a book by the lady who started Zipcar. And so SingularityNet is creating a platform on which everyone can put their algorithm and get paid whenever someone else is using that algorithm, and where the algorithms can mix and match with each other. And then, of course, the people whose algorithms have been mixed and matched, and whose solution, which is more complex, like, for example, flying and hotels, yes, and you build, or something emerges, which is a travel company, and someone is using those services, and then you are being paid automatically. This is now possible because of artificial intelligence on infrastructures which are on the distributed ledger, or more complex infrastructure, which enable the AIs to embed those privacy and security embedded in the AI, which was referred to in the regulation panel. Hypercycle, which is, and Joy, if you can bring me the box now, because I forgot to take it. Hypercycle, which is also a sponsor to this company in which I'm advising, is building this kind of infrastructure, and they work with SingularityNet. So what this box is doing, just put it there, it's okay. Thank you, and Joy will be on the next panel, so this is good to stay here. So it is building that kind of infrastructure, and this box is enabling you to have your data encrypted at your place, at your location, and then also contributed to a bigger pot to be processed through technology, through encryption and advanced. Now we are moving into quantum computing to be processed so that we, the people, our peers, we are partaking in developing this, as our CEO is saying, new baby. That is the baby which I was referring to in the beginning, which we are co-evolving to be the better than us guides for a better world in the future.
Thank you. And to bring these topics together, I would like to mention the Stanford HI 2022 AI Index report, which noted that in 2014, most significant machine learning models were released by academia. But in comparison, for example, in 2022, there were 32 significant industry-produced machine learning models compared to just 3 produced by academia. And the numbers just continue to grow in favor of industry today. And as models become more complex, include more parameters, they also become more expensive. And there have been recent asks from the academic world towards public sector all over the world to increase funding in research institutes, universities, to allow researchers access to best-in-class capabilities. The industry operates at the forefront of latest developments, given greater funding, more flexibility, access to data, computing power, but maybe, Alexandra, I would be curious to hear your perspective on academic or partnerships with the industry. How do you think about public-private partnerships, and what their role would be in advancing AI development? And how do you think this should be structured to ensure accessibility to AI to a broader range of parties, for example, different communities with different socioeconomic profiles?
Thank you. Of course, as I am representing a university here today, of course, we encourage partnerships with industry, and of course we need them, because the research only as fundamental research and on its own wouldn't have any really utility unless it would be transferred to the industry and then to the end users. So this should be, at least in my opinion, the main purpose of doing research. It has to address some problems, it has to solve some needs, it has to come up with something, some innovative ways of addressing existing problems from every perspective, from societal perspective, environmental, technological, and so on. So I think that worldwide it becomes very obvious that academic industry partnerships become more and more used, let's say. We obviously see an increase of these kinds of partnerships. We now have companies that are supporting universities in developing curricula, in developing master's degree programs. We have partnerships for PhD theses, so that's not something unusual, and of course it's something that we would all want from. I think it's a win-win both for universities and for the industry to have access to the brains that come out of universities. If you are asking me particularly about the Polytechnica of Bucharest, yes, we do have a lot of partnerships with companies. We have a lot of sponsored labs in our faculty, at least, but I think I can speak in the name of the entire university that there are a lot of strengthened partnerships between the university and the industry from this perspective. So we have a stronger bond with the applied research from the industry, so that we can better combine it with the fundamental research that we are undergoing in the university. So I think now we see a lot more technology transfer coming out of Romanian universities and going to the market than we used to, at least 10 or even 5 years ago. In the past few years, there has been a significant increase in this trend. We are happy to see that our students have access to the infrastructure from the industry, which is sometimes much better developed and much more modern than maybe what universities can provide them. And also the fact that they can be part of these research projects, wider research projects, where they can actually understand what are the real problems that the industry is trying to solve, what are the solutions that the industry needs to go to market with, so that they can be part of those solutions. In terms of AI in an engineering university, our focus is to teach our students how to be the next AI creators, let's say. So there are two segments here. On the one hand, we can talk about those who are developing the AI and who are creating maybe the new models, the new algorithms, the new technology, the new progress in technology. And on the other hand, we talk about the users, which are now basically everyone is an AI user, whether we know it or not. We have AI on our mobile phones, we have AI all over, so when you use Waze, you have AI. But maybe you're not aware of that, and you don't even care about how how Waze or another app is using AI, so that you get a recommendation from that system. But what we do in universities and what we focus on is how the future engineers will be able to come up with innovations, to come up with AI-based solutions that will solve the user's problems, and do that in a responsible and ethical way. This is very important at the moment, just because we were saying everyone has access to it. So the future engineers and the engineers that we have now, but also the future engineers, will become much more responsible in terms of how the AI that they are creating will be used and how it will impact the society.
The fact that everyone has access to it is not enough. That's the point. Yes, because that's transformed us into a commodity for advertisers and into food for the pharma military industrial complex. This access, yes, so it's not enough. That's why I'm pointing to.
So maybe I just wanted to close a bit the loop, because we have a partnership with Polytechnica, and we founded a lab there. We sponsored. Yes, one of the oldest ones. And I wanted to say that every summer we are bringing tens of interns from Polytechnica. They have great AI and machine learning skills, and we are hiring, I would say, more than 70% of them. But what I admire the most is the fact that they are plug and play. They come, they join the production team from the first day, and there is no expectation from them, but still they are so well prepared on the, at least they know the theory in an amazing way. And they get the chance to apply that in production, and I think that's the key for success. And that's why we have bright engineers.
Sorry, I just want to add that it's not only about getting interns. We also have a partnership with a laboratory. So through an EU grant, there are programs that are offered to companies that want to collaborate with universities, and they get grants. We don't get interns, but we get like knowledge, and that is important. Like we have discussions with AI experts from a research academic perspective and us from a commercial perspective, and we try to find the best approach to solve a problem and to deliver a product. So sometimes it's also about that. It's not about getting just, of course it's important to get trained resources, human resources in the company, but sometimes simply a collaboration. And there are like a lot of important steps right now. So
thank you. Sure. There is one more thing for which I'm truly grateful to Polytechnica. There are so many girls coming from there. Yes, that is true. I would say more than 30% of them are girls. So whatever you're doing there, you're doing it very well.
My diploma, yes, agrees with that. So it's a proof as well. So.
Well, congratulations. So we have discussed academia, we have discussed industry, partnerships between these two, but I would also like to focus a little bit, given the fact that we already had broader panels discussing today AI solutions in the public sector. Maybe we can build on those key insights, but Mihaela, maybe I can start with you. You have been working at the intersection of research and policy, as exemplified by your academic work on e-society and also founding the Impact Institute for Digital Economy. Where do you think the opportunity lies in adopting more AI-driven solutions within the public sector, and what challenges do you see or foresee?
The question is complex, and I don't necessarily see the connection between the policy and the opportunity. Not always, yes, because as it was discussed before, opportunity is mainly stifled or stopped, or you know, like there are obstacles that policy is putting. So, which one do you want me to tackle, the opportunity or the policy? Okay.
We would welcome views on both, exactly.
You know, how I'm looking at this, if you want the policy and opportunity, I'm looking at it, artificial intelligence, especially now the gods, as Anka was referring to them, is like a genie, right? So it's like a genie. It's like, it has these superpowers, which were alluded to on the previous panel as well. You can ask them for anything, and they're answering, they're gonna give you that. The question is, and this was also discussed, yes, do we know to ask the right questions? And actually, what do we want? And again, this is something which we have to look inside ourselves. Do we want more money? Do we want more profits? Do we want a better life? Do we want a better future for our children? So I do not know if we are ready to answer the right question in the right way, and that is, I think, where the issue is. So if we come to opportunities are plenty. The technology is there. Yes, the policy is trying through compliance right now to do it in the right way. But my belief is that the opportunity is in empowering each of us to actually not only use and access the technology, but also participate and co-create the technology. And here, if I may just give again this example of the box. So what is doing? This has computing power. And then I will also give an example of, so there are chips which have been developed at Stanford, and now they are used through Grok. If you know Grok, yeah, they are the fastest, although NVIDIA thinks they build now the fastest chips, but Grok is beating them by far. And I've been working very closely with Oscar Menser, who started Grok from his PhD at Stanford. Well, we are collaborating also at Hypercycle with them. So we are putting very powerful technology in the Hyperboxes, which everybody can own, and they can access. You just plug it. You don't need to do anything, and then you have a very powerful computer in your own home, which can link to the network of powerful compute. So now algorithms are being computed, distributed, and then you get rewarded both for your computing power, but also for the algorithms which you are contributing. So these are new models by which companies can actually, as you were mentioning, yes, with ready, prepared students, now you can also tap into this wealth and collaborate with everyone else, like many companies in the pharma are doing now with drug design, and through gaming, people are solving solutions for drug design faster than the companies. And then, of course, by collaboration, the companies are paying hackathons and so on, and people also benefit. And the solutions are done faster.
But, Mihaela, can you bring it to work with you? Can you bring it to work with you?
You mean the box?
Yes.
If that's what we do, yes, of course. Also at work, and also at work, probably you have more money, then you can get more of them. Yes, you can get a super node, and so on and so forth. If you go online, you can
so you
find
take it
all
with your
this.
phone and with your laptop, and you get the box with you to get
Exactly.
more computing power.
Exactly.
It's actually a new trend, you know, like bring your own AI to work, and it's
Yes.
like they try to create this augmented like employee. So you go there, you have to be efficient, but you have to be more efficient than your other colleagues. So how do you do that? You go to ChatGPT, of course, and you try. But then also there are other tools right now available, and many others. So you have to create your own AI, let's say, setup at home. And with DCP, of course, will give you more leverage to give to have a better chance to get like a management position after you prove your, let's say, your capabilities. But joke aside, it is important to have such tools, and in the future, each of us will be responsible to prove our own efficiency. So unfortunately, we are better now, but we'll have to be the best, especially if we are going to work with robots. And they will do like, they will not sleep, they will not eat for 24 hours. So how you will prove that you will still be needed in the company? So you have to befriend the robots and befriend technology, and you have to bring your own AI to work. Thank you.
Anka, you warmed my heart so much. I wanted to say, in front of everybody, I'm gifting this box to you. You definitely earned it through your vision, and immediately you got it. So you go with it back home and to work. You take it.
I'll definitely bring it to work. I already know where I'm going to use it on Monday.
So I would like to bring us to one of our last topics, and all of you have touched on it already briefly. But as you noted, as it happens with the majority of technological advancement, science is oftentimes evolving fast, and it happens that implications of novel technologies on our human experience, both at a societal or individual level, represent a conversation that can hardly keep up the pace. So for example, in March 2019, while I was a student at Stanford, I attended the inauguration of the Stanford Human-Centered AI Institute. And among the events that were happening on campus that day, I happened to moderate a table at the intersection of AI and art, where inevitably topics like ownership, intellectual property have arisen. But nowadays, we have all probably seen headlines around issues or concerns on biases, fairness, ethics in AI. So I would like all of our panelists to weigh in on the topic, but maybe Anka, we can start with you. You are working with the Romanian government, sitting on the Council for AI Ethics. So maybe from the angle of a sustainable AI, ensuring that AI systems are designed and deployed in a manner that is ethical, fair, inclusive, avoiding biases and promoting equity. What do you think are the ethical considerations that should be taken into account when developing solutions?
Well, this is very hard because, like somebody said, we as humans, we are not fair. We are biased, and we don't consider aspects like security and privacy in a lot of things that we do. Especially, like, consider a lot of people give their information like through Facebook or to whatever engine on the internet. So I speak from the perspective of, let's say, industry service provider, and also as an AI specialist. So what we can do definitely is put more accountability on the persons involved in AI development. So I say here to do these algorithm audits, or to create more let's say, to add more explainable AI into our systems. But to say that this is very hard to do, to ensure ethics. I mean, it's a effort that doesn't rely only on the AI specialists, the policymaker, the governments, even the users that accept this kind of products. So we all have a responsibility here. So I had clients that came to me and they said, okay, we want to use this solution, we want to use this LLM, but this is like bias-free. Well, it is, you all know, like the biggest names in the industry, they have this access to a lot of data, and they created these LLMs, but they don't have transparency. So how can you put me accountable on subjects like fairness in using something that did not consider these rules? So it is a chain, it is an evil chain, and it has to come, the change has to come from the source and continue up to the user as well. So to answer your question, I think that we can, each of us, have a piece of responsibility in what we do to apply like fairness and transparency and privacy and security. I and my team, for example, I can speak in my name, we do these AI audits, and we try and we explain to customer in case we are not able to ensure one of these, like, okay, we have to see, and we talk with lawyers. We have also an advisor on the spot. And for example, we were the first ones, I think almost like between the first ones in Romania that already implemented an EU AI policy for a project that we worked now. It was launched like a few days before the approval of the EU AI Act, and we already worked with legals to determine how we can make this like
let's say, to comply to the new EU AI Act. So we try our best, but what I can say, it's a joint effort.
Thank you. Diana, we can move to you.
So I'll pick up on what Anka said about biases. There is no such thing like a model which has no biases. Because you know why? The bias is in the eyes of the beholder. So there are models, if someone asks for an unbiased model, there is no such thing. Now, let me come back a bit on the ethics thing, because the operationalization of the latest models implied adding ethics or consideration for ethics. However, I think it's impossible to be compliant, to be ethically compliant from all the perspectives of what ethic means, because ethics is related to responsibility, accountability, transparency, privacy, biases, robustness, and so on. So the question for companies is what can they do in such a complex environment where there are so many things that they have to comply with. So the answer for them is, first of all, to be proactively aware and to proactively consider these tensions between various ethics aspects. Then the next thing is to prioritize what is important, what is a priority for them, given their context, given the market they are into, given the regulation and the legislation from the area they are part of, how they can prioritize the ethics aspect that they want to and they have to comply with. And then the next thing is to document this and to be transparent about the ethics principles that they are implementing and covering. Now, coming back to the biases, I wanted to give you some concrete examples, some situations that we went through when we launched our Firefly model. Of course, the first versions, the outcome was funny sometimes, irritating other times, worrying in other moments. And I can give you some concrete things that happened. For example, initially, on our restricted search list, a list of words that could be used to generate images, we had the handicap word, because it was perceived as being derogatory within Western societies. But then we've got this feedback from our users. We cannot generate images based on the handicap word. We want that, we need that, we want to generate signs, images with signs for handicapped people. And then we took that feedback and we adjusted our models. Another example, we had on the restricted lists the shooting word. And we've got the feedback from users. We cannot generate images about shooting basketball. So we adjusted again our models, but still we kept shooting on a restricted list when it comes to weapons. But now people can use shooting in other contexts. So these are some things that companies can do. They have to listen to the feedback, and they have to require feedback from their users and to incorporate that in their model, because otherwise, expecting something to be bias-free, that won't ever happen. These are just a few examples about how biases can be dealt with. And at the same time, one more thing I want to add about how do we try to make our models less biased. We are feeding them, it's called adversary testing. We are feeding them with wrong data so that they are able to recognize that and avoid when creating the output.
Thank you, Mihaela.
I think the question was about art, and I will answering from the artist perspective. I'm also a poet, and actually I got many awards in Romania for my poetry when I went outside. Also in I have from the American Society of Poets and so on and so forth. But here I was more known as a poet than as a robotics engineer. And so I continued to write poetry. And we at Singularity Net, as I mentioned, we are also building humanoid robots like Sophia robot, if you know it, and many others, among which Desdemona, which is a soloist, is an android which is playing in the Jam Galaxy band, where our CEO, Dr. Ben Goertzel, is also playing. Desdemona was fed one of my poems, and she rewrote it, because I think that's the issue. Yes, what if the AI are using our content? So she just simply rewrote it, because we fed her my poem, so she actually writes a song and sings my poem, but actually she rewrote it, and I read it and I cried, and it was much better. I mean, people say don't say it much better, but I mean, she revealed some emotions which better than I would have, and then I believe my original poem has. So this is making the point which I'm actually getting to, and that is, rather than regarding them, us versus them, and how do we stop them from using our content, how about partnering with them and co-creating with them, as I was mentioning in the beginning. And Hypercycle is actually championing also another perspective. We have started the Association of AI Copywriters, in which they have rights as well, because they are creating as well, and then we get inspiration from them as well. So both we and them, and then when an AI will create something and another AI will use what that AI has created and build something even better. So what are the rights? So we are thinking and envisioning that universe in which humans and artificial intelligences are co-created, and who has what rights. And I think that is a universe where we actually can exceed our own limitations, and we can transcend that. And something which we never imagined can come up, like that poem, and I have it somewhere online. Maybe you will find it if you look for my name and Desdemona and poem. So this is what I just wanted to offer, that perspective, because all the other ones have been tackled.
Thank you. And Alexandra, we'll let you weigh in on the topic as well.
Thank you. So I would just be curious to ask our audience today, how many of you would be worried about bias in an AI which plays Go or chess? Very few of you. Or about bias in a system, in an AI system that helps doctors in setting a diagnosis or analyzing some imaging tests. Yeah, and you would probably, so about chess, you probably wouldn't really care. I mean, it's just a game. When we talk about medicine, then it becomes more personal. It could be you could be the subject of what the AI decides. But just think about it in terms that no AI systems in the medical industry is taking responsibility or can be held accountable. So it's still the doctor that will have the final word. So think of them just as an assistant, maybe, of the doctor, a tool that can assist the doctors or provide some recommendations, but they don't hold the 100% truth. Just because, as you were saying, there are so many more factors that can influence the healthcare of each individual, and this is why AI now is being more and more used in terms of personalized AI, so that it focuses specifically on your DNA and on your medical history and so on. But you were all of a sudden, more of you were more worried because probably you were thinking about, what if it's me? What if an AI just fails at detecting what's wrong with me? But still, you would be more worried about the accuracy, probably, not necessarily as a philosophical bias, let's say. You would be worried about how well that machine was trained, what was the data that, historically speaking, was provided so that it learns from it. When we talk about medicine, for example, it's more facts and data. We need the large, very large database with conclusions and with ideas that the AI will be trained on, and based on that historical data, the machine will be able to predict an outcome for that specific case. But how many of you would be worried about bias if an AI would decide if you get a job or not? I think even more than when asking about the medical decision. And why would that be? Why would that worry you more? What's different than chess or medical imaging? Exactly, and from a human perspective, it gets much more complex than in analyzing an image, even if we talk about a medical issue. But we just, in that case, we just have an image. We need to understand what to look for and how to detect things on that image. So it's more mathematical or more pragmatic. When we talk about getting a job or getting a score in terms of social ranking or whatever, then all of a sudden everything gets much more subjective than when we talk about strictly mathematics. Every one of you will be biased by their own set of values and social references that you are using when expressing any kind of opinion. And if you were, each of you, if you were to develop such an AI system, you would most certainly reflect your own set of values and references in life into that system. And at this moment, there is nothing stopping larger teams of developers in doing that, because the regulations are not in place. They are far from being 100% clear in terms of what's right and what's wrong in developing an AI. And so in this case, for example, if the developers of that system would feed the AI with data saying that for, I don't know, for an accountant job, you would have 90% men, then you would have a 90% probability that that system will say that it should be a man getting that job. It's still math, it's still statistics, it's still probability, but we need to have transparency in understanding what data were fed to that system so that it learns how to draw conclusions and how to provide outcome to the users. So I think it will be a long challenge. It will last for a long time to determine what's biased and what's not biased, and it will probably be one of the biggest challenges in terms of especially generative AI that has been one of the main focuses.
Can I say just quickly something? So we started an initiative with lawyer Ana Goleanu, who's not in the room here, and I, which actually, we brought together like lawyers and medical personnel and our AI expertise. And when we go to hospital or deal with healthcare AI solutions, we try to involve and have conversations and try to discuss the best approaches so that you can avoid biases. And this approach was also taken over by insurance companies, because in the future, there are going to be these ethical AI checkers that are going to verify, to scan and verify if a certain treatment or a certain decision, medical decision, was biased or not. So future hospitals or doctors will need to ensure that they have such a solution and they know that they are not biased. So this brings also benefits to the people, not only for the AI.
Thank you, and thank you both, Alexandra and Anka, for your dialogue here. But I think now, in our last minutes, we can take a few questions from the audience. So I think we have one in the back. Could someone pass a microphone?
Yes, I have a question. Nice to meet you. I work in marketing, so I've been
Can you
using...
stand so we
Yeah,
see
yeah,
you?
I'm here.
Thank you. Okay.
Nice to meet you. I'm working in marketing, so I've already started to use AI in my job. But regarding bias and regulation, what is right now the proportion based on which AI needs to be controlled by human resources? And in the future, what is the plan and intention regarding AI autonomy in its own functions? Thank you.
I can answer to the future. So, because I actually wanted to continue and to say that as continuation of the panel. So I'm coming here directly from a chain of conferences, and one of them was the Beneficial AGI conference in Panama City organized by SingularityNet. This was a pivotal conference in which one of the important outcomes was that we worked on an artificial general intelligence constitution. So I think in the future, it will be, again, with the people coming from the American model, that we will build a constitution with principles for us coexisting with the AIs, and which are those principles, like, for example, happiness for all, or maximize happiness for all, and so on and so forth. So I have them. If you want, I can send them to you. But I think we are departing from this authoritarian, like they should do what we prescribe, to this more cooperative, more relaxed, more social acceptance of the AIs. And then how do we live together like we live with our fellow humans, and then having a constitution. And those principles embedded in the AI, as the professor was mentioning, that because we will design them like ourselves. And this comes back to what's written on the Delphi Oracle gate. Yes, know thyself, right? So we will have to really be those beings which we aspire, so that AIs can be like us and we can all live together.
I can add a perspective to your question related to marketing, because we are working on products that are addressed to enterprise customers and on the marketing, digital marketing area. And there is generative AI is used these days. But there is also a high level of human factor involved into that. And to be honest, discussing with our customers, I think they are not comfortable, and they will not be soon comfortable to delegate generating a marketing campaign from end to end, to delegate that to artificial intelligence. So even though maybe that would be possible, it will take time until companies will be confident enough to delegate that entirely. And by end to end, I mean from ideation to concept. Then you know it probably very well. There are so many teams in marketing involved in a web campaign or yes, and it's a very complex process. When you say marketing, we maybe think just advertising or running a campaign. But if we think about multi-channel campaigns, if we think about all those teams that have to work together and to be aligned in order to make a campaign successful, I think it will take many years until we can delegate that entirely to AI.
It's more actually a comment on the bias of an AI in a healthcare system. So many of the AIs used in healthcare systems today actually are biased. There's one in Czech Republic, which is functional right now in hospitals. So most of them receive as input the zip code of the patient. And the zip code of the patient gives you social demographics, the social status of the patient, poor, high criminality, low level of education. And this can impact on the diagnostics, on the assistive help of the AI to the physician. But excluding this, so for those that do not receive as input the zip code, There are those AIs which have to receive as input certain risk factors, such as sexual worker, smoker, user of injectable drugs, because these are actually risk factors in medicine. So I'm an AI engineer, but I'm also a medical student. So you have to give these as input because these are risk factors in establishing certain pathologies.
Okay, I can just.
These.
What is the question? If you don't
No,
mind.
I said it in the beginning. It's more like a comment. These can actually weigh in establishing diagnostics. Because
the moderator is asking me to intervene and thank you because she asked for questions, but I wanted to say something to you now also. Thank you very much for this insight. Bias can be also positive, and I think on the next panel, Joy, my colleague, will agree with me. When it comes to personalized medicine, I really want the most bias because I wanted to really take my own data and use them on my box with my own, medical record, having it in my hands, but then the doctor can have access to it. So it depends on the approach, you see, with bias. But I think on the next panel, Joy will address this in much more detail in the service of time.
Yes, and I would like to thank our audience and our panelists, and hope today's conversations and ladies such as the ones myself and my fellow moderators had the honor of interviewing today will serve as models for the younger generation. Yes, maybe Mihaela is asking us if we could all briefly just give us like a 30-second maybe takeaway, insight, or what excites you for the future of AI.
Just to be very quick, first of all, I would like to thank you once again for having me here, and it was great being here in the interaction with the audience today. Just as a final thought that I would like to leave you with, AI is definitely here to stay. So I think that the new shift that we are now facing in society is to learn how to work with AI, how to live with AI, how to make AI a companion for the future. And I think this is the trend that we are now confronting with. Thank you.
I think we have to start to feel comfortable to live with entities which are smarter than us, to be grateful for that, and make sure we design them like with ethics embedded in their fabric. And for this, to remember whenever we wake up to be the best of ourselves.
I think I would share my personal perspective on this. I don't want to give advice, but I'm very, very curious about what's gonna follow, and I'm very thrilled about the progress that I read about every day, that I see every day, and I'm totally open to embrace the change and to continue learning, because it's truly amazing what's happening. People say compared what's happening these days with the invention of printing press or even discovery of the fire. So I do believe we are living historical moments, and yeah, I'm happy to embrace this change.
So I'm looking for quantum AI and to determine what is the secret behind our own consciousness. And I can only give like a little bit, but we are working on something really amazing with my team. And I just want to say that thoughts are going to be something that we will definitely know with the help of AI. So I don't want to jinx it, but in the future, your dreams, your thoughts, they're not going to be so subjective because they are going to be part of the whole. So I'm looking forward to see where this leads us.
Thank you all. Thank
Dear
you.
speakers. Thank you very much for your inputs, for coming, honoring us. Yes, definitely was an unforgettable panel. So
Now we have a break, 15 minutes, and after that we'll continue our last panel. So I'll be waiting you.
Îndrăgostește-te, dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică. Și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online. Fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente. Ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te, dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică. Și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online. Fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente. Ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te. Dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică. Și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George, pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online. Fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente. Ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te. Dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică. Și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online. Fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente. Ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Îndrăgostește-te. Dar nu așa. Îndrăgostește-te, Lulea. Apucă-te iar de facultate, aia pe care ai vrut-o din totdeauna. Visează, încearcă și puneți ideile pe hârtie și hârtiile în aplicare. Fă-ți prieteni oriunde te duci și ai cu tine până la adânci bătrâneți. Luați-vă și un cățel, și o pisică. Și puneți și prima cărămidă. Nu înceta să-ți faci planuri pentru un viitor mai bun. Un viitor în care vom investi 11 miliarde de euro până în 2030. Pentru o Românie în care merită să trăiești și să plănuiești. OMV Petrom.
Timpul, o resursă importantă atunci când ești antreprenor. Cu George pentru afacerea ta, îți faci cont 100% online, fără drumuri la bancă, fără documente, ca să-ți folosești timpul în mod inteligent. În plus, ai tranzacții online gratuite nelimitat. George, primul banking inteligent.
Hello to all that is passionate by the artificial intelligence, data science, and new technology. Thank you for coming back in order to move to our fourth panel dedicated to AI, future impact over the industries. A distinct one because it will be touch some important aspects like the key trends shaping the future of AI, the role of women in shaping AI, and balancing innovation with ethical responsibility. I'm elated to present the moderator of this panel, Shir Lador. As I mentioned before, she is the AI Group Manager at Intuit and WIDS Tel Aviv Ambassador. Shir, please join on the stage. This panel has gathered some amazing ladies with deep background in the field. I have the honor to invite on the stage CFO, member of Executive Board on Petrom, Alina Popa. A young genius and a shining model for the new generation, Elif Mehmet, MBA MPP student at Harvard Kennedy School of Government and Harvard Business School, David Rubenstein Fellow at Harvard Center for Public Leadership. CEO, Hypering Joy Zhang, and Legal Director at UniCredit Bank Romania, Diana Cibotareu. Ladies, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Tatiana. And thank you, everyone, for staying with us to this late hour. We really appreciate it. Now, in this panel, we will explore the exciting landscape of artificial intelligence and the impact on our future of our different industry segments. And I was listening to all the panels today, and we had such great discussions and so much new information. And I wanted to give, all of us an opportunity to kind of engage more with all of this new information and also reflect. So I wanted to ask all of you guys that left with us to join us for a short visioning exercise. Before we start the discussion here with these esteemed group of panelists, and panelists, you join as well, because it will also help us in our panel discussion. So please, everyone, close your eyes just for a second, few minutes. Take a deep, deep breath. Notice your belly rise and fall. Effortless breath. Let it in, let it out. Continue breathing in this mindful way for 10 more breaths. You are exactly where you need to be. Observe how the breath fills you up. Observe how you release it. You are aware of your body. Where are you holding tension? Where do you feel it? Relax your feet. Relax your ankles. Relax your knees, your hips, your belly, your shoulders, your hands, your neck, your jaw, your forehead. Now, imagine it's 2030. You are 6 years in the future. AI has transformed your life in so many positive ways. The world has achieved our goal of having 50% women in the data science and AI fields. 50% of the leaders of this transformation with AI are women. Where are you? What are you doing? What do you see? What do you hear? How do you feel? Imagine your life, your career, your well-being, and how it has been impacted now with this AI transformation, and the fact that it is equally led by women. Now take a few seconds to slowly, slowly come back to us. Start opening your eyes. And let's connect back to the present where we are and discuss with this wonderful panel our impression from our vision. Our distinguished panelists here bring a wealth of experience and insights, and I'm thrilled to introduce them to this audience. So to keep things engaging, we will start with a quick intro activity. I will do a short introduction of each of the panelists. After each panelist will say 5 words that describe her best. So we'll start with Alina Popa here right next to me. Alina is the CFO and a member of the executive board at OMV Petrom Romania. Alina brings a strategic financial perspective to our discussion today. Her expertise in navigating the intersection of finance and technology will be invaluable to this discussion. What are 5 words that describe you best, Alina?
Thank you very much. Do you hear me? Yes. So happy to be here, and I really hope you have still energy to listen to us. We need to speak interesting stuff because it's late. 5 words, yes. I'm finance person by background, so you would expect that I will be all about numbers and rates of returns. But I discovered after many years of my career that actually the most important thing that gets any number are the people. So my first word is people. My second word is learning. My third word is collaboration, speed, and value added.
Thank you, Alina. I loved it. Yeah, and I remember it also from your opening when you talked about people. And now we're with Elif Mehmet. I hope I said it right. Elif is an MBA graduate student from Harvard University. Her multidisciplinary background equips her to address the challenges and opportunities AI presents across various sectors. What are 5 words that describe you best, Elif?
Thanks, Cher. I think I'll just stick to one. Whether as a result of my personal background or professionally how I approach my job, I've often been described by the word self-starter, and that's an attribute that I'm assuming with great pride. Professionally, I think that means that I usually don't wait around for instructions to kickstart something. I like figuring stuff out on my own. And in terms of my personal background, I come from a family where my grandparents were simple factory workers during the communist regime. My parents were the first ones to go to college. Both my sister and I, my sister who moderated the prior panel, shout out Sevda, both of us moved to the US with no connections. We both won full scholarships at top US educational institutions and got to where we are of our hard work.
Wow, so inspiring. Thank you, Elif. Now we're going to Joy Zhang. Joy, the CEO of a stealth startup and advisor to Hypercycle, which I know a lot of the participants here advise to or connected to. It is a decentralized AI platform. And Joy is the trailblazer in AI-driven innovation. Her entrepreneurial spirit and vision for the future will inspire us all, hopefully. So Joy, what are 5 words that describe you best?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I love that intro. I think that's the best intro I've ever heard about myself. Thank you for that. And the startup, thank you for bringing it up, is no longer stealth and it's called HyperRing. So it's a spin-off within the Hypercycle ecosystem that I'm so excited to tell you all about. But before that, the 5 words that describe me, I would say creative, diverse. I love diversity. It's such a major tenet of my life. Pragmatic, objective, and then one last one, empathetic. Yeah, that's the 5 words.
Wow, beautiful combination. Loved it, Joy. Thank you, and congratulations for the new name for the startup, HyperRing. And Diana, and sorry, I don't know how to say the last name well, so you say.
Spell it for you. So it's Chubotariu.
Okay, thank you. Diana is the General Counsel / Legal Director in UniCredit Bank. And from that, she brings a wealth of knowledge from the banking sector to this discussion. Her insights on how data science is transforming banking will be invaluable to our discussion. So Diana, what are 5 words that describe you best?
First of all, thank you so much for having me here. It's been a nice day, although long. I will not count to say if there are 5 or more. In principle, although I'm very rational by definition and by structure, given my professional background, let's say, I'm also very empathic and I have a lot of feelings. So I'm driven by feelings a lot. And then I can say that I'm curious, I'm analytical as well, innovative in terms of finding solutions and way out of different challenges. And I'm very stubborn in the sense that I never give up until I find a solution to some issue. So, thank you.
Wonderful. I love the stubborn one. You cannot get things done without it, right? You have to be that. Okay, so as we all have seen, each of these women have made significant strides in their respective fields and will provide their unique perspective on how data science is shaping our future and the future in various segments. So I want to start with a question that I'm really interested to hear the different perspective about. What are the key trends shaping the future of AI? And I want to hear from each of our panelists, drawing from their unique point of view on the insights on the emerging technologies, ethical considerations, societal impact, those trends that would shape the future of AI. So Alina, would you like to start?
Sure. So of course, I mean, I'll give a CFO perspective, which is a lot coming from, first of all, what I see is increasing exponentially of the volume of data. So volume of data is really increasing 3 times, 4 times, 5 times, sometimes even more than that, becoming harder and harder to be managed without technology. So that's, and of course, from my role as executive and CFO, okay, I need technology, I need to be able to get insights out of this data, which becomes really, really too hard without AI, without data science. Then it's the second topic I really see is around data governance and the quality of data. In order to have good models, we need good data. And the bigger the company, the more complex it is to get qualitative data and also to have clear responsibility and ownership. Who is responsible for this data? Who needs to clean it? Who needs to make sure that this is really appropriate and so on. We started a program called Data City. We just launched it in order to have a clarity in our organization on how we deal around data, who is responsible, what we do, what are the plans, how we develop and so on. So that's also true. If we go more to emerging technologies, I would speak about this explainable AI. As a CFO, I mean, I go to capital markets and I need to explain things. I need to explain my predictions. I cannot say, look, I have a great AI and this is what it is. I need to explain why it is what it is. Yeah, why I believe this will be like that in 5 years or in 10 years. We are a listed company. We have a responsibility to our investors, and I need to be convincing when I explain stuff. So yes, technology is great, but I need to be able to explain it. So this trend around explainable AI would be the third one which I would mention.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely agree. Explainable AI is so important. You know, as data scientists, we see the need of that. And when we need to convince stakeholders, we need those tools. And I feel like they are, you know, getting further and further away with the rise of generative AI. Yeah, Diana, do you want to say, from your perspective, what are the key trends you see shaping the future of AI?
So banking, it was already discussed before. It's a highly regulated industry, let's say, and we are in between the customers on the one side and the regulators on the other. And this is very challenging for us. It's innovative and we need to bring innovation in because at certain point it mitigates some operational risks that we are facing into doing some manual jobs or processing information with the pure judgment of people. But on the other side, it comes along with different other challenges as well tackled before related to cyber security threats. For us, let's say comparing ourselves maybe after healthcare, probably financial industry is one of the most sensitive ones because we deal with people trusting in, let's say, having them handle their finance and into processing large amounts of data, both personal and financial ones. So it has to be found the right combination in using AI in a way to preserve this trust, which for us is of utmost importance. Risk management is the core of our, let's say, activities, and we need to be there to preserve it. On the other side, we have to look at the customer in order to provide it with the most suitable mix of products, to understand the preferences, in order to ensure this fast service that we discussed about today, about everybody willing to receive very fast information, access to services, and so on. So in regards to trends, of course, we discussed about chatbots and video assistants and other kind of assistants in call centers, for example, that help a lot in speeding up clients' access to information or to performing various changes to their current status in the banking services. Not to mention then AI related open banking activities. We've heard a lot about cryptocurrencies around and about various type of IT-driven solutions that improve customer relationship. Aside from business-driven and customer-driven solutions, it helps a lot in terms of risk management, as I mentioned, because it can predict, for example, fraud patterns related to payment transactions. It's also in the risk management area for lending activities. For example, we are developing, using AI, certain predictive models in terms of lending activity. And compliance as well is one of the key areas for AI implementation. Supporting various second-level controls that we are doing, and of real importance these days, know your customer and financial sanction screening, for example. These are just one of the areas in which AI is really of great support.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned lending and security risk and fraud. These are exactly the things I did in my previous role at Intuit and also at Bluevine, and using AI models to make those decisions. And this is exactly where we need a lot of explainable AI, because to make these decisions, you have to be accountable and to the regulations and be able to provide those answers of why are we making those decisions. Thank you, Diana. Elif, what do you think about the questions? What are the key trends shaping the future of AI from your perspective?
Yeah, I think having spent the last 4 years in finance, working with businesses on a day-to-day basis, and now being back in an academic environment on the campus, I'd love to talk about industry and academia and the dynamic between them. So back in high school, I developed an environmental technology, which I patented into the Romanian State Office of Inventions. And since then, I've become fascinated with this idea of how to transition technology developed in academia into the business sector so that you can reach on a large scale society. But when it comes to AI, that's not the case anymore. Industry is racing ahead of academia. Most R&D has been taking place in industry rather than in university and research centers. But that has not always been the case. Before 2014, most universities were the main hubs for the creation of technological advancement in machine learning models. But now, according to Stanford, in 2022, industry has developed more than 10 times of the machine learning models than universities have. When you look at the number of PhD students specializing in AI, the majority of them are going into industry, more than 65% last year. And you know, it's no wonder when you think about how you design a good AI model, right? You need data, you need computing power, and you need money. And oftentimes, the industry has more of those resources. And if you are a talented AI researcher, right, and you want to develop the best and most advanced AI systems, then yeah, I wouldn't blame you if you want to maximize your chances of doing so in a place where which has most of the resources.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely get that. As a AI researcher and leader of a team like that, it's easier to do it in a big company that gives you the resources. Joy, what is your point of view as an entrepreneur?
Yes, this is a great question. One thing I want to comment too, it's very smart the way that you pull the sort of the panelists together. All of us have a financial background of some sort, right? So before I became an entrepreneur, I spent 9 years on Wall Street doing equity research, right? 3 years, the first 3 years at Wells Fargo, equity research for semiconductor companies. Believe it, back then, no one wanted to be in semiconductors, how the world has changed. And then for the past 6 years, it was in healthcare technology, right? So when I moved to the entrepreneurial side, this was only 3 months ago, so I'm still a brand new startup CEO, but I want to say more from the perspective of being at Hypercycle and running a spin-off at Hypercycle. I think the biggest challenge, issue / controversy that I see with AI, if I can just distill in one thing, is between centralized versus decentralized use of AI. Right, decentralization of AI is at the DNA of everything we do at Hypercycle. And it really comes down to, well, look, all these governments are throwing billions, if not trillions of dollars at AI research, right? But they're doing it for a political purpose, right? China's doing it, US doing it, Saudi Arabia, everybody, right? We as citizens of these countries and of the world, how do we trust that governments are going to spend this money, you know, in our interest or in the interest of the nation and not, you know, in the interest of humanity, right? But not in a sort of a political way, just, you know, funding war and whatnot, right? That's why we need decentralized AI, so that everyone can contribute to shaping the use of AI rather than depending on these powerful few people. So everything is about, you know, at our company, decentralized AI.
Oh, that's a beautiful vision. I love that. So I think, you know, one of the questions that everyone probably asked themselves today is how organization can really harness AI for a competitive advantage. And, you know, we have all the different perspective here in this beautiful panel. And I wanted to start with Alif this time. With your academic background, could you share your thoughts on how education needs to evolve to meet future industry demands?
Yeah, sure. So I think a few things. First things first, I think you need to increase digital literacy. And by that, I don't mean that everyone should study computer science, but rather that, you know, you should teach everyone about to have a basic awareness of data privacy, cybersecurity, and ethical use of technology, such that they know how to act and what they are risking when they engage with such technology. Second, now when it comes to AI, you know, it's not that thinking will become less important. It's more so that the thinking skills that have become more important to organizations have changed, and we should change the way we teach those skills to students. One concern that I often hear in a campus is the fear that students would cheat with AI. And as a student, I find it really bugs me when I see course syllabi that warn against the use of tools like ChatGPT and portray that as cheating. I fundamentally disagree with that. I think we should change the mindset of both professors and students. So for professors, I would urge them to start engaging with AI. And for those that already do, they should incorporate in the classroom and change this mindset. So what do I mean by that? By saying that, you know, asking ChatGPT questions and not teaching students how to ask those questions, you are implicitly telling them that whatever list of options you get from ChatGPT, whatever answers you get from there, those are the best answers, the most exhaustive answers. and that's what you should strive for, which is not the case, right? When you think about ChatGPT was trained on everything on the internet, so what you are going to get is just an aggregation of that, the average of everything on the internet response. So I think for professors, if the basic auxiliary tools that your students use have changed, then you should also change the way you teach a course.
Oh, I so agree. I just talked with a friend of mine when I was visiting Tel Aviv, and she told me she did a exercise for a job interview, and she used ChatGPT, and I was like, that's so cool. But it wasn't trivial, because if she would just use ChatGPT and submitted it, it wouldn't be right, because she told me that she used ChatGPT, but it wasn't actually come out fully correct. So she reviewed it and she saw the issues, and then she was able to correct for those issues. And I think exactly what you said, Alif, we need to start learning how to use these new tools, because they're not going away. So we need to understand how to adopt them, how to use them, and it's also a skill. Thank you for that great perspective. Diana, from a banking perspective, how is data science and AI helping to mitigate risks and improve customer experiences?
So from customer experience point of view, it's mainly the type of processes that we can deliver to them in terms of, for example, customer onboarding, or as I said before, into having the anti-fraud tools developed in such a way so that they are sure that whatever transactions they perform is done in a secure manner. We can then again support in terms of stability, but also speed of the processes, because a payment has to be done sometimes urgent, and you do not want to wait for too long. This is why we talk about blockchain, and this is why all the regulation in the payments area are coming to bring along as novelty. Then, of course, guided support for their day-to-day needs in relation to the bank, instead of, let's say, using people in the call center, which would probably require a bit more time to answer the phone. Then this kind of robots can help improve this kind of customer satisfaction as well. Then from the risk side, again, as I said, related to the mortgages process, for example, when you take a house and you want to be sure that you are, let's say, entering into a relationship with a reliable provider, we are doing the risk analysis behind, which is supporting both the client in order to be able to take the right amount of money, so as to indebt in a reasonable proportion, but also it helps us in terms of overall portfolio management when it comes to credit risk management, for example. Then for collaterals, evaluations, monitoring, and so on. So it's both ways, as you mentioned rightfully. It's on the customer side, which needs fast and reliable services, and on our side as well as the providers, to be sure that whatever we are doing is going into the right direction with the proper risk mitigators in place, while delivering again to the regulators the right amount and type of information needed.
Thank you for the insightful answer. I really related to what you said about, also in the previous question, about the customer success and all of the benefits we can bring to that space with the generative AI. I don't remember the name of the company, but it was recently published that some European company was able to use some generative AI bot to increase their customer success agents' productivity in like 70% or something. I remember, I just forgot the name of the company, but I feel like in this space we are seeing really the early adoption and the early results of the benefits that generative AI could bring. Yeah, and it doesn't mean we would not need customer success people anymore, but just means as we discussed before, that this role would evolve and it would make them more productive, but also more focused on the most challenging tasks.
And if I may add on that just one topic, because all this AI that we are using actually is freeing up time for human interaction, which is needed in certain cases. Okay, for repetitive kind of needs of the customers, they can use AI, but let's free up the time and the space of our people in order to interact for things that are more meaningful than pure, let's say, operation that can be done automatically.
Definitely, definitely. Alina, as a CFO, how do you see data science transforming financial decision-making in the energy sector? Sorry.
No, thank you for the question. I mean, we are having here the biggest energy company in Romania. We have activities from exploration and production to refining business to retail and so on. So in each and every area, there is a huge potential. Yeah? I mean, and financial area, absolutely. And I'll give just a few examples that you have a bit of a feeling. So if we start from exploration, we have seismic studies, no? Studies to determine where there is potential in exploration, choosing what is the best. The AI can help us in choosing what is the best and be competitive from that perspective. Choosing where to drill, what is the best drilling option out of many drilling options. To things like optimization, productivity increase, I mean, efficiencies throughout the value chain in all areas of our business, forecasting, from production forecasting to cash flow forecasting and so on. So it's just huge potential everywhere. The challenge, the biggest challenge I see is how to focus. Where to start, yeah? Because we have all limited resources, yeah? Limited time, limited number of people, even budgets are limited to some extent, yeah? So where to focus, I think that is the differentiator, because to find those use cases which bring the highest value to the company. That would be the key for success. And yeah, we have around 10 use cases. I mean, some of them we do just to learn from it, not necessarily to make a big saving, because we really, as I said earlier, we strongly believe in learning and developing our skills, our data citizens and so on. So, for the future, this I see like the biggest challenge. Okay, how to choose the best ones to really give you the differentiator versus competition.
Yeah, I can definitely emphasize with the challenge in prioritizing between those use cases. We have the same challenges even, you know, in a corporate when applying AI, and it's really hard because you want to prioritize by data and by impact, and on the other hand, it's really hard to understand how to measure what would be the right, you know, measurement of impact. So thank you for raising
really
that.
quick off of your
Yes.
comment, because I related to that so much. The idea that, look, you have the technology, right? And if you look at the base layer technology, sometimes when it's so powerful, you start brainstorming all of these use cases. You know, so I'm just going to go off a little bit of a tangent to talk about hyperring, if that's all right, because we are facing sort of the same challenge, issue / opportunity, right? So as I said, you know, everything's about decentralization, and with hyperring, it's actually just is a ring with NFCs inside, right? But it's with a data structure that allows us for it to hold 4.3 billion globally unique NFTs on that one chip, right? And that chip we don't need a battery for it. You never need to charge the ring. And that chip is so resilient, it lasts for over a human's lifetime, right? At least the current lifetime before we all start living 300 years plus, right? And so when you hear about this base layer technology, you're like, okay, well, what is the most immediate, right? And for us, we've narrowed it down, at least in the very early stages, to two. Number one, on the payment side, is the same technology as you have in credit cards or, you know, Apple tap to pay and whatnot. If you can tokenize that debit card or credit card that you're loading your funds into and put that onto the NFC, you can go to any Visa terminal and just tap it like that and pay, right? No batteries you have to worry about, you know, you're worrying on your hand all the time. So how powerful would that be anywhere you go, right? And then number two, healthcare, decentralized medical records. The idea that you can carry each of your medical records from different doctors that you see, you know, your family doctor versus your dermatologist versus, you know, going to urgent care if you had an urgent care issue. None of them right now in most countries in the world talk to each other. When you run to request records from one doctor to another doctor, it takes so long, so much administrative nightmare, days, if not weeks, right? if you can carry all of that on your ring, and you go from one doctor to the other, carry your x-ray images, your MRI, anything, and then you just tap it on the application and the iPad at the doctor's, saves everybody time, right? I don't care who you are, but nobody likes admin work. And admin work, when you get rid of that, it saves money, saves time for everybody. So yeah, tangible use cases near term, that's for us.
Wow, I love that vision. Waiting to see that come alive. Sounds like it will serve us a lot of the fuss, like yeah, as you mentioned. And let's stay with you, Joy. Actually, as an executive of an AI company, you probably encountered the challenge of navigating bias and fairness in AI algorithms. So how do we ensure fairness, transparency, and accountability in AI systems?
Yeah, that's a great question, and you're absolutely right. Definitely run into issues like that. And in fact, the last time I ran into that issue was with Mihaela when we were in at Davos for the World Economic Forum. She's smiling because she remembers the instance. But at a post Davos event, there was a presentation, and a woman at the end, when she was asking questions, she addressed everybody, and she said, look, I think there's an elephant in the room here that no one is mentioning, which is, throughout all of these events at Davos, how come companies and people from China and Russia are not in the room with us? Why do they, are they not here, or are they doing their own thing? Right, and this goes back to the sort of the political side of AI, which is, well, these countries and the companies of these countries are not working with each other for militaristic political reasons. Now, this is a huge disadvantage to the development of AI. I think anyone can see that, right? When it comes to bias, when it comes to fairness, all of that, without these entities working with each other somehow, right? I don't see, AI being completely, obviously you can never be bias-free, but to be inclusive of, everyone's biases in that way. So is there a good solution for it? I mean, maybe if you can take this because you're the regulatory expert, but to us it comes down to, again, keep saying this, but decentralized AI. That's what we think.
Yeah, happy to jump in. I don't know if I can solve it, but yeah, I wouldn't belabor the topic of bias since it was touched upon in the prior panel extensively. But right, if you train your models on existing data, if that underlying data is biased, then you'll have bias in your end result. It's as simple as that. And I think that's why it's important to see legislation like the EU AI Act passed. If you are deploying AI models in critical areas of your economy or society, then the EU denotes as high risk, essential public and private services, employment, critical infra, administration of justice and democratic processes, then I think it becomes commonsensical that as a public, you are demanding transparency around the data that you use to train your models on.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I agree. I actually worked in the past on a bias detector. It's a Python package to try to find bias in the output of model, because as you said, Alif, the data is always biased. And I remember someone said it in one of the, maybe Diana said it in one of the previous panels, it's always biased, because everyone is biased. And however you look at it is biased. Also, it's biased because all of the different metrics are measuring different types of biases, which contradicts each other. So you can never be fully objective and balanced. But you need to understand, what do you consider as fair, and then you can fine-tune your model accordingly, not just to represent what the data is, but also to represent the values and what you think it should represent in a better future, which is not biased. So from this interesting topic, I wanted to move to the topic of AI and sustainability. Alina, considering OMV Petrom's commitment to sustainability, how can AI contribute to a greener future?
No, thank you. Maybe a bit about sustainability. So we have a strategy for 2030. We invest 11 billion. Out of this 11 billion euros, 35% is for sustainable projects. So quite a sizable investment for sustainable projects. We have a clear strategy of transformation for a lower carbon future. We take this very seriously, and we are determined to transform the traditional business into the future. So we look a lot of projects, starting from renewable projects like photovoltaic and wind and all this, to biofuels, to carbon capture and storage, to hydrogen. So it's a wide range of projects. It's a lot about optimization, that we can use the technology for all these projects. It's a lot about choosing, because if we will have different sources of energy, how to choose between these sources, how to optimize and get the best one for from cost perspective and benefit perspective in the same time. We also have a lot of requirements around sustainability, a lot of KPIs we need to report, non-financial indicators, quite a lot. We have clear targets. I have a clear target by 2030. We will reduce scope 1 emissions by 30%, scope 1 to 3 by 20%, so very clear. And there are hundreds of measurements, so we will really need technology to be able to handle all this data. So yes, there is a huge opportunity with regards to sustainability as well.
Yeah, I love the usage of ambitious goals to drive to better sustainability in companies, and the use of data and measurements to get there. It's very important. Otherwise, you know, how would we make progress if we don't measure? The next topic I wanted to address is basically related to also the vision exercise we just did, and it is the role of women in shaping AI, and how, and given the theme of this conference, I wanted our panel members to give their perspective of how can we empower more women to lead in AI research, development, and implementation. And I wanted to start with Diana. How do you see that as an executive in a bank? Like, how do you think we can empower more women in this field?
I think it goes mainly about diversity. It doesn't have necessarily to do with AI, but it's rather in everything that we do, the need to empower women, because they bring on the table a different set of skills, capacities, and way to see things. Sometimes men tend to rationalize maybe too much, or to narrow down issues. Sometimes we tend to be more profound and to enter into different angles of a topic. So I wouldn't say AI particularly needs to be a focus, but rather overall women presence in all fields. For AI, probably it's mainly seen as a man job, because it's quite mathematics related, if you want. But I think that as we've seen today, a lot of women having succeeded in this, and a lot of students already involved in this future course of development, empowerment comes through acting, I think, and it's up to each of us to make a difference and to show that women do have a place also in this scientific industry.
Thank you, Diana. Joy, would love to hear your perspective on the topic as an entrepreneur, as a woman, as a woman.
Oh, I love that answer, by the way. That was powerful. Thank you, Diana. I guess from my perspective, full disclosure, I'm not a technologist at all. I didn't really study data science. You know, as an okay math student, but not the top, right? I think many of you can beat me at maths. But I'm coming from the perspective that, look, you know, with the use of AI, with the spread of AI, you know, me as a non-mathematics prone person can still use it to my advantage, right? And so when we talk about the use of AI and women in AI, women in data, I don't want to exclude people who don't have that background, or, you know, choose a different path in life that's not data, and they're mid-career now and they're thinking, okay, how am I gonna, you know, position myself? The answer is, look, if you're in the entrepreneurship world, for example, AI makes your life so much better, so much easier. You don't even have to hire graphic designers anymore, right? I mean, you can always hire one and have them tweak whatever images you have, but you can literally go to Midjourney and create, you know, images through queries, right? So much time savings, develop logos on your own with AI, write copy for your website for AI, right? I think to me, it brings down the cost barrier for innovation for your average person so much. so that you know, maybe you're in your early 30s and you're thinking of, you know, a career change. AI makes this possible, and for you to, you know, be able to take a risk like that, you know, otherwise maybe years before you can't. So I think it's actually democratizing for women, and it's the best time to join in the vote right now.
Love that perspective. Yeah, and go ahead and try and experiment. That's a great approach. Elif, what do you think about the topic? How can we empower more women to lead in this emerging field?
So I was the only girl in my math and computer science class. I went to a high school in Romania, and I was the only girl in so many instances. I studied math and economics in my advanced econ courses, in my finance clubs on campus, various DL teams in finance. And I think anecdotally, and also having read some studies, women, the problem that we have is that we don't jump into something until we feel like super prepared. And there's a lag afterwards in the skills that we get versus men who, you know, are more, I guess, risk-loving when it comes to jumping into new opportunities. So we have to figure out a way to make it, you know, the norm for women to jump into something without feeling fully prepared. I think personally that's what has helped me. To Joyce's point as well, you don't have to, you know, have a PhD specialized in AI to have something of an opportunity to work in an institution that pioneers AI.
Yeah, I really loved what you said about, you know, how we are more hesitant to fail, which I think it's probably true, and maybe it's a little bit related also to education. Something about educating little girls versus little boys, and you know how little girls, you know, are kind of raised to be a little bit more risk averse. So think about that, all mother and fathers in the audience. I must say, I also was like, I studied electrical engineering, and we were like 20 women out of 300. So I can definitely relate also in the physics class in high school. But I think, you know, one of the main things I've seen, at least in the Tel Aviv community, the data science community, that once we actually started the Women in Data Science conference and started role modeling women leading in the field of data science and AI and standing on stage and sharing their experiences, we got a huge increase of the speaker admissions every year. In the first year, we started with 20, then it was 30, and then 50, and then 100, and now we got like almost 200 submissions, which is pretty incredible because, you know, Israel is pretty small. So I just, you know, want to say, if you'll come, more would follow. So you need to role model, you need to lead yourself. And this is, you know, what I believe in personally, that, you know, once you're a female and you're a leader, others will see that and follow. And Alina, I would also love to hear your perspective on the topic as executive in the energy company.
Thank you, Shir. And I really love the role modeling. It's one of my principles as well. That's why I love our colleague Christina's story so much, because she is an example for so many people. So we talked about her everywhere in our company. So we, not only in Romania, in other countries as well at group level. And every time I tell her story, I mean, people are, I can see, you know, sparkling in their eyes. Okay, so is this really possible? Yes, this is really possible in 2 years, but with hard work, with passion. And women, I think, have all this, yeah, determination, passion, hard work, attention to details, all these things which can enable them to be very successful in this field. So I can only encourage all of you. I think we should all work into the direction of creating communities, in networking. I mean, events like this encourage, and I'm sure there are people in the room thinking, okay, I can do more of that after listening in today. So mentoring or coaching, all these things can only improve. Of course, we are always very, very thankful to our men in the room, and I have some here which I know they were big supporters of developing women in our company, and I'm very, very thankful for that. It's a huge opportunity, but we need to inspire it to everybody to be able to try it.
Thank you, Alina.
If I may just to complement a bit, because we talked about AI and data science, but also it was mentioned also before, the fact that we work in teams, and data science does not necessarily mean to be a mathematician or an expert in science, but also as a legal advisor or a lawyer, for example, or as an accountant or different other categories of jobs, which should become familiar, and women in these areas should become familiar with AI solutions and what it implies, because there is a lot of room for development, not in data science precisely, but in connected areas, let's say.
Definitely agree. And you know, everyone, any leader needs to be able to work, be comfortable with data and make data-driven decisions. And definitely agree. Thank you, Diana, for that comment. I'm really excited about this panel and this event, and I think, you know, this has shown all of us we have a really a great positive future ahead, and hopefully, you know, as more women will get into leading the field and leveraging data and leveraging AI, I think our future would be better. That's what I believe. So I want to thank everyone here for joining us, and thank our wonderful participants in the panel, and I wish us all a bright future. Thank you.
Thank you. Please don't leave the stage. Thank you very much for your inputs, insights, for your presence. It was something unbelievable. The first panel, but it's like a first panel. Unfortunately, the conference time is coming to an end, but we hope, dear audience, live, online audience, we hope that you enjoy today's conference, especially the topics under discussion with these marvelous, beautiful guest speakers who accepted without hesitation to come to this important event for all of us. We really hope that all insights mentioned here will serve a useful platform for further discussion among governmental, private, and academic entities, including civil society, in the process of transposing this regulatory EU AI Act on the national level. As I mentioned before, the development of AI is an irreversible process. It depends on us how we will manage it in such a way not to affect the future of our children and entire humanity. I want to emphasize our strong partnership with Walters Club Romania, OMV Petrom, and BCR, who believed and support 360 goals and initiatives since its formation. Thank you for that. I hope this reliable partnership will continue in the future. I would also like to express our gratitude to Hypercycle, ThoughtWorks, Unica, Adobe, MAN, our research, for being our partners for this edition. Due to Hervis, Inayati Medical City, Andrei Pavel Association, and Adara Spa, WIDS Romania Datathon winner teams from this year have received prizes for their contribution in enhancing the image of Romania at the global level in the field of data science. Taking into consideration the fact that 360 initiatives encompass public, academia, and private entities, we have the support of our institutional partners, Ministry of Labor and Social Solidarity, Authority for Digitalization of Romania, ICI Bucharest, US Embassy, Israel Embassy to Romania, as well as our media partners, Ager Press, Bursa, Club Economic, Economistul, România Durabilă, and Business Review. For the last closing remark, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Adrian Mantoiu, Managing Director, Walters Club Romania. Adrian, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Tatiana, for the introduction. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank you on behalf of Walters Club Romania for staying with us today during this amazing event. We are honored to be strategic partners for WIDS Romania since it's the first edition of WIDS Romania. And being myself an engineer, I can tell that I'm especially enjoying hearing all these amazing ideas which were presented today on the stage. Actually, artificial intelligence is the buzzword across any company board, and it definitely creates waves. And for sure, after seeing everything today, for sure we will ride those waves in style. I'm sure of that. Before closing, I would like to thank all of our colleagues which are offering us and helping us to offer to you this amazing event. And I would like to invite both 360 organizations, Mariana and Tatiana, and I also would like to invite our colleagues which stayed in the back and actually allowed us to have this amazing event. Please join me in thanking them. For sure, they did extraordinary work. They are a lot. And they spend a lot of weekends, evenings, days, nights, of course. But I hope you all enjoyed this show. And thank you again for being today with us. Thank you.
Yeah. See you all to the next 5th Romania WIDS edition next year.
Thank you.
Bye. And we are inviting you to the networking dinner, please. And see you. Thank you for coming.